Chapter 1231 Rise and Shine. Like I would care who your old master is. In the face of the law, all beings are equal. Take this fellow away. Song Shi waved his hand impatiently, not giving Sun Chang an opportunity to speak at all. Indignant, Sun Chang wanted to argue, but a sudden surge of power had his cultivation completely sealed, preventing him from speaking a word. Following which, two master teachers stepped forward to have him taken away. Woo! Sun Chang was so angry that he could have exploded, but he was still completely helpless before the situation. He was the butler of the great Yang Shi, so how could a mere quasi-8-star master teacher treat him in such a manner? This was insubordination. Have those poison masters captured too. Make sure to keep a tight watch over them so that they don't escape. Paying no heed to the furious fatty, Song Shi continuing issuing a series of instructions. Very soon, with the entire master-teacher pavilion mobilized, it did not take long for Elder Su and the others to be apprehended and imprisoned. However, despite combing through the entire Qingyun city, Lu Yang was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had suddenly vanished from the world. There was not even the slightest trace of him to be found. Several hours earlier, back at the marshlands of the northern meadows, Zhang Xian was staring at the massive face right before him calmly. Well, I have to admit that it's a brilliant idea to have Chu Tianqing invite Lu Yang to the royal palace to hold him hostage so as to threaten me. Just that, I am really curious as to know why someone as esteemed as Chu Tianqing would end up pledging loyalty to you. In truth, Zhang Xian was not the only one who was intrigued by this matter. The other master teachers and combat masters were also puzzled by Chu Tianqing's betrayal. As an emperor of a conferred empire, Chu Tianqing was an individual who wielded great authority in his hands. However, the entire basis of his power was built upon humans, so it was deeply counterintuitive for him to betray humanity to side with the otherworldly demonic tribe. One must know that if the master-teacher pavilion uncovered his betrayal, he would be killed on the spot. There would be no mercy whatsoever. You want to know why? Hearing those words, Vicious sneered coldly. You will have to ask your own master-teacher pavilion for that. Zhang Xian frowned, but did not say anything. Vicious harumphed. As the monarch of a conferred empire, he should have wielded supreme power within his country. No one should have dared disrespect him or question his words. But with the existence of your master-teacher pavilion, what has become of his authority as the emperor? Thanks to your master-teacher pavilion, he has to always consider how the master-teacher pavilion would view a matter before making a decision. No matter what he did, he would never be able to break free from your control, doomed to remain subservient to you lot for life. How could a man as prideful and lofty as him possibly accept this? Through controlling this opening in his heart, it was not too difficult for me to place him under my control. Hearing that, Zhang Xian fell silent. In truth, Vicious words had some truth in them. To the common populace, the presence of the master-teacher pavilion brought about some degree of equality and order, allowing them to live their lives in peace. It was also a platform where they could have their grievances redressed, allowing standing up against the powerful nobles of the country whom they would have been powerless against otherwise. On the other hand, to those who wielded great power, especially for those who donned the crown, the existence of the master-teacher pavilion was a major threat to their authority. No matter what they wanted to do, they had to take how the master-teacher pavilion would react into consideration, or else a swift sword might fall upon their heads. Naturally, how could they be pleased something like that? To have to remain subservient to another despite sitting upon the almighty throne. It was inevitable that dissatisfactions would pile up and eventually reach a point where it was no longer repressible. At this point, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Chu Tianqing only saw how his power had been curbed, but he failed to see how the Qingyuan Empire could have very well been annexed by other empires or destroyed by the otherworldly demonic tribe if not for the master-teacher pavilion's protection. Without a strong foundation, how could an empire possibly survive the test of time? Despite the various restrictions that the master-teacher pavilion would impose on the regional monarchy, there was no doubt that its presence played a crucial role in making the country strong. Nevertheless, even though Vicious had put it simply, Zhang Xian knew that the truth was bound to be more complicated than that. Most likely, Chu Tianqing must have gone through some kind of traumatic event that resulted in him steering off the path, eventually causing inner demons to breed within him. Unable to overcome his inner demons, he had no choice but to become the puppet of the Qingtian Emperor and vicious, heading down a path of no return. Not wishing to waste his breath any longer, Vicious uttered coldly, "All right, I have already come to the limit of my patience. I don't want to waste any more time on you. Hurry up and give me your answer, or else I'll ensure that you, your students, and your kin will suffer tragic deaths." At the same time, a powerful force suddenly rippled forth from Vicious, leaving Zhang Xian's group swaying on their feet. It was a threat from Vicious to remind them how powerless they were before him. "You know, I do care for my students a lot. However, if you think that you can make me betray mankind and submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe just by holding them hostage, you are really taking me too lightly." Zhang Xian shook his head as his voice resounded clearly amid the powerful wind. "As their teacher, I have to conduct myself properly so that I can become a good role model to them. If I surrender to you easily, what kind of message would I be sending to my other students? How could I be qualified to preach to them about principles and values if so? I know that I can't keep them under my wing and protect them forever, so I have worked hard to teach them everything that they might need. And if they are still to be unable to discern the situation themselves and end up being done in, I can only say that it isn't meant to be." As much as Zhang Xian did not want to see anything happen to his students, as a teacher, he knew that he could not possibly protect them for life. More importantly, he understood the respect and admiration that his students had for him, and he was not oblivious to the immense influence that he had on them. For this very reason, he would not bend his principles and values even for their sake, or else he would be sending the wrong message to them, possibly leading them down the wrong path. Often, the consequences of a decision were ambiguous. It was easy to look back retrospectively to say what could have been better done, but it was not as easy when one was put into the same position, looking upon an uncertain future. Nevertheless, there were still some things that one should do and one should never do. Principles and values were what set humans apart from beasts, so those were things one should never compromise. This was what Zhang Xian deeply believed in, and he felt that it was something that all master teachers should persist in as well. "Is that your answer? Very well. Since you have made up your mind, you can die now." Looking at the resolve in the young man's eyes, Vicious knew that there was nothing he could say or do that would sway the other party. Thus, he decided not to waste his breath anymore. Boom! An overwhelming might rippled forth from Vicious, crashing down upon the group like a tsunami. Standing at the very front of the group, Wu Shi and Hall Master Xing hurriedly drove their Zhenqi furiously to reinforce the barrier they had put up to protect the others. However, under the immense pressure, it did not take long for their faces to redden, and fresh blood spurted from their mouths. The disparity in strength was simply too great. They did not stand a chance at all. Gritting his teeth furiously to persist even a second longer, Wu Shi bellowed desperately, "Principal Zhang, hurry up and leave." "There's no need for that." A soft chuckle escaped from Zhang Xian's mouth. "I know that he's biding his time, but who's to say that I'm not doing the same?" Raising his head, he gazed at the massive face before him and asked, "Do you think that you have one?" "What do you mean?" Realizing that the young man's eyes was calm, devoid of worry or fear, Vicious eyebrows shot up. An ominous feeling sprouted within him. He quickly looked back at everything that had happened, but there did not seem to any time when the young man could possibly have turned the tables on him. "What do I mean? Isn't the meaning obvious? Just as you were stalling time to gain control over the little island, I was also playing along with you to buy some time as well," Zhang Xian replied with composure. Were it not to stall for time, even if he had many questions in his mind, he would not have bothered to talk so much at this critical moment. "You were buying time, too? Don't bother putting on a front before me. It's meaningless. We both know that there's nothing else you can do in this situation." Vicious replied coldly. The Qingtian Emperor had engaged countless celestial designers and blacksmiths and devoted countless precious resources in order to forge this head, while taking control of it had only granted him a cultivation realm of leaving aperture realm pinnacle. In terms of true fighting prowess, he could match even an average Grand Dominion realm expert easily. Of the cultivators before him, the two strongest ones were only at leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. On the other hand, while Zhang Xian possessed strength far beyond his current cultivation realm, he was only barely able to match the leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage Qingtian Emperor even when he utilized all the means in his possession. The disparity in strength was not something that could be breached in a moment, no matter how much time Zhang Xian bought. The only fate possible for them was death. Why would I bother putting up a front before you at this moment? All right, since it has come to this, it's time for me to show my hand as well. Haven't you rested long enough now? It's time to do your work. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings with a unique melody to it. Surprised by Zhang Xian's words, Hall Master Xing and the others quickly looked around them, but beneath the starry night sky, there was not a figure to be seen. I was wondering what kind of formidable ally you could have prepared on your side. It seems like it's just a mere front after all. Vicious sneered coldly. Previously, that fellow had used this method once against the Qingtian Emperor, resulting in the impaling of the latter's bottom. If that fellow thought that the same trick could work twice, he was dreaming. If the other party really had an ally hidden in the shadows, he would have gotten them to appear long ago. There was no reason to have waited so long. I have had enough of your farce. Let's end it once and for all. Harumphed coldly, a compelling might far stronger than the previous ones rippled from Vicious, swiftly crushing its way down upon the group. However, before the might could reach them, the massive head in the air suddenly staggered, following which, as if the little island had gone out of control, it began trembling non-stop. What is going on? How can I possibly lose control over this head? Vicious widened his eyes in horror. He shot his glance down upon Zhang Xian and screeched, "You! It can only be you. Speak. What did you do to my head?" "It's nothing much, really. All I did was to enchant the little island." Zhang Xian replied with a casual smile. Back when he was at the bottommost level of the little island, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the surrounding walls. Perhaps it was because he was at the very center of the little island, but he astonishingly found out that the entire island was actually a massive man-made structure, forming a gigantic entity by itself. Upon realizing that, he swiftly recalled what he had seen upon stepping on the ghost cavern and mentally traced the path he had walked. Once a full picture was formed in his mind, he immediately realized what was going on. Thus, he spent 2 hours in the underground cavern secretly enchanting the entire little island. His movements were very discreet, and Vicious Will was still trapped in the altar back then. As such, the latter had failed to realize what he was doing, after which, he released Vicious and allowed the latter to take control of the little island. From the start to the end, Zhang Xian knew that Vicious was intentionally stalling for time, but he was more than happy to grant the latter all the time he wanted. After all, the more deeply fused Vicious was with the little island, the more intricately attached he would be with the dormant spirit that he had enchanted into it. Before Vicious knew it, there would already be two consciousness within him. Just like the situations with Hall Master Xing and Zhang Zhouxiao back then, he would be forced into a tough battle for supremacy with the spirit. Enchant? You are telling me that you enchanted my entire head? Vicious shrieked in disbelief. He was aware of the Spirit Awakener occupation, but even 9-star Spirit Awakeners were only capable of enchanting spirits into stronger and larger artifacts. Furthermore, each enchantment would exhaust them greatly, and they would have a long downtime after each enchantment session. On the other hand, the head that was forged for him was roughly 6 li in diameter. How many times would one have to enchant the head in order to produce enough sparks to bestow it with a spirit? Was it even humanly possible? It seems like the Qingtian Emperor has neglected to tell you about how I managed to enchant the building of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Zhang Xian scoffed. Due to the previous incident, he had been afraid that Vicious might have noticed his plan in advance and guarded against the spirit. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like the latter was oblivious to it as well. While the Qingtian Emperor and Vicious appeared to be close allies on the surface, they had been trading blows with one another beneath calm waters. Information asymmetry could often prove to be a powerful weapon in crucial circumstances, so there was no way the Qingtian Emperor would have told Vicious everything he knew. This worked to Zhang Xian's advantage. Completely unguarded against his abnormal capability in spirit enchantment, Vicious could not have anticipated such a move. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would not have succeeded so easily. Humph. So what if you have managed to enchant my head? It makes no difference to the situation at all. I'll still be able to kill all of you easily. Roaring furiously, Vicious forcefully wrestled control over the head from the spirit and maneuvered the head to kill the young man before him. However, the young man simply shook his head with a derisive smile before uttering softly, "Rise and shine, spirits." Boom. Right after those words were spoken, it was as if spring had sprung upon the face-shaped little island. In literally the blink of an eye, countless plants sprouted out: cactus, green foxtail, and flowers of all shapes and sizes. All of them sprouted on every inch of land on the little island, filling it densely. Under the forceful intervention from the spirit, Vicious consciousness began descending into chaos. As if two personas struggling for supremacy, he began to lose control over his own strength. Watching the inconceivable drama unfold before their eyes, Wu Shi, Hall Master Xing, and the others could not help but gulp in fear. All along, Spirit Awakeners had been a synonym for weakness, playing nothing more than an auxiliary role to other cultivators. Who would have thought that their aptitude could actually be used in such a way? Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to defeat this otherworldly demon. Yet, just by enchanting a spirit into the other party's head, Zhang Xian had actually managed to send the other party into a state disorientation, effectively incapacitating the other party. While struggling with the spirit within him, Vicious roared furiously, "Do you think that a mere spirit you have enchanted into my head will be able to defeat me? Dream on. Once I get rid of this spirit, it'll be your doomsday next." Zhang Xian's capability in spirit enchantment was unnatural, but Vicious' proficiency in soul arts was no joke either. At the very most, the spirit would only prevent Vicious from controlling the island and place his consciousness into a state of disorientation temporarily. With just some time, there was no doubt that Vicious would be able to eradicate the spirit. "I have no doubt that you have the ability to kill the spirit I have enchanted into your head." However, Zhang Xian shook his head before continuing. "It will be too late then." Who? A book materialized in Zhang Xian's palm. Vaguely, one could see a finger and a heart imprinted on it. Saint Six Dangran Dominion Realm. 3 kilometers information asymmetry refers to situations where information is not fully shared/known by those involved in the matter. One common example would be in a murder case, where each eyewitness knows some important details of the full story that others might not know of. In such a case, the detective has to gather all of their stories in order to deduce the full story and pinpoint the murderer. Chapter 1232 Possession. It was the Book of Heaven's Path, where he had sealed Vicious within. Vicious had once told him that the other Vicious was his brain and his eyes, and the innate authority the brain possessed allowed it to exert dominance over the other body parts. As such, it would have been impossible for him to possess the other party under normal circumstances. The only way he could successfully possess the other Vicious was when the other party's consciousness in a state of confusion, rendering the other party unable to counterattack to his possession. Considering how the other Vicious was a soul oracle who possessed the intact memories of the original Vicious, it could be said that it would be nigh impossible to place his consciousness into a state of confusion. However, upon learning that the little island was an artifact that the other Vicious was intending to use to house its will, the rest was easy. As long as he enchanted the little island in advance, and put on a convincing act to have the other Vicious willingly fuse his consciousness into it. A single head with 2 consciousness clashing for supremacy, that was more than enough to disorientate the other Vicious consciousness. Admittedly, with the strength that the other Vicious wielded, it would not take too long for him to devour the spirit. But how could Zhang Xian give him the opportunity to do so? With an upward wave of his hand, the book in his palm gradually opened. The heart and finger sealed within the book surged into the sky. Boom! A powerful killing intent burst forth from the heart and the finger, shrouding the entire island in an instant. "Why you? You actually have my other body parts. How could I have failed to sense them?" Panic and disbelief could be heard in the voice of the other vicious. At this point, he could not maintain his composure any longer. Under normal circumstances, as soon as the body parts came into his vicinity, he should have been able to notice them in an instant due to the connection among them. So how could those two body parts come so close to him without him noticing? Sense them? Zhang Xian shook his head. Vicious heart and finger were sealed using his book of Heaven's Path. Concealed by the heavens themselves, if Vicious could still sense their presence, wouldn't that mean that he had already surpassed the heavens? How could that possibly be? Who? Paying no heed to Vicious' shock, the consciousness within the heart and the finger flew out and dived into the massive head. Walala! The head in the air was no longer able to maintain its steady flight, and it seemed as if it would plummet from the sky at any moment. Zhang Xian turned around and told the group behind him, "Let's vacate the area first. It's likely that their battle will cause devastating destruction." The battle between the two vicious for dominance was bound to be one that was extremely perilous. Even if they remained in the area, there was nothing they could do. In fact, they might even be placed in danger from the shockwaves of their clash. Since that was the case, they might as well leave the area for the time being and wait somewhere further away. All right, Wu Shi and the others nodded. Even though they still had not been able to make sense of the situation, considering that the pressure that had been weighing down on them previously had vanished, they were out of danger for the time being. The group hurriedly dashed away from the area, and after 10 minutes of travel, they finally stopped at an area roughly 200 li away from the ghost cavern. At this moment, the little island appeared to be nothing more than a small bean in everyone's eyes. Nevertheless, from the uncontrollable shaking of the little island, they could imagine the intense battle that was ongoing there. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Wu Shi turned around and asked, "Principal Zhang, what is happening? Why would the book that Zhang Xian had taken out contain the will of an otherworldly demon? What did that otherworldly demon have to do with the Qingtian Emperor's teacher?" Everything felt like a perfect enigma to them, leaving them completely befuddled. The teacher of Qingtian Emperor is the fragmented will of a powerful otherworldly demon who fought on equal grounds with Kong Shi many years ago. He had already reached the level where he could revive even through just a single droplet of blood, and his death has resulted in many portions of his body being scattered around the world. I happened to find a few of his body parts and forced him to submit to me. Zhang Xian briefly explained the situation. An otherworldly demon who fought on equal grounds with Kong Shi? Doesn't that mean that he's in existence who has survived through the ages? He's able to revive just from a single droplet of blood? The master teachers stared at one another as they felt their throats turning hoarse. Despite having encountered plenty of mystical affairs themselves, they dared not believe what Zhang Xian was saying. It was simply too inconceivable. An old monster who had survived from the ancient times had actually ended up being tamed by Zhang Xian? The group felt as if their minds were going to blow up. "I'll have to ask all of you not to speak of the matters that have happened here to anyone else," Zhang Xian requested. No matter what, Vicious was still of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It would adversely affect his reputation and credibility as a master teacher if it was made known that he had an otherworldly demon under his command. Rest assured, Wu Shi and the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. To be honest, even if they wanted to speak of the matters that had happened that day, it was doubtful if others would be willing to believe their story. Battling with an expert who had rivaled Kong Shi many years ago, as well as that 3-kilometer large head, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be something that had come straight out from a fantasy novel, a figment of one's imagination. At this point, Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly asked hesitantly, "Zhang Shi, are you really a celestial master teacher?" The others quickly turned their attention back to Zhang Xian. They did not have any time to ask about the matter previously because their hands had been full dealing with the otherworldly demon. However, now that they were finally out of danger for the time being, they could not hold back their intrigue any longer. On the other hand, Zhang Xian knew that there was not any point hiding it from them any longer. Without saying a word, he stepped forward. Hong Long Long. A unique aura emanated from his body. The faces of Zhang Jiuxiao and the others immediately paled. The aura was not particularly powerful, but there was a compelling pressure to it that rendered them powerless before it. It was as if they were standing before an existence far superior to them, and an urge to bow down to the other party and acknowledge his as their teacher welled up in them. You really are. The crowd clenched their fists with widened eyes. There was no doubt about it. This was a sensation that should only have been felt from Kong Shi. It was a pressure that weighed on their soul directly, compelling them into submission. There was no way such an aura could possibly be feigned. I never would have thought that I would live to see a celestial master teacher with my own eyes. I actually went through so much together with a celestial master teacher. Other than Wu Shi, the other combat masters and master teachers trembled uncontrollably from the sheer agitation they felt. They had grown up listening to the legends of the only known celestial master teacher in the world, Kong Shi, and they had never thought that they would ever meet a real celestial master teacher in their lifetime. Yet, unknowingly, they actually ended up venturing into a legendary expedition with one, braving through danger together. No wonder your importation of heavens could win the hearts of several 10,000 master teachers all at once, making them willingly address you as their teacher, one of the master teacher pavilion elders remarked. He had been wondering how Zhang Xian wielded such astounding capability as to make so many master teachers submit to him simultaneously, willingly addressing him as their teacher. However, if the other party was a celestial master teacher like Kong Shi, everything would make sense. Putting aside making several 10,000 master teachers submit to him, he would not even be surprised if the other party made every single being in the world acknowledge him as their teacher. After all, the previous celestial master teacher eventually grew up to become an existence known as the world's teacher. On the other hand, Zhang Juxiao felt a stifling sensation in his chest as he lamented internally, "How am I supposed to defeat a rival like that?" All along, he had viewed Zhang Xian as a hurdle that he would have to overcome, and he had deeply believed that with his talents, he would be able to do it as long as he worked diligently. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was only wishful thinking on his part. It was no wonder he suffered such a tragic defeat. Considering that his opponent was a celestial master teacher, his defeat was inevitable. In that sense, his loss could not be considered an embarrassment. If Zhang Shi is really a celestial master teacher, it's likely that his talent surpasses even that of the young prodigy of our Zhang clan. But the young prodigy has the full support of the Zhang clan behind him, having free access to top-notch cultivation resources from a very young age. I really wonder what will happen if the two of them clash with one another. Zhang Juxiao could not help but wonder. He had never met the young prodigy who boasted the purest bloodline of the Zhang clan in many years, but he had heard many rumors about the latter's superior talent and strength. He could not help but wonder how the latter would compare to the celestial master teacher standing before him. Would the young prodigy end up being traumatized to the point where he did not even want to live anymore? It would be interesting to watch them clash with one another one day. Zhang Juxiao pondered. Paying no heed to everyone's shock, Zhang Xian looked at them grimly and said, "I also hope that you won't speak a word about the matter concerning me being a celestial master teacher." The encounters in the Qingyuan Empire had taught him not to take the safety of the master teacher pavilion for granted. There was a good chance that there were more otherworldly demons hiding in their midst, and if the news regarding him being a celestial master teacher reached their ears, he might find himself being plunged into grave danger. Currently, he only possessed fighting prowess on par with the leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage cultivator. Before the true top-notch experts on the master teacher continent, his strength was not even worth a mention. Before he acquired absolute strength that would allow him to stand indomitable in the world, it would be best for him to maintain a low profile. "Principal Zhang, don't worry. We understand the graveness of the matter, so please rest assured that we'll keep our mouths sealed." Hall Master Xing replied, "I swear on my name as a master teacher that if I speak a word of this matter, may vicious retribution fall upon me." One of the master teacher pavilion elders swore. With him taking the lead, the others also swiftly followed suit as well. "I have troubled all of you." Zhang Xian waved his hand before turning his gaze back to the fight in the distance. With the world cloaked in darkness, it would be difficult for even Saint Realm cultivators to spectate a sight from 200 li away. However, with his eye of insight, Zhang Xian was able to perceive everything with clarity. The wills of both vicious were tangled with one another, fighting desperately to devour the other. While the vicious he had tamed was far weaker than the other vicious, the assistance of the enchanted spirit and the other vicious being spread too thin across the massive head had impaired the other vicious fighting prowess. As a result, both sides turned out to be equally matched for the time being. It seems like I need not worry. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the sight. The vicious he had tamed possessed the heart, the origin of power. As such, the longer the battle dragged on for, the more advantageous his position would be. On the other hand, while the head possessed the ability to control power, its ability to supply power was significantly weaker. Even though they were equal for the time being, the other vicious would gradually grow weaker and weaker before eventually being consumed once and for all. As Zhang Xian had expected, an hour later, the battle finally began to die down. The movements of the face-shaped little island were gradually slowing to a halt, too. Wait here for a moment. I'll head over to take a look, Zhang Xian said before heading forward. Zhang Shi, I'll go with you. This way, I'll at least be able to cover you if anything happens, Wu Shi quickly offered. There's no need for that. You'll only be a burden if you tag along. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually before flying away swiftly. Wu Shi, Master, as you have commanded, I have successfully eradicated him. Upon arriving before the face-shaped little island, a voice sounded in Zhang Xian's mind. It was the vicious whom he had tamed. Good, good. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. Vicious continued speaking. But while I have managed to eradicate his consciousness, I have suffered significant damage in the midst of doing so. I fear that I will need to hibernate for a period of time to recuperate. Previously, just by devouring the finger, he had needed to go into a lengthy sleep. Considering how the opponent this time around was far stronger than him, it was not too surprising that Vicious had to rest again. I understand. However, given your current size, how am I supposed to take you away? Zhang Xian asked as he gestured toward the massive little island before him. Spanning a length of 3 kilometers from one end to the other, there was no way Zhang Xian could fit it into his storage ring or the myriad ant hive nest. Master, don't worry. I can continue hiding inside the Book of Heaven's Path. Right after saying those words, the island suddenly blurred from sight before materializing within the Book of Heaven's Path. This, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The Book of Heaven's Path actually had such an ability? Why didn't he know about it? Who? The Book of Heaven's Path fell back into Zhang Xian's hands, and he flipped it open casually. In it, he saw a head, a heart, and a finger floating quietly within, reminiscent of a 3D painting. 100 kilometers. Chapter 1233, Returning to Qingyuan City, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. To think that the Book of Heaven's Path would be able to store such a huge island. As expected of a product of the Library of Heaven's Path, there was really no questioning its quality. Putting the Book of Heaven's Path back, Zhang Xian returned to where Wu Shi and the others were. Even though the trip to the marshlands of the northern meadows had been fraught with dangers, the returns had also been rather substantial. Putting aside the massive power-up that Vicious would receive upon his reawakening, just the 100 or so leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage puppets that he had acquired would become a powerful fighting force for him. If he released all of them at once, even a Saint Six Dan primary stage expert would be pummeled into the ground. More importantly, unlike the other otherworldly demon puppets that he had acquired previously, these puppets were the purely engineered works by celestial designers, so they did not carry the slightest aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe on them. As such, there were no issues with using them in public. Principal Zhang, where's that island? Wu Shi and the others turned to look at Zhang Xian curiously. Due to the great implications in this matter, I'm afraid that I can't tell you anything. Zhang Xian shook his head apologetically. At this point, he did not feel like blatantly lying to Wu Shi and the others, but it was not safe to speak of the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path to others. Thus, he decided to sidestep the topic instead. All right then, we understand, the crowd replied understandingly. Even though they were curious, they knew that Zhang Xian, as a celestial master teacher, was bound to have secrets of his own that would not be convenient for him to reveal to others. Thus, they reined in their curiosity and held themselves back. As the group headed out of the marshlands, Wu Shi asked, "Principal Zhang, should we report this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters?" By now, the sun had already begun rising. It was truly a terrifying night filled with twists at every turn, but it was fortunate that they had survived it in the end. Zhang Xian shook his head. It would be best not to. Since this matter concerned Vicious, the headquarters was bound to investigate the issue thoroughly. If they were to uncover the Book of Heaven's path in the midst of doing so, it would cause Zhang Xian a great deal of trouble. Wu Shi hesitated for a moment before adding, "But if we don't report this matter to the headquarters, there's no way we can account for Pavilion Master Go and Tianqing's death. Considering the number of casualties in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion as a result of this issue, there was no way they could simply wrap up the investigation in such a slipshod manner. The headquarters would surely send men over to question them on the incident, or even conduct an investigation themselves, and that could lead to more trouble then." "Is that so?" Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. If it was up to him, he would have preferred for this matter to pass quietly. Otherwise, his plan of maintaining a low profile would be shattered. Knowing Zhang Xian's considerations, Wu Shi advised, "If we take the initiative to report to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, we'll be in a better position to decide the information to be passed on to them." As young as Zhang Xian was, he had a very dependable and humble personality. He was able to see through the splendor and glory of being a celestial master teacher to understand the responsibility and risks that he carried before making the rational decision to conceal his identity and maintain a low profile. To be able to avoid getting complacent despite being in such a glorious position, he was truly a role model for all master teachers. Naturally, stirring a ruckus over this issue was not something that a person as humble as him would wish to see happening. However, this matter was simply too big, such that it was impossible for them to simply put it aside and disregard it anymore. If they were to take the initiative to report it, they could at least choose what information to filter out before sending it to the headquarters, and naturally, this would be to their advantage. All right then. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and two corpses appeared before him. This is the corpse of the Qingtian Emperor. When you report the matter to the headquarters, just pin the blame for the entire incident on him. The corpse of the Qingtian Emperor? Wu Shi was bewildered by Zhang Xian's words. Wasn't the Qingtian Emperor already dead? Why would another one pop out all of a sudden? Noticing the look of confusion on Wu Shi's face, Zhang Xian swiftly explained the situation, but that only seemed to deepen the astonishment on Wu Shi's face. As expected of an otherworldly demon emperor who had lived for countless years, to actually have multiple clones under his command, it was really as if he was an indestructible cockroach. Honestly, just thinking about the opponent they had clashed with would leave Wu Shi's back drenched in fear. It was truly fortunate that they had Zhang Xian with them, or else they might have died on the first encounter. I'll report the matter concerning the Qingtian Emperor and the 10 kings of the Qingtian lineage to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and have them make a judgment on the matter. Upon learning the full story, Wu Shi could also roughly guess what the young man's bottom line was. For some reason, it seemed like he was reluctant to have others learn of the matter concerning the little island turning into head, as well as the mastermind behind the Qingtian Emperor. While he was curious about the matter, he eventually decided against probing any further in. Seeing that Wu Shi had understood his intention, Zhang Xian nodded. The important thing was to not have anyone learn of Vicious involvement in this affair. Other than that, everything else would be fine. It was really fortunate that the Qingtian Emperor had been involved in this matter as well, so they could use him as a cover to explain everything what had happened in the Qingyuan Empire. I think it would be better to stop by our northern Meadow City and report this matter at our Master Teacher Pavilion. We can apply for a holographic communication with the headquarters there and ensure that the appropriate information reaches them. Jishir suddenly interjected at this moment. That would be great. Wu Shi's eyes lit up as he turned around to seek Zhang Xian's opinion on the matter. Through the holographic communication, they would be able to present the corpse of the Qingtian Emperor to them as well. Considering how huge the incident was, their report had to have ample evidence to back up their claims. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. Wu Shi, you should follow Ji Shi to the Northern Meadows City Master Teacher Pavilion to explain the matter to the headquarters then. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be returning to Qingyuan City first. Even though Zhang Xian had put on a composed front when Vicious claimed that he had Lu Yang held hostage, the fact was that he was actually deeply apprehensive and unnerved within. He had long wanted to return to Qingyuan City to check on Lu Yang. While Lu Yang had no particularly outstanding talent, he was still a student who had followed him from the days when he was still in Tianqian Kingdom. A step at a time, they had come this far together. The year they had spent together had already forged an inseparable bond between the two of them. Knowing what Zhang Xian was worried over, Wu Shi nodded. Principal Zhang, I understand. Go ahead. It was roughly noon when they finally got out of the marshlands. Getting onto the aerial Saint Beast, they first flew over to the Northern Meadows City, where Wu Shi and the others alighted, before returning back to Qingyuan City. As soon as he was alone, Zhang Xian quickly dived into the myriad ant hive nest without any hesitation. Shortly after his entry, he heard a furious bellow within the myriad ant hive nest. You bastard! I'll kill you! Pung 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 pung. Following which, the sound of punches and kicks echoed in the air. Walking over to the origin of the sound, Zhang Xian saw his clone viciously pummeling the primordial spirit of the Qingtian Emperor, not giving the latter an opportunity to recover at all. At this moment, the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit was so faint that it seemed as if it would dissipate at any moment. However, his face remained as ferocious as ever, reflecting his strong desire to rip the duo before him into shreds. All right, stop your ruckus. Hold still and allow me to conduct a soul search, Zhang Xian uttered coldly as he drew out his soul and placed his palm on the Qingtian Emperor's head. Tzzzzzzzz. Before the Qingtian Emperor's horrified gaze, Zhang Xian sent a sliver of his will into the other party's consciousness. 2 hours later, Zhang Xian returned his soul to his body. Rubbing his glabella, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, the Qingtian Emperor's consciousness had been completely shattered, leaving a mindless primordial spirit behind. Vicious has already gone into hibernation, so I'll leave this primordial spirit for you to assimilate, Zhang Xian told his clone. Vicious consciousness had already gone into a deep sleep before they could even get out of the marshlands, leaving Zhang Xian with a pile of unanswered questions. Since that was the case, it would be better to leave the Qingtian Emperor's primordial spirit to his clone. It would be able to raise the latter's fighting prowess significantly. Roger that. Zhang Xian's clone replied happily as he dragged the mindless primordial spirit back into a room. Not too long later, a scream of agony sounded in the air. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian began to organize the memories that he had just obtained through his soul search. Regarding the matters concerning Vicious, it was mostly just as Vicious had described earlier. The reason the Qingtian Emperor had obediently heeded Vicious' orders was to bide his time until the day he obtained the latter's full heritage and could take over the latter's body. On the other hand, the reason Vicious took in the Qingtian Emperor as his disciple was to make use of the latter's strength to find his remaining body parts and make a full recovery. Despite working with one another, both had their own private intentions in mind. Through his soul search, Zhang Xian was able to acquire the soul cultivation techniques that Vicious had imparted to the Qingtian Emperor. However, it seems like Vicious has only imparted the Saint 1 Dan to Saint 5 Dan soul cultivation techniques to him. Zhang Xian studied the soul cultivation techniques for a while before sighing deeply. I guess it isn't that easy for a soul oracle to convert their soul into a primordial spirit. A primordial spirit was basically an evolution of the embryonic soul, an existence made up of Jinqi and soul energy. It was also for this reason that it could exist outside the body, and it harnessed the strength to tap into Jinqi independently of the body as well. On the other hand, the souls of soul oracles were purely made of soul energy. Through utilizing unique soul cultivation techniques to enhance and temper their soul energy, a soul oracle was able to exert overwhelming might. As ordinary primordial spirits contained Jinqi, they had a more upright and orthodox air to them. On the other hand, due to the nature of soul energy, the souls of soul oracles emanated a cold and eerie aura, and they feared both sunlight and lightning. Fundamentally, primordial spirits and the souls of soul oracles were two completely different entities. As a result, it was extremely difficult for soul oracles to convert their souls into primordial spirit. On top of that, the overwhelming nature of their souls also made the leaving aperture ordeal an extremely high hurdle for them to overcome. As a result, despite the overwhelming benefits that soul oracles had earlier on, most of them ended up capping at quasi-leaving aperture realm, unable to advance any further. Out of 10,000 soul oracles, there might not even be one of them who would be able to clear the leaving aperture ordeal. In a sense, the Qingtian Emperor could be considered an incredible genius for successfully cultivating up to leaving aperture realm advanced stage. However, as I have cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art right from the start, my soul doesn't have any attribute. So, I shouldn't face a bottleneck from that. Aside from that, Zhang Xian's soul had also been tempered by the Saint Ascension ordeal as well. As such, even though he was only at the embryonic soul realm, his soul already possessed resilience far superior to the primordial spirits of ordinary cultivators. The issue that most soul oracles would encounter was not a problem to him at all. After compiling the soul cultivation techniques that Vicious has left behind together with the Terpsichore, Spirit Awakener, and Demonic Tunist books, I have managed to compile the Saint One Dan to 4 Dan Heaven's Path soul arts successfully. I can cultivate the first 2 realms with high-tier spirit stones, but as for the remaining 2, it seems like I will have to gather more concentrated high-tier spirit stones before working on them, Zhang Xian thought. Thinking back, roughly 10 days had passed since the friendly spar with the other Combat Master Halls. The rewards from the Combat Master Hall headquarters should have arrived by now, so the problem concerning the lack of concentrated high-tier spirit stones was not an issue for the time being. Thus, putting the matter aside for the moment, Zhang Xian flicked his hand and released the puppets he had confiscated from Vicious back in the ghost cavern inside the myriad ant-hive nest. He had the inner demons leave them one by one before using his impartation of heaven's will to tame them. In less than 3 days, those fellows had already become his loyal subordinates. Leaving the myriad ant-hive nest, Zhang Xian realized that he was still a distance away from Qingyuan City. Thus, he began going through the Qingtian Emperor's storage ring to see if he could find any treasures in it. To his disappointment, while there were quite some treasures in the storage ring, there were no concentrated high-tier spirit stones to be found. From the looks like it seemed like the Qingtian Emperor had most likely used any concentrated high-tier spirit stones he managed to acquire himself. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian decided to use the remaining time he had before arriving at Qingyuan City to browse through his books and cultivate. While Zhang Xian was rushing back to Qingyuan City, Wu Shi and the others entered the Northern Meadows City Master Teacher Pavilion, and after a series of formalities, Ji Tianqiong placed his palm lightly upon a screen. A powerful aura slowly rippled from the screen as the silhouette of an elder gradually came into appearance. The head of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, 8-star Master Teacher He Xian. What has happened that would require you to establish a holographic communication with me? Chapter 1234 Public Execution. Reporting to Hall Master He. I am the vice-head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Wu Rufeng. Wu Shi quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. I know of you. Pavilion Master He nodded in response. Even though the Qingyuan Empire was the weakest among the 8 conferred empires subordinate to the Empire Alliance, it was considered an individual entity. As the head of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, it was his responsibility to have some understanding of the Master Teacher Pavilions directly subordinated to them. It's like this. We have uncovered the truth behind the deaths of Pavilion Master Go and Vice Pavilion Master Tian, and we have established this holographic communication in order to report the matter to you, Wu Shi said. Oh, you have already uncovered the truth? Tell me about it. Hearing those words, Pavilion Master He's expression became grim. The death of the head of a Master Teacher Pavilion was a huge deal, so he had been keeping a close eye on the matter. However, despite dispatching Song Shi, there still had not been any response yet. Ordinary communication jade tokens were only effective within a range of around 1,000,000 li. Any further than that would require a large communication formation. Song Shi had not activated a communication formation ever since arriving in Qingyuan City, so Pavilion Master he had no way of checking the progress of the investigation either. In truth, Vice Pavilion Master Tian was the incarnation of the will of the Emperor of the Qingtian lineage. Wu Shi swiftly told the story that he had prepared with beforehand. There was not much deviation from the truth, just that the aspects concerning the Qingtian Emperor's teacher had been intentionally left out. An otherworldly demon emperor has been hiding on the master-teacher continent for nearly 2,000 years, even successfully inserting a spy into the master-teacher pavilion, and no one noticed a thing? Pavilion Master he was clearly unable to believe what he had just heard. If this matter was leaked to the populace, the repercussions would be even greater than the deaths of 10 Pavilion Master Gos. This was a huge breach in the responsibility of the master-teacher pavilion. That's right. It's fortunate that we have managed to eradicate him under Zhang Shi's leadership, Wu Shi said as he flicked his wrist, and 2 corpses fell to the ground. These are the corpses of the Qingtian Emperor and his clone. Pavilion Master he quickly examined the corpses through the holographic image, and a grim expression set upon his face. That is indeed the corpse of an otherworldly demon emperor. Otherwise, there's no way he would be able to create such a powerful clone of himself. As the head of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, he had a deep understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he knew that only those with the pure bloodline of an otherworldly demon emperor would be able to execute such a cloning technique. This was sufficient evidence to confirm the Qingtian Emperor's identity. Not only so, Wu Shi continued, Zhang Shi has also managed to slay the 10 kings of the Qingtian lineage single-handedly, to eradicate an entire otherworldly demonic tribe lineage single-handedly. Even though the Qingtian Emperor harnesses the weakest bloodline among the otherworldly demon emperors, it's still quite a formidable feat. Pavilion Master he nodded in approval. It's no wonder he was able to successfully crash the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion. His talent and eye of discernment are indeed exceptional, perhaps even on par with some of the Sage clan offspring. Where is Zhang Shi at the moment? The Emperor of the Qingyuan Empire is a puppet of the Qingtian Emperor, and in order to blackmail Zhang Shi, he took one of Zhang Shi's direct disciples hostage. Thus, Zhang Shi is currently rushing back to rescue his student, Wu Shi explained. I see. That's a pity. Hearing that Zhang Shi was not around, Pavilion Master he sighed. To destroy the entire Qingtian lineage and foil their schemes to infiltrate mankind, sparing countless master teachers and innocent civilians from a tragic fate, Zhang Shi has really done mankind a huge merit this time around. In view of his contribution, I hereby grant him the position of honorary elder in our Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Yes. Wu Shi clenched his fists in agitation as he nodded. While the position of honorary elder in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion might appear to be an empty title, this position was actually associated with immense prestige and honor. Under normal circumstances, only real 8-star master teachers were qualified to assume the role of an elder in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, and yet, Zhang Shi was actually bestowed with it despite being a 7-star master teacher. Putting aside himself, even the head of the Qianchong conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion would have to address Zhang Xian respectfully now. I'll have my men prepare the documents for the bestowment as soon as possible. By the time you all return to the Qingyuan Empire, activate the communication wall, and it should be ready, Pavilion Master he said with a smile. Thank you, Pavilion Master he. Wu Shi quickly clasped his fist and bowed. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Shi's accomplishments in killing the otherworldly demons and foiling their plans are a huge merit. In comparison to his deeds, the position of an honorary elder is really nothing at all. Wu Rufeng, you have also played a huge part in helping Zhang Shi accomplish his mission, so I shall officially appoint you as the head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion right now. At the same time, I shall grant you an opportunity to come to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion for an exchange. Thank you. Wu Shi could not help trembling in excitement. To him, becoming the head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion was not a big deal. What was more important was the exchange at the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. This exchange consisted of receiving the personal guidance of a real 8-star master teacher, and this would surely be deeply beneficial to his cultivation and eye of discernment. This was an opportunity that countless would die to have. The reason Pavilion Master Go was unwilling to tolerate any problems prior to his retirement was in hopes that a clean record in his term of service would grant him such an opportunity as well. However, it was a pity that in his desire to maintain a clean record, he had neglected his responsibilities as a Pavilion Master. Thus, there was no way the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion would grant such a precious opportunity to him. After dealing with Wu Shi, Pavilion Master, he turned to Hall Master Xing and the others and said, "As for the others, you have all bravely ventured into the marshlands of the northern meadows despite the overwhelming risks in order to eliminate the Qingtian Emperor. All of you have done mankind a huge merit as well, so rest assured that I'll have this matter reported to the Empire Alliance Combat Master Hall and have them reward you all handsomely." "Thank you, Pavilion Master He." Hall Master Xing and the others quickly clasped their fists and bowed. "All right. Send the corpse of the Qingtian Emperor over here as soon as possible. If we can examine his corpse carefully, we might be able to develop some countermeasures to deal with the otherworldly demon emperors, and that'll bolster our fighting force significantly," Pavilion Master He said with a wave of his hand. The otherworldly demon emperors would never venture out of the otherworldly battlefield easily in consideration of the perils they would face on the Master-Teacher continent. On top of that, every single one of them wielded many life preservation means, making it highly difficult to kill any one of them. Even the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion did not have many corpses of otherworldly demon emperors that they could examine. "Yes, Pavilion Master He." Wu Shi nodded before making arrangements with Ji Shi to have the corpse delivered to the Empire Alliance. After which, with a respectful bow, he bade Pavilion Master He farewell. "All right, since we are done with our report, it's about time for us to return to Qing City." Wu Shi and the others borrowed a Saint Beast from the Northern Meadows City Master Teacher Pavilion before swiftly making their way back to Qingyuan City. After nearly 6 whole days of flight, the majestic infrastructure of the Qingyuan City was finally within view. On the way back, Zhang Xian had received 2 messages from Sun Chong. Firstly, they had headed to the royal palace to save Lu Yong. While they had managed to rescue Lu Yong, the latter had accidentally killed Chu Tianqing in a moment of rage. Secondly, Lu Yong had abruptly left Qingyuan City, and there was no one who knew where he was. Judging from the timing, it seems like Chu Tianqing was killed around the time that the will of the other vicious dissipated. Chu Tianqing was bound to the other vicious by a soul contract, so the death of the other vicious would have resulted in his death too. Zhang Xian swiftly deduced as soon as he received the messages. In a show of loyalty toward vicious, Chu Tianqing had offered his soul toward the other vicious to establish a soul contract between them. A soul contract bound the life of the contractor to the contractee, such that the death of the contractee would result in the death of the contractor. Naturally, when the other vicious died, Chu Tianqing lost his life as well. Thus, even though it was only a conjecture on Zhang Xian's part, he had a feeling that Lu Yin did not actually kill Chu Tianqing. Rather, it was a coincidence that Chu Tianqing's soul dissipated at that moment, resulting in the death of his physical body. After all, even though Chu Tianqing was incapacitated at that moment, he was still a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert. It did not make sense for Lu Yong to be able to kill him with a single punch. If that was the case, Lu Yong and the others could only be convicted of unlawfully barging into the royal palace to cause trouble. With Zhang Xian's influence from the successful pavilion crashing, he should be able to resolve the issue with ease. Just that, why isn't Sun Chong replying to my messages? Zhang Xian frowned in worry. Even though the matter was not a big deal according to what he had seen so far, the problem was that Sun Chong had not replied a single time to him despite sending 8 messages over the days. This left him worried that a mishap might have occurred. Furthermore, Lu Yang's disappearance had also left him feeling a little unnerved within. Many days had already passed, so had they found him yet? With a mind filled with doubts, Zhang Xian finally arrived in the aerial space above Qingyuan City. He maneuvered the aerial Saint Beast to land at the accommodation that the Combat Master Hall had prepared for him. "Principal Zhang, you have finally returned." As soon as Zhang Xian landed, he saw Ruohuan Gongzi running over with a mix of anxiety and relief on his face. Noticing the peculiarity in Ruohuan Gongzi's expression, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" "Something bad has happened," Ruohuan Gongzi exclaimed. Liu Yang's act of killing Emperor Chu Tianqing has caused an uproar throughout the Qingyuan Empire. In order to appease the crowd, a master teacher named Song Shi has ordered the public execution of Butler's son and the other poison masters who participated in the raiding of the royal palace that day at noon. A public execution of Sun Chong and the poison masters? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed in astonishment as his expression turned livid. He quickly glanced at the sky and noted that the sun was nearly directly overhead. It was nearing noon. In other words, Sun Chong and the others could be executed at any moment. Yes, the entire Xinxian faction has headed over to the square, intending to raid the execution platform. The only reason I stayed was to inform you of the matter as soon as you returned, Ruohuan Gongzi said anxiously. Raid the execution platform? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Those fellows sure were gutsy. The members of the Xinxian faction did wield fighting prowess far surpassing that of their cultivation realm, but the problem was that their cultivation was still too low. Most of them were not even at half-saint yet. So how were they intending to stop the execution? They would be captured by the soldiers guarding the execution platform before they could start anything. "Bring me to the square right now," Zhang Xian bellowed authoritatively. There was no time to be lost. If those fearless fellows really started something, it would be difficult to resolve this matter peacefully anymore. Thus, Zhang Xian grabbed Ruohuan Gongzi and swiftly made his way for the royal palace. While making his way over, he quickly had Ruohuan Gongzi fill him in on the details. "Who is that Song Shi master teacher you spoke of earlier? How does he have the authority to order Sun Chong's execution?" Pretty much all of the master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were his students, and owing to their gratitude for his enlightenment, they would not execute Sun Chong and the others recklessly without conducting a proper investigation of Chu Tianqing's death. Based on what we have gathered thus far, Song Shi is a quasi-8-star master teacher from the Qinchong Empire. As he's an envoy dispatched by the headquarters, the other master teachers have no choice but to heed his orders, Ruohuan Gongzi explained. "He's from the Qinchong Empire?" Zhang Xian frowned. "That's right. After Chu Tianqing's death, the officials, nobles, and even soldiers of the royal court have been crowding outside the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, demanding justice for Chu Tianqing. Unable to withstand the pressure from the populace any longer, Song Shi eventually made this judgment," Ruohuan Gongzi said. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head. Indeed, for the emperor of a conferred empire to be killed so easily, if the Master Teacher Pavilion was unable to give a proper explanation for the matter, wouldn't everyone start fearing for their own lives? "Where's Liu Yang?" Zhang Xian asked grimly. After that raid on the royal palace, Liu Yang suddenly vanished. Song Shi had all the master teachers comb Qingyuan City and its vicinity, but they were still unable to find him. "We have no idea where he went. In fact, we believe that the reason Song Shi intends to execute Butler's son and the other poison masters is to force Liu Yang to appear. If they apprehend the culprit behind Chu Tianqing's death, they will at least be able to explain the matter to the Qingyuan Empire and restore some of the Master Teacher Pavilion's credibility," Ruohuan Gongzi explained. Zhang Xian nodded. Chu Tianqing's death in the heavily fortified royal palace had most probably scared the nobles and the officials of the Qingyuan Empire, as this meant that Sun Chong and the other poison masters could effectively bypass any defense and kill anyone they wanted, and there was nearly nothing they could do to prevent it. If they did not offer them a proper explanation, there was no way the other officials and nobles would let this matter rest. In fact, they might even start swaying public opinion against the Master Teacher Pavilion, and with the influence that they wielded, that could have proved troublesome. I can understand the difficult position that the Master Teacher Pavilion is in, but if they think that I will allow them to kill Sun Chong and the others over my dead body, Zhang Xian uttered coldly. An honorary elder would basically be an elder in name, but possesses no particular authority. The Qinchong Empire is the #1 conferred empire under the Empire Alliance, the place where the Sword Lagoon is located. Chapter 1235 Raiding the Execution Platform. In the square outside the royal palace, a huge crowd had gathered, numbering at least in the hundred thousands. There was a towering platform at the very middle of the square, where Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the others were firmly held in a kneeling position. Their cultivation was sealed, preventing them from struggling free and escaping. Looking at the group atop the platform, Song Chao asked anxiously, "What should we do?" The members of the Xinxian faction had arrived early in the morning, but the guards protecting the execution platform were all Saint Realm experts. In fact, there were even primordial spirit realm elders from the Master Teacher Pavilion stationed in the area as well. Against such fighting power, putting aside saving Sun Chong and the others, they would be subdued before they could even get close to the execution platform. I don't know. For Butler's son, Principal Zhang didn't even hesitate to cause an uproar in the King Zhongqing manner. Given how highly Principal Zhang regards Butler's son, if the latter is killed, I really can't imagine what kind of destruction Principal Zhang will bring upon Qingyuan City, Song Chao said with a deeply worried frown. He had become acquainted with Zhang Xin back in the Myriad Kingdoms alliance, and he knew how protective the latter was of those around him. No matter what, Sun Chong was Zhang Xin's butler, and if he was killed just like that, Zhang Xin would surely raise a storm. Perhaps the entire Qingyuan city might even be wiped off the map. Is there any word from the Combat Master Hall? They have received Principal Zhang's enlightenment, so they can be considered half-students to him. But why is it that none of them are here at this crucial moment? A member of the Xinxian faction remarked furiously. They had been training with the combat masters over the past few days, and they had imparted many of their combat tricks and secret arts to them without any reservation. Yet, in their time of need, none of the combat masters were willing to help them raid the execution platform. Naturally, some members of the Xinxian faction was deeply unhappy at this matter. We can't blame them for this either. I heard that a few of the division heads have visited the Master Teacher Pavilion to demand for Sun Chong's release, only to end up being imprisoned by Song Shi. On top of that, Song Shi has even made an official order demanding that all combat masters remain within the Combat Master Hall, or else they will be punished for defying military orders. Song Chao shook his head and sighed deeply. Combat masters were considered the military of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and for them, there was nothing higher than a military order. Considering that this was an order coming from a quasi-8-star Master Teacher from the Qinchong Empire, not to mention that he was an envoy dispatched by the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, no matter how indignant the combat masters were, they had no choice but to obey Song Shi's orders. The sole responsibility of a soldier was to obey the orders of his superior, and this was the same for combat masters. Without the aid of the combat masters, it'll be nigh impossible for us to save Butler's son and the others. The member of the Xinxian faction who had spoken earlier hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes in despair. With their cultivation realm, there was no way they could breach the defenses around the execution platform. It was truly a hopeless situation. I know that, too. Raiding an execution platform is a severe crime. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, there's a good chance that we'll be stripped of our master teacher licenses, and perhaps we might even be executed on the spot to serve as a warning to the others. It will be unreasonable of us to demand others to put their future on the line for our sake. We only have ourselves to count on, Song Shi said grimly. Even if their raid ended in a failure, just their act of attempting to undermine the orders of a quasi-8-star master teacher was enough to warrant them the death penalty. The members of the Xinxian faction who had dared come to the square had come prepared to die. How could they expect the combat masters to risk their lives to save someone whom they hardly knew? They had no moral obligation to do so at all. At this point, a voice suddenly sounded behind the members of the Xinxian faction. Who says that you only have yourselves to count on? Do you not consider us your brothers? Alarmed, the members of the Xinxian faction hurriedly turned around, and they saw familiar faces appearing before their eyes. Xiao Qin, Shi Hao, Zhao Tan, Lu Jianling, Dong Rue. They were all combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. All in all, there were several thousand of them. How did you all get here? Wasn't there a strict order against any combat master leaving the Combat Master Hall? Song Chao asked worriedly. We did receive the orders, but those orders only apply to combat masters. From this moment on, we are no longer combat masters. Sure Hao explained with a smile. All of you are no longer combat masters? Song Chao widened his eyes in shock. At this point, he suddenly realized that none of the combat masters gathered there were dressed in their combat master robe. You are relinquishing your identities as combat masters? But Song Chao clenched his fists tightly apprehensively. However, despite his worry about the combat masters, he could not help but feel a surge of warmth flowing into his heart. In the days that he had spent with the combat masters, he had come to learn how much their identity meant to them. It was their pride, their honor, and their calling. But to save Sun Chong, they were willing to throw aside what they had worked for over many years. In a moment, the eyes of the members of the Xinxian faction turned red. As combat masters, we can't blatantly go against the orders of a superior. Otherwise, what would become of the credibility of the Combat Master Hall? We cannot allow the name of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall to be sullied because of us. So, we had no choice but to abandon our identities. Sure Hao shook his head grimly. Jiao Tin also sighed deeply. Is this really worth going so far? Song Chao asked hoarsely. Zhang Shi isn't just your principal. He's our teacher as well. Without him, we would not have been able to attain the current strength we possess. We never would have known that combat and battle techniques could be interpreted in such a manner as well. We were just mere strangers to him, and yet, he taught and guided all of us without any reservation. We are all deeply indebted to him, Qin Xiao said. So, how can we simply watch idly in his time of need? Indeed, Zhang Shi is the most magnanimous person I have ever seen. To have met and learned from him is a true blessing from the heavens. Now that something has happened to his butler, there's no way we can stay out of this. You don't have to talk us out of this. Sure Hao patted Song Chao's shoulder. Unless you don't view us as your brothers? Taking a deep breath, Song Chao suppressed the overwhelming emotions he felt and replied, Of course not. Indeed, those who conducted themselves upright and properly were bound to find many people willing to stand up for them in times of need, let alone someone of Zhang Shi's character. He could still remember the day when Zhang Xian duped him of his spirit stones, and he had been so furious that he even wanted to kill the latter. But as he gradually spent more time with the latter, he came to realize that there was a lot more to him. Zhang Xian might have his flaws, but he knew right from wrong, and he persisted in the principles that he believed in regardless of how dire the situation was. Unknowingly, he actually found himself becoming Zhang Xian's loyal subordinate, willing to heed his orders and lay down his life for him. This was not just a question of personal charisma anymore. What was more important was his magnanimity and his outlook. For the sake of what he perceived to be the greater good, he was willing to put aside his personal interests and impart profound battle techniques to others unreservedly. Only a true teacher would have so many willing to stand up on his behalf and bleed for him. Since you regard us as your brothers, don't turn down our help. All right, have you all thought about how you intend to raid the execution platform? Sure Hao asked. We'll back you up accordingly. We have come up with a plan. Knowing that this was no time to chat, Song Chao swiftly got down to business. Later on, before the execution, there will be a reading of crimes first. I intend to make a move at that moment. We'll be trying to breach the defenses of the execution platform through the grand formation of myriad stars. We'll be facing primordial spirit realm experts later on, but with our sheer numbers, we might just be able to overwhelm them for a moment and buy sufficient time to free Butler Sun and the others. Grand formation of myriad stars. Indeed, that is the best collaborative formation to use in this situation. Sure Hao nodded in agreement. The grand formation of myriad stars was a formation often used by the military of empires. It served to combine the strength of an entire army together to launch a powerful assault toward a single target. The members of the Xinxian faction were not too powerful individually. Most of them were about transcendent mortal 7 Dan to 8 Dan. But when the might of over 10,000 men was combined through the massive formation, they might just be able to put together enough strength to subdue even a primordial spirit realm expert. But have you thought about how you will bring Butler Sun and the others out of Qingyuan City after rescuing them? Sure Hao asked. If there's no feasible escape route, they will only be captured again shortly after. That will render the rescue operation meaningless. This, Song Chao and the others fell silent. They knew that with the chances of success were extremely slim with their current strength, and they had already prepared themselves to lose their lives in the raid. As a result, they had not really thought too deeply about the follow-up after rescuing Sun Chong and the others. However, now that the combat masters were backing them as well, there was a chance that they might just pull it off successfully. As such, they had to start thinking about a follow-up to the rescue operation, or else Sun Chong and the others would just be recaptured soon after. Do you have an idea in mind? Song Chao asked Sure Hao. As a matter of fact, I do. My plan is rather simple. Instead of raiding the execution platform, we should find a way to hold Song Shi hostage. Sure Hao said. Hold Song Shi hostage? Song Chao widened his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, Song Shi is the key to everything that has happened. As long as we subdue him and have him take back his orders to execute Butler Sun and the others, we will be able to have Butler Sun and the others released. After that, we just have to hold him for a sufficient period of time for Butler Sun and the others to get out of Qingyuan City. Song Chao and the others contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. That does sound like a feasible idea. It was solely based on Song Shi's command that Sun Chong and the others were being executed. In other words, as long as Song Shi took back his orders, Sun Chong and the others should be able to leave Qingyuan City safely. How do you intend to carry your plan out? We'll follow you. Seeing that Sure Hao had a better plan in mind, Song Chao and the others quickly turned their attention to Sure Hao. It's quite simple. Just move on my command later, Sure Hao said. However, before he could reveal his plan, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from the execution platform, instantly silencing the voices of the 100,000 men in the square. An elder floating above the execution platform gazed at the crowd beneath before speaking in an authoritative voice. I am Quasi-8-Star Master Teacher Song Xin. Xinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Song Shi. Sun Chong, along with his conspirators from the Poison Hall, raided the royal palace overnight, knocking out all of the guards with their poison before murdering Emperor Chu Tianqing. For the heinous crimes they have committed, I hereby decree that they are to be publicly executed. He's Song Shi. Previously, they had not really thought much about the other party. However, upon feeling the unbelievably powerful aura that the other party emanated, Sure Hao and the others could not help but begin hesitating. A leaving aperture pinnacle expert could not be defeated by numbers alone. Song Shi scanned the surroundings, and unable to find the missing Lu Yang amid the crowd. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips as he harumphed coldly. It's noon. Carry out the execution. Voila! As those words were spoken, a huge execution blade rose into the air, preparing to fall upon the necks of Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the other poison masters. Seeing that it would be too late if they did not make a move right now, Sure Hao bellowed now. Boom! Right after those words were spoken, countless surges of Zhenqi gathered together to form a massive dragon, and it charged with incredible momentum towards Song Shi in the air. This massive dragon had the strength of over 10,000 members of the Xinxian faction and several thousand combat masters. While their cultivation was not too high individually, they still posed a frightening force when their strengths were put together. The massive dragon seemed to tear right through space, appearing before Song Shi in an instant. You brazen scoundrels! Not expecting someone to actually raid the execution platform and even make a move on him, Song Shi's eyes immediately narrowed in fury. He raised his hand and pressed it forcefully downward. Voila! The sheer might of his palm strike froze the massive dragon in midair. As a leaving aperture realm expert, an existence just a step away from the Grand Dominion realm, Song Shi was no longer an opponent who could be defeated just by combining the strength of the masses. How dare you scoundrels raid the execution platform and assault a Quasi-8-Star Master Teacher? I'll deal with you all personally after executing this bunch here. Execute them. After fending off the massive dragon, Song Shi sneered coldly as he raised his other hand. Wong. Countless execution blades immediately fell for the necks of Sun Chong and the others. But, at the very last moment, the execution blades suddenly froze in midair. following which an ice-cold voice swept through the surroundings like a tornado, resounding loudly in everyone's ears. You want to execute my men? Let me ask you, how many heads do you have? Following which, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the square, gazing down on the execution platform as if a deity who had descended from the heavens. Chapter 1236 I'll choke you with my words. A tall and slender figure stood imposingly in the air. An ordinary face he had, but in his eyes was a brilliance reminiscent of the stars. There was nothing exceptionally powerful about his presence, and there were plenty of people possessing a cultivation stronger than him. Yet, there was a suffocating pressure coming from him, leaving the crowd feeling as if they were facing the might of the heavens instead. To oppose him would be no different from opposing the very world they lived in, and there was only one fate that could come out of such foolishness. Zhang Shi, Principal Zhang is here. Finally, Song Chao and the others clenched their fists tightly in agitation, and their eyes reddened. The pressure they had been under for the past few days was simply so great that it felt as if they would be crushed beneath it. It was truly fortunate that their principal had arrived at this timely moment. With his arrival, the members of the Xinxian faction and the combat masters seemed to have finally found their backbone and their direction. You are Zhang Xian? Song Shi glanced at Zhang Xian with a displeased frown. You're finally here. That will at least spare me the trouble of finding you. As a master teacher, you failed to keep your student in check, allowing him to act as he pleased and ruin the order that the Master Teacher Pavilion has established with difficulty in this world. Surely you should understand how heavy a crime it is even if I don't explain it to you, right? In light of your previous contributions and the fact that you were not around in Qingyuan City when the incident happened, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. As long as you can harden your heart to punish these men personally so as to affirm your values, I'll plead for leniency to the Master Teacher Pavilion on your behalf. Song Shi's initial intention of executing Sun Chong and the others was to lure out Lu Yong, but who would have thought that he would draw out Zhang Xian instead? Nevertheless, this still worked. To raise but not teach is the fault of a father, and to teach but lack sternness is the blunder of a teacher. Even though it was Lu Yong who had killed Chu Tianqing, Zhang Xian's failure to instill the correct values in his direct disciple despite imparting cultivation techniques and battle techniques to him could also be said to be the root of the problem. As such, he also had to take responsibility for this matter. Typically speaking, while Zhang Xian would have to be punished for the matter, it would not be too severe. However, considering that the person Lu Yong had killed was the emperor of a conferred empire, the Master Teacher Pavilion had no choice but to be harsher in the matter. In the worst-case scenario, Zhang Xian might even be stripped of his 7-star Master Teacher license. However, this was not something that Song Shi wanted to see. No matter what, just Zhang Xian's feat of successfully crashing the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion was more than sufficient to show that he was an outstanding talent, a person who would become a firm pillar of the Master Teacher Pavilion in the days to come. As long as the young man was willing to reflect on his mistake and right his wrong, severing the relationship between him and his troublemaking butler and the poison masters, there was still some ground for reconciliation. You want me to kill Sun Chong and the others to affirm my values? What lofty words you speak. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed coldly. Are you intending to raid the execution platform like the rest of them? Hearing the hostility in the young man's tone, Song Shi's face darkened. Have you forgotten that you are a master teacher? As a 7-star master teacher, you are a role model for the rest of the world. Someone like you has no right to act willfully. In view of your talents and past contributions, I'll give you just one last opportunity. Please don't waste this precious chance that I have placed in your hands. You can keep that chance for yourself. Seeing how Song Shi was acting as if having him kill Sun Chong was a great mercy, Zhang Xian could not even be bothered to waste his breath anymore. In the next moment, a torrential aura surged forth from Zhang Xian, piercing right through the clouds. Do you think that you can climb over my head just because I have been considerate of you? Song Shi bellowed wrathfully as he raised his hand. The other party was just a 7-star master teacher who happened to have a bit of talent. He had already gone so far to help the other party, and yet, the other party simply had shrugged his goodwill away as if it was nothing at all. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. With a face livid with rage, Zhang Xian slowly walked over to the towering execution platform a step at a time. Consider it? There's no need for it. I, Zhang Xian, have never required the consideration of others. At this moment, he was incredibly angry. Not long ago, Pavilion Master Go, Tianqing, and 7 other 7-star master teachers had passed away, and as a quasi-8-star master teacher, Song Shi should have investigated that matter right away. Yet, he had neglected so many more important issues and chosen to clutch at this matter relentlessly instead. On top of that, there were also plenty of suspicious aspects to the issue even if Song Shi did not have any prior knowledge beforehand, such as Chu Tianqing's abrupt kidnapping of Lu Yong, and Wu Shi instructing an elder to keep a tight watch on Chu Tianqing. A more meticulous person would have investigated deeper and waited for Wu Shi to return in order to get the full story before passing judgment. Granted, there was pressure from the officials and nobles, but as a quasi-8-star master teacher, Song Shi should have been able to suppress their movements for quite some time. Just why in the world did the headquarters send such an incompetent fellow? Audacious. Zhang Xian, don't think that you can act as you please just because you successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. I, Song Xian, am a quasi-8-star master teacher, an envoy dispatched here by the headquarters to deal with the mess here. As a 7-star master teacher of a subordinate master teacher pavilion, how dare you speak and behave so disrespectfully before me? Have you forgotten the formalities that you should follow as a master teacher? Song Shi bellowed angrily. He had heard about Zhang Xian crashing the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, and even he had no choice but to admit that the young man was an exceptional genius. This was also why, despite being an austere and inflexible person himself, he had still chosen to make a special exception on this matter to grant leniency to the young man. It was one thing for the young man to not appreciate his goodwill, but to actually forego all formalities and treat him with utter disrespect was intolerable. Formalities? I am in no mood for those at the moment. All I know is that those men on the execution platform do not deserve to die. Zhang Xian uttered coldly as he continued advancing toward the execution platform. It's not your place to decide if they deserve to die. Just on the grounds that they have assassinated the emperor of a conferred empire and induced panic and chaos within the country is more than enough to have them beheaded numerous times over. As a master teacher, you should be well aware of this. Harumphing coldly, Song Shi flicked his palm, and the execution blades floating above Sun Chong and the poison master's heads rose up once more, and just as they were about to decapitate the helpless bunch beneath them, pong, 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 the 100 or so execution blades shattered into dust before scattering into the surroundings. Preposterous. I finally know why the peaceful Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion suddenly found problems cropping up one after another following your arrival. Indeed, a mere droplet of poison ruins an entire pot of porridge. Zhang Xian, do the laws of the Master Teacher Pavilion mean nothing to you? Just because you have a little bit of talent doesn't mean. Song Shi was so angered that he could have exploded on the spot. The young man was clearly there to raid the execution platform as well. Shut your mouth. Despite the clear sky overhead, the deep rumbling of thunder reverberated deafeningly in the air. Standing less than 10 meters away from Song Shi, Zhang Xian glared at the latter with deadly sharp eyes, carrying a disposition and might that compelled one to defer to him. You. Hearing the young man tell him to shut his mouth, Song Shi's body trembled from the sheer rage running through his veins. He was just about to give the young man a tongue lashing when the latter's deafening voice sounded in the air. You want to talk to me about the rules? About the formalities? Very well, let's do just that. While I, Zhang Xian, was investigating the murders in the Master Teacher Pavilion and foiling the schemes of the otherworldly demonic tribe, what were you doing? While I was venturing deep into the treacherous marshlands of the northern meadows to hunt down the Qingtian Emperor so as to prevent him from claiming any more innocent lives, what were you doing? While I was imparting my knowledge to the master teachers and combat masters so as to reduce potential casualties in the fight against the otherworldly demons, what were you doing? As a quasi-8-star master teacher, instead of properly investigating the truth behind the deaths of the master teachers, You took what you saw for granted and turned a blind eye to everything else, choosing the easiest way out of this matter for yourself. So, tell me, what right do you have to judge me and my men? Boom. Zhang Xian's voice echoed clearly throughout the entire Qingyuan city, along with the deep rumbling of thunder, as if even the heavens were resonating with his rage. The righteous aura that Zhang Xian emanated added a majestic authority to his words, allowing no one to refute him. You, choked speechless. Song Shi's face reddened in frustration, and it looked as if he would blow up at any moment. However, Zhang Xian was not intending to just stop there, and he interrupted Song Shi forcefully. Chu Tianqing chose to side with the otherworldly demons. Why aren't you investigating that? Tianqing was a clone of an otherworldly demon emperor. Why aren't you investigating that? Pavilion Master Go neglected his responsibilities and left the affairs of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion fully in Tianqing's hands, resulting in the Master Teacher Pavilion's decline day after day. Why aren't they investigating that? Shall I point the answer out for you? It's because you don't give a damn at all. You allowed yourself to remain ignorant, willfully turning a blind eye to all of those important issues, and choosing to devote your effort to cornering my butler and a bunch of poison masters instead. Song Xian, I just want to ask you, is this how you intend to use the authority that the Master Teacher Pavilion has granted you? Is this how you conduct yourself as a quasi-8-star Master Teacher? Song Shi immediately wanted to refute Zhang Xian's argument, but the latter was not intending to give him a chance to speak. The reason Kong Shi established the Master Teacher Pavilion was to bring knowledge and clarity to mankind, thus bringing us to greater heights. He became an embodiment of his beliefs and dedicated his life to teaching others, and that has why he was eventually respected by countless as the world's teacher. The meaning behind the existence of the Master Teacher Pavilion is to emulate Kong Shi's greatness and bring wisdom to the minds of mankind. As a quasi-8-star Master Teacher, why don't you tell me how my direct disciple, Liu Yang, a cultivator who hasn't even reached Saint Realm, managed to kill a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert like Chu Tianqing? If Chu Tianqing could really be killed so easily by my direct disciple, is there any significance behind the existence of the Qingyuan Empire? Don't bother justifying it by saying that the poison masters have used poison. I have already looked into the matter myself, and it's confirmed that they have only used the scattering breeze powder. 20 years ago, the otherworldly demonic tribe used the scattering breeze powder to assault the Qingyuan Empire, nearly resulting in its destruction. Putting aside the fact that Chu Tianqing was a puppet of the Qingtian Emperor and could very well have an antidote prepared for himself after the failure 20 years ago, do you think that the royal family would not have taken any precautions against it? If they did not take any precautions, does that not mean that they have a screw loose in their heads? Or have they chosen to betray mankind to side with the otherworldly demonic tribe? If the royal family is really that negligent, do they really have what it takes to protect their people from external threats? Zhang Xian's voice grew more and more forbidding. Unknowingly, Song Shi's rage had turned into bewilderment and horror, and he began trembling uncontrollably at Zhang Xian's words. On the other hand, flinging his sleeves furiously, Zhang Xian pressed on. Chu Tianqing's death was riddled with discrepancies, but you failed to conduct a thorough investigation of the matter to uncover the truth. This is incompetence. You allowed yourself to be swayed by the words of the nobles and officials, choosing to heed their will instead of making a fair judgment. This is foolishness. As a quasi-8-star Master Teacher, you ignored the direct threat that the Master Teacher Pavilion was in, and your negligence could have potentially resulted in the deaths of many more Master Teachers. This is getting your priorities wrong. You had the division heads and combat masters of the Combat Master Hall imprisoned on a whim, using your identity as an envoy of the headquarters in order to suppress their dissension, effectively undermining the command structure that the Master Teacher Pavilion has put in place. This is an abuse of power. Incompetence, foolishness, getting your priorities wrong, and abuse of power. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back, and his eyebrows shot up. Song Xian, how could you possibly have the cheek to call yourself a quasi-8-star Master Teacher? Pooh. Song Shi's face was completely scarlet, and blood spurted from his mouth. His body wavered intensely for a moment, and he nearly fell to the ground. He actually made Song Shi spurt blood through mere words? Song Chao and the others gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they glanced at one another with pale faces. In order to conduct a successful raid of the execution platform, they had undergone much discussion and refined their plan time and time again. Yet, when it came to the time for them to make a move, they had helplessly realized that they were no match for Song Shi at all. If they had really gone against the latter, there was no doubt that they would all have been wiped out. They had thought that they were doomed when the massive dragon they had created by putting all of their strength together was subdued so easily. But who knew that Zhang Xian would suddenly appear at this moment? And without making a single move, he actually managed to make Song Shi spurt blood with just his words. Young master's mouth technique is really formidable, the bound Sun Chong muttered as he stared at the sight before him. Mouth technique? Cough, cough. That peculiar term left Elder Su choking on his saliva. Benefactor, what should we do now? Don't worry. Didn't I tell you earlier? Our young master will surely make a move to save us. Even if he does not, there's still our old master. They won't watch as a mishap befalls me, so there's no need to worry at all, Sun Chong replied calmly with a yawn. Over the couple of days that he had been imprisoned, not only had he remained completely uninjured, it even seemed like he had grown even plumper than before. It was as if he was exhausted from cultivating, so he took a short vacation over at the prison of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Our benefactor sure is fearless. Hearing Sun Chong's words and actions, Elder Su was speechless. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, why did it seem like the benefactor before him was different from the one he had met before? The benefactor he knew was valiant, decisive, and incredibly wise. He could remain composed even in the most threatening situation to find the most suitable manner to maneuver his way out of danger. On the other hand, the person before him, while being locked in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, he had eaten portions intended for 5 people and slept his time away. No matter how he looked at it, the two of them seemed to be completely different people. Still, there was no doubt that their benefactor was a one-of-kind individual. Despite being indicted in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, possibly losing his life at any moment, he was still able to keep his cool, continuing to carry out his usual routine fearlessly. There were not many people in the world who had such nerves of steel. At the very least, Elder Su knew that he did not. Perhaps this was why the founder had chosen their benefactor in the first place. This is a quote from the famous 3-character classic, which is commonly used by children for elementary education. It basically reflects the values of Confucianism, which in this case, the belief that a parent and a teacher should be responsible in granting a child a good upbringing, instilling in him the correct values in life, resorting to severity to bring them back to the right path if required. This is a belief that is still commonly shared by many Chinese families nowadays. Chapter 1237 Severit, you sure do have a sharp tongue. After spurting a mouthful of blood, Song Shi finally managed to collect his thoughts. There's still a need for further investigation to determine whether what you have said is true or not. But it's a fact that Sun Chong and the group from the Poison Hall snuck into the Qingyuan Royal Palace, knocked out all of the guards, and assassinated Emperor Chu Tianqing. There is clear evidence of their crimes, so there's no refuting this matter. If we do not punish them to make an example, how can we maintain order in the rest of the world? The authority of the Master-Teacher Pavilion will be undermined. If everyone acted in the same manner as them, it would be pandemonium. It was not that Song Shi really wanted Sun Chong and the others to die, but it was impossible to appease the hearts of the populace without doing so. If they were to allow the culprits who had assassinated the emperor of a country to get away so easily, wouldn't the entire Master-Teacher continent swiftly fall into chaos? Song Shi gazed at the Master Teachers on the execution platform and ordered with a majestic wave of his hands, "Continue the sentence." Despite what Zhang Xian had said, there was solid proof of Sun Chong and the other Poison Master's wrongdoings. Regardless of whether they had really killed Emperor Chu Tianqing or not, they had certainly participated in and contributed to the assassination. Since that was the case, it was only right for them to be punished. Very well. Since you refused to listen to reason. Seeing that Song Shi still wanted to execute Sun Chong and the others, Zhang Xian waved his hands majestically. Take him down. Humph. You think that the bunch of brats you have down there will be able to faze me? Song Xian laughed in fury and disdainfully gazed down on Song Chao and the others below. While they had managed to gather quite a number of allies to raid the execution platform, it was a pity that their individual prowess was too weak. Even if they were to gather 100,000 transcendent mortal 8-dan brats, they would not be able to faze him in the slightest. Saint 6-dan Grand Dominion Realm was also known as the Realm of Invincibility. Once a cultivator activated their dominion, numbers would no longer be sufficient to faze them. While Song Shi was still at Saint 5-dan Pinnacle, he was only a step away from making a breakthrough. If this bunch of small fries could actually faze him, the time he had spent cultivating would have really been vain. It seems like you really don't know how fearsome a quasi-8-star master teacher is. Sneering coldly, Song Shi raised his hand. An intangible will rippled outward swiftly from Song Shi, shrouding Song Chao and the others within it in an instant. This will weigh down on the group from the Xinxian faction in the Combat Master Hall like a massive mountain. Every single one of them froze on the spot. Putting aside launching an attack, even moving was difficult for them. Your strength is indeed formidable. Seeing that Song Shi had only suppressed Song Chao and the others, not intending them any harm, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he shot an impassive gaze toward the other party. But who told you that I was commanding them? You weren't commanding them? Song Shi was taken aback. Then, before he could finish his words, he suddenly sensed a searing dragon made of zhenqi surging upward. You! Song Shi hurriedly turned around, and his eyes narrowed in horror. The ones who had made a move were not those who had come to raid the execution platform. They were the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, those who were directly under his command. In this moment, all of them were channeling their strength together to assault him. Break! Knowing that this was not the moment to be dazed, Song Shi gritted his teeth tightly as he gathered his strength to face the searing dragon. The strength of a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert was incomparably powerful. The palm strike that Song Shi launched seemed to carry the weight of the sky in it. But as powerful as his battle technique was, it came nowhere close to comparing to the massive zhenqi dragon below. Kacha! Kacha! Song Shi's palm strike was swiftly overpowered by the massive dragon, and he ended up being struck in the chest, causing his ribcage to crack. At the same time, the momentum of the dragon's charge also knocked him high into the sky. You might be a quasi-8-star master teacher, but all of the master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion are my students. Glancing at the look of disbelief on the face of the swiftly retreating Song Shi, Zhang Xian shook his head. You couldn't have been more foolish to use my own students to deal with me. Back when he had crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he had lectured all of the 6-star and 7-star master teachers present in the area, and out of gratitude for his teachings, they had ended up acknowledging him as their teacher. At the same time, the fact that he had successfully crashed the pavilion also meant that the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion had to unconditionally obey his orders. After knocking Song Shi flying, Zhang Xian swiftly flitted over to the execution platform and waved his hand. Voila! The chains binding Sun Chong and the Poison Masters immediately shattered. Facing the group before him, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. You all have suffered. While the Master Teacher Pavilion could not resort to vicious torture on their captives, the group must have been under a great deal of mental pressure knowing that they would be executed soon. Sun Chong rushed up to Zhang Xian as soon as he was freed, and he cried with reddened eyes, Young Master, you must redress my grievances. Watching as their benefactor made the transition from extreme composure to extreme indignation in just an instant, Elder Su's lips twitched wildly. As expected of their benefactor, he had even mastered the art of changing his face swiftly. You should liaise with Song Chao and the others first. There are still some matters that I have to settle here. While saying those words, Zhang Xian could not help but notice that Sun Chong had grown fatter, and a disapproving frown appeared on his face. However, knowing that this was not the time to talk about such a matter, he quickly waved them away. He might have saved Sun Chong and the others for the time being, but this matter was not settled yet. The ordinary civilians were still unaware of the truth, And if the incomplete version of events they knew were to spread far and wide, not only would it affect his reputation, it would also bring him great trouble as well. More importantly, he had made a move on a quasi-8-star master teacher, an envoy dispatched by the headquarters. If he did not resolve this matter properly, he would be charged with insubordinate, and that could lead to dire consequences. Yes, young master. Trusting that his young master would resolve the matter promptly, Sun Chang nodded before leaping off the execution platform along with the others. You scoundrel! If I don't teach you the consequences of disrespecting a senior master teacher, I shall abandon my surname. Boom. Right after Zhang Xian was done making arrangements, a furious bellow suddenly sounded below. The next moment, Song Shi flew back up with a savage look on his face. To think that he, a quasi-8-star master teacher from the Qinchong Empire, despite coming down to the weaker Qingyuan Empire, would actually end up being smacked flying. The irrepressible anger that he felt left him on the verge of exploding. If he did not get the other party back for this matter, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he would no longer be able to face anyone else. As master teachers, reputation was extremely important as well. Without a good reputation, what would become of their dignity, and who would be willing to heed their teachings? Driving his Zhenqi furiously, Song Shi forcefully suppressed the injuries in his chest as he flipped upside down and dived downward toward Zhang Xian, making use of the momentum of his descent to augment his palm strike. A palm strike from the heavens, a master teacher asked with narrowed eyes. He was the same master teacher whom Zhang Jiuxiao had spoken to back when Zhang Xian executed a similar technique against Pavilion Master Go during the pavilion crashing. To this day, he could still remember the astounding prowess harnessed within that palm strike, as well as the feeling of helplessness that rose in his heart as he witnessed its overwhelming might. Palm strike from the heavens? What I see is a cauldron from the heavens instead. Another master teacher beside him uttered with a pale face. Cauldron? The first master teacher was taken aback by the abrupt remark. He quickly glanced above Song Shi, and his mouth began twitching uncontrollably. A cauldron had appeared right above that quasi-8-star master teacher at some point, and it was currently descending at a speed far swifter than Song Shi was descending. Pong! Before Song Shi's palm strike could reach Zhang Xian, the massive cauldron had crashed into the area between his two thighs. The scream of agony echoed loudly in the air as Song Shi's figure crashed heavily into the execution platform as if a cannonball, creating a huge depression in the ground. Following which, his figure swiftly cramped up together as if a shrimp as he trembled uncontrollably with a ghastly pale face. If it was not for Song Shi's superior cultivation, that single blow would have knocked him out on the spot. The mouths of the other master teachers twitched wildly upon seeing this sight. Just watching the sight was enough to induce a tight cringe on their faces and an involuntary shudder through their bodies. They could not even bring themselves to imagine how Song Shi was feeling at that moment. Offend anyone but that cauldron? It was simply too vicious. I'll kill you. Struggling weakly to his feet, a furious killing intent was ignited in Song Shi's eyes. He glared at the golden origin cauldron with sharp daggers in his eyes. Zhang Xian was a genius who had successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, so he dared not kill him. On the other hand, for a mere artifact to dare treat him in such a manner, there was no way he would let it get away scot-free. But right after Song Shi spoke those words, he suddenly noticed that the massive bottom of the golden origin cauldron was falling toward him once more. The cauldron had only landed the attack the previous time because he had been caught off guard. However, prepared this time around, how could he allow the golden origin cauldron to strike him once more? He lifted his finger and tapped in the air. The air above him suddenly became incredibly viscous, causing the golden origin cauldron's speed of descent to slow sharply before eventually freezing in space. Despite his injuries, Song Shi was still a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Master Teacher. While his strength could not compete with the other vicious, he was still far stronger than the Qingtian Emperor. The Golden Origin Cauldron was only at leaving Aperture Realm Advanced stage, and it had not learned any kind of battle technique before. As such, it was only capable of carrying out simple charges, which made it easy for any opponent stronger than it to subdue it. Die! After freezing the golden origin cauldron in midair, Song Shi flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. With a graceful arc, he pulled his sword down upon the golden origin cauldron. As expected of a quasi-8-star master teacher from the Qinchong Empire, even his sword was a Saint intermediate-tier artifact that was nowhere weaker than the golden origin cauldron. Master, save me. Knowing that it would be fatally injured if it was struck by the sword, the golden origin cauldron cried in fright. But all of a sudden, the golden origin cauldron suddenly heard an incomparably calm voice within its mind. Even though he's already very close to reaching the Grand Dominion realm, he has not made the breakthrough yet, so there are many gaps in his assault that can be exploited. Shift slightly to the left and open your cauldron lid, following which, sink downward and dive into the execution platform. Attack him when the distance between the both of you has been reduced to 3 meters. There is an opening in the Baimen acupoint in front of his chest, so conduct your attack in such a manner. Those words were communicated via Jinqi telepathy, so it took only a tenth of a breath for the golden origin cauldron to receive the entire message. At this moment, the sword chi executed from Song Shi's sword was already right before it. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, the golden origin cauldron swiftly obeyed what its master told him and shifted slightly left. Wong. The sword struck its lid, and a reverberating boom reminiscent of a gong echoed throughout the area. While feeling a sharp pain on its spirit, the golden origin cauldron hurriedly opened its lid and sunk its body into the ground. Boom! A sound reminiscent of the rumbling of thunder boomed towards Song Xian, causing his vision to blur for a moment. It was not a demonic tune, but the abrupt, deafening noise did produce an effect reminiscent of a powerful demonic tune for an instant. Gotcha! As soon as that was done, the golden origin cauldron dove straight into the execution platform, leaving a massive hole in its wake. The execution platform was basically an elevated platform supported by pillars below, so there was empty space right beneath the execution platform. As soon as the golden origin cauldron dove into the execution platform, the viscosity in the air that was limiting its movement previously vanished all of a sudden. With a swift movement, it arrived at the area that Zhang Xian had mentioned earlier and dived back upward, aiming for the opening in Song Shi's Baimen acupoint. Song Shi's face warped in horror. He quickly raised both of his hands to dodge the attack. Even though he did not have much time to react, his swift reaction allowed him to defend against the charging cauldron, albeit with some difficulty. Unfortunately, he did not notice a stubby leg of the cauldron furiously kicking upward with frightening momentum behind it. Gotcha! A crisp sound reminiscent of shattering eggs echoed in the air. Song Shi kneeled onto the floor, and this time, his body was scrunched up in an even more extreme angle than before. I will kill you. Even speaking was a difficulty for Song Shi with the excruciating pain and the intense trembling of his body. On the other hand, Zhang Xian turned to the golden origin cauldron and lectured furiously, "Look at what you have done. Where are your manners? Can't you at least control your strength properly?" After which, he turned to look at Song Shi apologetically and said, "My apologies, Song Shi. I have really spoiled my cauldron too much. It does not even know how to respect its elders anymore. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it a harsh tongue lashing when I return. As for your injuries..." At this point, he lowered his head to look at the pitifully trembling Song Shi and sighed deeply. Shaking his head, he took out a dagger and passed it over. "Why don't you just sever it?" Chapter 1238. Are you still suckling milk? Pooh. Song Shi spurted a mouthful of blood after hearing Zhang Xian's words before fainting from sheer rage and indignation. As a quasi-8-star master teacher coming to the weaker Qingyuan Empire, he should have been in a position of absolute prestige and authority with none daring to oppose him. But things didn't seem to go as he anticipated. Firstly, all the master teachers that should have been under his command ended up turning against him. As if that was not enough, a cauldron even crippled him. What further intensified his wrath was that Zhang Xian was even putting on a look of innocence, as if he had nothing to do with it at all. You might have given pointers to your cauldron very discreetly, but as a quasi-8-star master teacher, did you really think that I wouldn't be able to notice it? In secret, You gave pointers to your artifact to teach it how to cripple me, but publicly, you put on an innocent front, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with you. Can you get any more shameless than that? Furthermore, sever? Sever your head. Crippled as it may be, it still beats having nothing at all. Seeing that Song Shi had really fainted, Zhang Xian shook his head and sheathed his dagger. He placed his finger on the latter's renzhong to help him regain consciousness, after which, he turned to the golden origin cauldron and bellowed furiously, "What are you standing around there for? Come over and apologize." "Yes, master." The golden origin cauldron walked over awkwardly with its stubby legs, reminiscent of the movements of a duck. Standing before Song Shi, it apologized earnestly. "Song Shi, I shouldn't have kicked your crotch. To make up for the damage you have incurred, why don't I allow you to kick me twice?" After saying those words, the golden origin cauldron spread open its legs, as if inviting Song Shi over. Pooh! Song Shi spurted yet another mouthful of blood. "The heck? Is you kicking my crotch the same thing as me kicking your crotch? Do you even have anything there for me to kick? Besides, I am a quasi-8-star master teacher. If I need someone else to spread his legs for me to kick him back, what would become of my honor?" Song Shi struggled free out of Zhang Xian's support as he bellowed, "Zhang Xian, you forcefully freed the prisoners on death row, disrespected your senior, and ordered your artifact to make a move against me. It's clear that you have no eyes for the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion at all. Have no doubt that I'll have this matter reported to the headquarters." "You will report this matter to the headquarters?" "That's right." Song Shi roared with gritted teeth. "Very well. Golden Origin Cauldron, I'll leave our Song Shi over here in your care. Make sure to give him plenty of love." Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. "Sure thing." Excited, the Golden Origin Cauldron lifted its short and stubby legs, and it looked as if it would shoot up toward a certain location once more. "You." Alarmed, Song Shi hurriedly staggered backward weakly. He swiftly drove his shenqi, thinking that he would at least make Zhang Xian pay the price for his actions even if he died there. However, at that moment, the sharp call of a saint beast suddenly echoed across the sky. A moment later, something reminiscent of an inferno appeared by the horizon. "It's the Saint Six Dan Saint Beast, Inferno Cloud Phoenix." Song Shi narrowed his eyes in astonishment, following which a thought came to his mind, and he began trembling in agitation. "It's the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion's Yao Shi, Yao Mantian." "Yao Mantian?" Zhang Xian frowned. Activating his eye of insight, he began examining the inferno closely. There indeed a figure standing on the back of the Inferno Cloud Phoenix. It was a lady who appeared to be in her 40s. Dressed in plain clothes, her external appearance could not be said to be beautiful. However, the graceful disposition that she commanded set her apart from the crowd, giving the impression that she was a noble goddess from the heavens. Pinned on her chest was a Master Teacher emblem, and the 8 stars on it gleamed conspicuously beneath the brilliant rays of the sun. 8-star Master Teacher? To think that the other party was a real 8-star Master Teacher. In other words, at the very least, she was a Saint Six Dan Grand Dominion Realm expert. Amid shocked gazes, the Inferno Cloud Phoenix halted right above the execution platform, following which, Yao Shi slowly walked down from the back of the aerial Saint Beast. Before she reached the platform, a graceful voice filled the area. "I am 8-star low-tier Master Teacher Yao Mantian from the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. I have come under the orders of the headquarters to investigate the death of Pavilion Master Go. May I know if Vice Pavilion Master Wu of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion is here at the moment?" Investigate the death of Pavilion Master Go? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Back when Zhang Xian crashed the pavilion and Tianqing escaped, Pavilion Master Go had applied for the help of the headquarters in order to track the latter down, so the headquarters had sent Song Shi over. After which, Pavilion Master Go died along with 7 other 7-star Master Teachers, and in view of the massive threat that the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion was in at that moment, Wu Shi also sent another application for help. The second matter was too huge for Song Shi, whom they had dispatched previously from the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to deal with Tianqing. So the headquarters had decided to send an 8-star master teacher over as well. Due to the lag in between the two matters, Song Shi and Yao Shi had not been informed that the other would be going to the Qingyuan Empire as well. Xinqiang Empire 7-star master teacher Song Xin pays respect to Yao Shi. Song Shi stepped forward and greeted. Quasi 8-star master teacher was an informal title created by the master teachers themselves in view of the vast disparity in strength inherent among the 7-star master teachers. This title was never officially recognized by the Master Teacher Pavilion, so in front of a higher-ranking Master Teacher, Song Shi did not dare to address himself as a quasi-8-star Master Teacher for fear that he might appear impudent. I remember meeting you once when I visited the Xinqiang Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to conduct a lecture a few years back. Yao Mantian nodded before a hint of intrigue crept into her voice. What are you doing here? Also, your injuries. With her eye of discernment, she could immediately tell that Song Shi's crotch had been injured. For a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert to be injured in such a location, could he have been facing a formidable opponent prior to her arrival? Reporting to Yao Shi, I came here at the orders of the headquarters to investigate the matter concerning Zhang Shi's pavilion crashing and the disappearance of Vice Pavilion Master Tian. However, when I arrived, I learned that Emperor Chu Tianqing had been assassinated. I was unable to find the murderer, but I did manage to uncover his accomplices. By the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion, those criminals should be publicly executed to serve as a strict warning to others against doing the same. Yet, who could have known that Zhang Shi over here would disregard the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion and willfully rescue those criminals, even going to the extent of disrespecting and assaulting me? Song Shi swiftly explained the matter to Yao Shi. Yao Shi, I ask of you to redress my grievances. You are saying that Zhang Shi rescued the criminals and injured you? Yao Mantian frowned as she turned to Zhang Xian and asked, Are you Zhang Xian? Is what Song Shi said true? It's true that I did free those men who were to be executed, and it was indeed my artifact, the Golden Origin Cauldron, that injured him. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and answered the question, not denying the matter. With so many people beneath the execution platform witnessing the incident, there was no way he could deny the matter. Since that was the case, he might as well admit to it candidly. Song Shi has come to Qingyuan Empire as an envoy of the headquarters, so his words represent the very will of the headquarters. Yet, to disregard his judgment, raid the execution platform, and even injure him. Do you understand how heavy a crime that is? Yao Mantian asked imposingly. Given how huge an affair a pavilion crashing was, she had also heard of Zhang Xian. For a person as young as him to successfully crash an entire Master Teacher Pavilion, the talent that he wielded was truly inconceivable. As long as he did not die prematurely, he was bound to achieve great things in the future. Since that was the case, why would he suddenly do something so reckless and foolish at this moment, giving up the bright future ahead of him? Reporting to Yao Shi, there's more to the story than Song Shi reported. As a 7-star master teacher, I am aware of the implications of my actions, but I had no choice but to resort to such actions. I did not wish to see the Master Teacher Pavilion being mocked over a foolish course of action. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. Foolish course of action? Yao Mantian asked doubtfully. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded before he began explaining. Vice Pavilion Master Tian was a spy of the otherworldly demon. He was an incarnation of the will of the Qingtian Emperor of the Qingtian lineage, which means that his roots can be traced back to the otherworldly demonic tribe. He was colluding with King Zhongqing and Emperor Chu Tianqing, and they sought to bring disorder and chaos upon mankind. Zhang Xian swiftly explained the matter concerning Tianqing and the Qingtian lineage to Yao Shi. Of course, he made sure to neglect the portion concerning vicious. By the time Yao Shi had heard the full story, her eyes were already widened in shock. Staring at Zhang Xian intently, she asked grimly, This is a huge matter. Do you have any evidence? This matter concerned the vice head of a Master Teacher Pavilion and the Emperor of a conferred empire. If they were to fail to deal with this matter promptly, the reputation of the Master Teacher Pavilion could possibly be sent into the gutters, and its credibility would take a huge blow. Wu Shi and the others should have already reported the incident to the headquarters. If Yao Shi doubts my word, you can try to establish contact with the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion to ask about the matter. They should have the corpse of the Qingtian Emperor there as evidence, Zhang Xian said. It was true that the Qingtian Emperor and Tianqing were already dead, but their bodies remained. As difficult as it might be, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters should still have its ways to find out whether Tianqing was truly the incarnation of the Qingtian Emperor or not. This matter could easily be verified by the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and knowing this, it was not likely for Zhang Xian to make up such an easily exposable lie. Thus, Yao Mantian nodded. I'll contact the headquarters later to look into the matter. However, even if there was something wrong with Chu Tianqing, Zhang Shi, you should also know that there is a set of formal procedures to deal with the matter. The matter should have been reported to the headquarters, and the headquarters would then have placed Chu Tianqing on a trial before sentencing him. The actions of your butler and the poison masters of barging into the royal palace, poisoning all of the guards, and killing Chu Tianqing are inappropriate and unacceptable. Since Chu Tianqing was a traitor of humanity, I understand why you might think that it's unjustified for Song Shi to sentence them to death. However, you must also consider the huge implications that would arise from the assassination of the emperor of a conferred empire. In order to calm the hearts of the people, this is a course of action that Song Shi has no choice but to take for the sake of the greater good. On the other hand, your act of barging into the execution platform and ordering your artifact to injure him is impudent and unacceptable. The goal of the Master-Teacher Pavilion was to maintain the order of mankind and lead them to greater heights. The very act that Sun Chong and the Poison Masters had done, poisoning the entire royal palace and killing the emperor, was against the rules, even if Chu Tianqing really was a traitor of mankind. There were proper avenues to deal with such matters, and it was important for others to utilize these avenues. Otherwise, if self-justified individuals started taking matters into their own hands, it would not have been long before society devolved into chaos. This was similar to how the law worked in the world where Zhang Xian had come from. No matter how much a person hated a certain murderer, they could only leave it to the law to judge and punish the murderer instead of taking matters into their own hands, or else they could be charged for the same crime. This was the same situation that Sun Chong and the other poison masters were facing. No matter what, even if Chu Tianqing was a traitor of mankind, he was still the emperor of a conferred empire. His abrupt assassination was bound to cause unrest among the populace, and that was why it was even more important to go through the formal procedures and put him through a trial. However, what was done, so Song Shi could only find a way to appease the populace for the time being, even if the method utilized was disheartening. Since Song Shi's actions were justified, Zhang Xian's act of forcefully barging into the execution platform and pummeling Song Shi were unjustified, and the crime of insubordination was truly not light. Hearing that Yao Shi was speaking on his behalf, Song Shi quickly jumped forward to further fuel the flames. Yao Shi, Zhang Shi has grown complacent due to the talent he possesses. Not only is he disrespectful to his seniors, he also has no regard for the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Such a person must be punished severely, or else we will be setting a bad example for others. For his manhood to be crippled like that, there was no way he could take this matter lying down. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian roared, "Shut up, you!" Song Shi nearly exploded on the spot. Yao Shi didn't give you permission to speak. Do you think that it is appropriate for you to be prattling off over there? To casually interject in the words of an 8-star master teacher, are these the formalities you have been speaking about all along? Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back as he spoke deeply. Song Shi's face paled. Considering that Yao Shi was currently judging the case, it was indeed disrespectful of him to abruptly interject without permission. Seeing that Song Shi had fallen silent, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and reported, "There's more to this matter than what Yao Shi has reported." Song Shi mentioned earlier that Sun Chong was conspiring with the poison masters of the Poison Hall to assault the royal palace. But the truth is that Elder Su and the others are no longer poison masters of the Poison Hall. They have already become combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. Combat masters? Indeed. It's true that Elder Su and the others used to be poison masters, but their kindness has touched the hearts of the combat masters, so the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall took them in. This matter has already been reported to the Combat Master Hall headquarters, and the newly inaugurated progeny of combat has given his consent to this matter. If you harbor any doubts to my words, you can investigate the issue. Zhang Xian reported righteously. The matter of Elder Su and the others joining the Combat Master Hall had already been reported up to the headquarters, and it had received their approval. Thus, they were effectively no longer poison masters, but combat masters of the Combat Master Hall, albeit not full-fledged ones yet. Oh? Yao Shi glanced at Song Shi and asked, Song Shi, are you aware of this matter? I am aware that they have joined the Combat Master Hall, but Song Shi's face reddened as he anxiously replied, a leopard doesn't change its spots. The fact that they are still concocting poison secretly is more than sufficient evidence to prove that. He had heard that the poison masters had been accepted into the Combat Master Hall, but he did not think much about it back then. A leopard doesn't change its spots? To think that a day would come where I would hear such words coming out of the mouth of a master teacher. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves furiously. Song Shi, you used to suckle milk in the past as an infant. If I apply your own logic, can I say that you are still suckling milk even at your age? Renzhong is a traditional Chinese medicine term, referring to the curved area in between one's nose and above one's lips. Chapter 1239 Save the People, Audacious. Song Shi roared furiously. As master teachers, we seek to enlighten and guide others with our words and actions. On top of imparting knowledge to others, we aim to instill the correct values into them so that they will eventually become upstanding members of our society. If, as you have said, a person's nature cannot be changed, what would be the point in the existence of master teachers? Can I take it that you are refuting Kong Shi's teachings and the purpose of the Master Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian bellowed authoritatively. That's not what I mean. Song Shi quickly denied it. To refute Kong Shi's teachings and the purpose of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Even if he inflated his guts tenfold, he would not dare do something like that. Then, can I take it that you are refuting the decisions made by the progeny of combat and the Combat Master Hall headquarters? Zhang Xian continued cornering Song Shi with his words. That's not what I mean either. Song Shi quickly waved his hand. While the Combat Master Hall was a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the progeny of combat was still not a person whom a small figure like him could refute. If that is not what you mean, what else do you mean then? In a world of drunkards, you are the only sober one? Zhang Xian mocked. You. Choked to the point that his face had turned scarlet. Song Shi knew that he would only fall deeper and deeper into the ditch if he allowed Zhang Xian to continue questioning him. Thus, he turned to Yao Shi and clasped his fist. Yao Shi, we are all aware of the rituals that the depraved poison masters practice. Putting aside the vile nature of their cultivation techniques, they use human blood and even human lives to breed their goo. Such is the unspeakable brutality that they carry out. I have no idea why those poison masters were accepted into the Combat Master Hall, but in my opinion, it might just be another form of imprisonment so as to prevent them from doing any more evil in the world, rather than an acknowledgement of their noble personality. You said that the nature of their cultivation techniques is vile? Zhang Xian suddenly interjected with lifted eyebrows. As a master teacher, you should be well aware of how important it is to verify your facts before speaking. I find it hard to comprehend how you can utter such blatant nonsense before an 8-star master teacher. Do you understand the consequences of lying to a higher-ranked master teacher? What kind of rubbish are you talking about? Song Shi roared back. Rubbish? Zhang Xian stared at Song Shi disdainfully for a moment before shaking his head. He turned his gaze to Elder Su and the others below the execution platform and said, Elder Su and the other esteemed poison masters, pardon me, but I would like to ask you to drive your cultivation technique to show Song Shi if your cultivation technique is really of vile nature as he claims. Yes. Nodding, Elder Su and the others swiftly drove their zhenqi, and their auras swiftly permeated the surroundings. Their auras were upright and orthodox. Not only were they devoid of the eerie and bone-chilling sensation that most unorthodox cultivation techniques emanated, they even felt warming and soothing reminiscent of an embrace. This, Song Shi was flabbergasted. As a quasi-8-star master teacher, he had met plenty of poison masters in his time. Due to their long-term contact with lethal poison, each of them had a deeply unnerving aura to them. Yet, the poison masters before him did not have such a feeling to their aura. It was even warm and comfortable. Paying no heed to Song Shi's shock, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and asked, "Yao Shi, may I ask if the cultivation techniques they practice are vile in nature?" Hearing those words, Yao Shi shook her head and replied, "Their zhenqi is pure and orthodox. I don't see anything vile in their cultivation technique." Turning his gaze back to Song Shi, Zhang Xian continued, "This should be enough evidence for you to prove that they have already turned for the better, right? They are already members of the Combat Master Hall, but you keep insisting that they are poison masters of the Poison Hall, claiming that they are depraved and practice vile arts. Since that's the case, I would like to ask what the meaning of depraved and vile is in your view. Is it something that you conceptualize in your mind?" Song Shi's body trembled. He could not find an argument to refute Zhang Xian's words. He did not participate in the arrest of Elder Su and the others, and they did not make any attempt to break out during their captivity either. As such, he was oblivious to the warm and soothing aura of the Poison Masters, and he could not have imagined that Poison Masters practiced such an orthodox and upright cultivation technique either. It took a very long time before Song Shi was able to speak once more. Even if their cultivation techniques are orthodox, it's still a fact that they knocked out everyone in the royal palace. There is nothing you can say that can possibly refute that. Since that's the case, why don't I go through the case with you in details so that you can finally give up struggling? Waving his hand grandly, Zhang Xian turned to the 8-star master teacher and said, "Yao Shi, allow me to recount the ins and outs of the matter to you. I hope that you and the rest of the crowd can help me judge this matter." "Feel free to speak." Yao Shi nodded. "The truth is like this. The Qingtian Emperor of the Qingtian lineage did not just possess superior cultivation, he was also a formidable soul oracle. He possessed a particularly sinister secret art that allowed him to nab the souls of anyone for his own use. To put it in more direct terms, as long as your cultivation was beneath his and you are within a set area of him, he would be able to draw your soul out of your body and imprison it, and he would be able to use it to nourish himself afterward. Nab the souls of others? Nourish himself? That's right." Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and an altar fell to the ground. This is the medium he used to carry out his soul nabbing, and there's a formation inscribed on it. "Yao Shi, please take a look." It was the altar that he had used to corner the real Qingtian Emperor back then. These inscriptions. After examining the altar carefully, Yao Shi's expression turned grave. "I have never seen such an altar before, but I am aware of the existence of a soul art that allows one to nourish oneself with the souls of others. This is also one of the contributing factors that eventually led to the Master Teacher Pavilion's eradication of the Soul Oracle Guild back then." While Yao Shi had never seen the altar before, with her eye of discernment as an 8-star master teacher, she could still vaguely tell that the altar seemed to be powerful against souls. If one activated it using a certain method, there was a good chance that it could be used to drag a cultivator's soul out of their body, thus effectively conducting that soul nabbing. Indeed. And to be honest with you, this ability isn't just limited to the Qingtian Emperor. As the Qingtian Emperor's lackey, Chu Tianqing also knew this ability from him. Zhang Xian revealed. "You are saying that Chu Tianqing was a soul oracle as well?" Yao Shi frowned. "That's right." Zhang Xian nodded. "Do you have any evidence to prove that?" Yao Shi asked. Pledging loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe and practicing soul arts imparted from them, this was a huge crime to pin on Chu Tianqing. Even though Chu Tianqing was already dead, he was still not a person who could be slandered without concrete evidence. "I have a way to prove that. Elder Bai, please bring the corpses of Chanja, Pavilion Master Go, and the other 7-star master teachers." Zhang Xian instructed. "Yes." An elder of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion at the bottom of the execution platform replied affirmatively before turning around and walking away. This elder had participated in the operation at Qianzha's residence to nab Tianqing as well, so they were both acquainted with one another. Not too long later, Elder Bai returned. With a flick of his wrist, a row of corpses appeared on the ground. Due to the sinister nature of their deaths, the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion had used a unique method to preserve their bodies so as to facilitate future investigation. On top of that, the bodies of Saint Realm cultivators did not decompose easily either. As such, those corpses remained extremely fresh, as if they had just died not too long ago. Zhang Xian beckoned Yao Shi over and said, "Yao Shi, please take a look and see if you can find something common among all of them." Yao Shi walked over and began examining the corpses intently. Gradually, a frown appeared on her face. These corpses were perfectly unharmed, be it their exterior or their internal state. However, their souls had disappeared without a trace. They have died as a result of the disappearance or dissipation of their souls, Yao Shi concluded after taking a look at all of the corpses. Zhang Xian nodded. They are all victims of the soul-nabbing secret art. Furthermore, according to my investigation, I have found one common point among the death of all these 7-star master teachers. They came into contact with Chu Tianqing prior to their deaths. We should be able to verify this through conducting a formal investigation in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Chu Tianqing had entered the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion multiple times in order to visit King Zhongqing, and on the night before the deaths of Master Teachers, Chu Tianqing had paid the Master Teacher Pavilion once again. During his visit, he had come into contact with all of the Master Teachers who had died. Back then, Zhang Xian had not made the connection, but after learning from the other Vicious that Chu Tianqing had pledged loyalty to him, it had not been too difficult to deduce the full story. No matter how formidable the other Vicious was, without a suitable medium, it was impossible for him to kill an individual in Qingyuan City from the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. The reason he had been able to do so was likely because Chu Tianqing had left or fed them something. I can testify that the night before the killings, Chu Tianqing did drop by our Master Teacher Pavilion to pay a visit to King Zhongqing. During his visit, he brought many gourds of fine wine to share with us. I can testify to that as well. Right after Zhang Xian said those words, several master teachers beneath the execution platform swiftly shouted over. Chu Tianqing had been exceptionally friendly that day, so the encounter with him had left quite the impression on the master teachers. Seeing that there were so many master teachers standing up to testify on Zhang Xian's behalf, Yao Shi knew that this matter was likely true. She turned to Zhang Xian doubtfully and asked, "You were saying that Chu Tianqing used a secret art to kill all of those master teachers? Even if he was not directly responsible for the killings, there's no doubt that he played an integral role in them." Zhang Xian replied affirmatively. Wu Shi and I deduced that there was something wrong with Chu Tianqing, but due to several considerations, we dared not move recklessly. Most importantly, if we dealt with Chu Tianqing, the mastermind behind him, the Qingtian Emperor, would surely have fled for fear that he had been exposed. While the Qingtian Emperor remained alive, the threat that he posed to the Qingyuan Empire would never have come to an end. As such, under the cover of going into seclusion, we secretly gathered a group of experts to head to the marshlands of the Northern Meadows to deal with the Qingtian Emperor. The journey was fraught with dangers, but with some luck, we managed to accomplish the mission we set out for. I have spoken of this matter previously, so I'll just skip the details. Yao Shi nodded in response. Even though we left discreetly, Chu Tianqing, as the Emperor of Qingyuan Empire, still noticed an anomaly. Perhaps realizing that he had been exposed, he became desperate and decided to make one last stand. One last stand, indeed. According to my deductions, there's a very good chance that Chu Tianqing was planning to use his soul-nabbing secret art to gather as many of the human souls in Qingyuan City as he could to nourish himself and raise his cultivation. Of course, it would have been impossible for him to kill so many experts at once, but if he limited his targets to those beneath Saint Realm, it wouldn't have been much trouble to gather tens of millions of souls with sufficient preparation. If he succeeded, the entire Qingyuan City would have become a living hell. Zhang Xian spoke with a fearful edge to his voice, as if he still could not believe that Chu Tianqing would actually resort to such depraved actions. "Zhang Shi, you were saying that Chu Tianqing was intending to kill every single cultivator beneath Saint Realm in Qingyuan City? What? How is that possible? That is madness." Zhang Xian had spoken loud enough that the large crowd gathered beneath the execution platform could hear him clearly, and they could hardly believe what they had just heard. The severity of the matter had far surpassed their imagination. Even if I do not speak of them, I'm certain everyone here is aware of the consequences of betraying mankind. Once exposed, that individual will become the enemy of everyone on the continent, living a life worse than death. Considering that, he would have no qualms resorting to extreme actions so long as he had sufficient power to survive. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. The crowd fell silent. In face of death, even the most rational of people could possibly lose themselves. Even the most docile of dogs could bite when forced into a corner, let alone a man as ambitious and prideful as Chu Tianqing. It's with such worries in mind that I specially instructed Sun Chong, Lu Yong, Elder Su, and the others that if Chu Tianqing took any suspicious actions, even under the risk of being misunderstood by the populace, they were to get rid of Chu Tianqing as soon as possible. This is the responsibility and burden that we, as master teachers, have to bear. It's due to those commands that Lu Yong infiltrated the royal palace and pretended to be captured while Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the other poison masters knocked out all of the guards with their poison. While their actions may have appeared reckless, it was the best they could do in the spur of the moment. It reduced the casualties to the minimum while sparing Qingyuan City from a bloodbath. As such, I think that not only should Sun Chong and the others not be punished, they should even be praised for saving countless lives. Yet, without attempting to investigate and make sense of the matter, Song Shi recklessly sentenced all of them to death. So, how could I possibly watch them be killed? I know that there are rules to the Master-Teacher Pavilion, but surely there are times when exceptions have to be made. The more Zhang Xian spoke, the more vehement his voice became. Hearing those words, Elder Su and the others stared at one another blankly. Sacrificing ourselves to save the people. When did our actions suddenly become so noble? Everything Zhang Shi has spoken of, why is it that this is the first we are hearing of it? Chapter 1240. The furious Song Xian, with poison in their hands, they knocked out the tens of thousands of people in the royal palace, rendering them powerless. While it was to save Lu Yong, and Chu Tianqing also deserved it, the problem was that the news was simply too shocking. If those men had set forth with the intention not to save but to kill, who would have been able to stand against them? If news spread, there would be unease among the populace. Everyone would start fearing for their lives. The emperors of the other conferred empires would also live in fear and apprehension, afraid that those men would come after them one day as well. This was also why Song Xian had sentenced them to death without much hesitation, and even Yao Mantian did not think that there was a mistake in Song Xian's call. With his soul depth of 25.1, Zhang Xian was able to see through their thoughts and considerations, and he knew that without a suitable reason, there was no way he could free Sun Chong and the other poison masters from their execution. Thus, he first gave Elder Su and the others a formal identity before pinning a heinous crime on Chu Tianqing's head. This way, he would be able to claim that the actions of Sun Chong and the other poison masters were not reckless but a planned operation by the Combat Master Hall and Master Teacher Pavilion to save the populace of Qingyuan City. This way, even if the other conferred empires learned of this matter, they would at least view those men as under the control of the Combat Master Hall and Master Teacher Pavilion, so they would not have to worry about a bunch of madmen coming after their lives. In other words, it was to alleviate the fears of the officials, nobles, and populace so that they would be able to accept this justified assassination. As long as the populace was appeased, Yao Shi and the Master Teacher Pavilion would have no qualms with sparing Sun Chong and the others. Elder Su was only taken aback for a moment before realizing all of this. He turned to look at Zhang Xian once more with deep admiration in his eyes. To be able to grasp the thoughts of Song Shi, Yao Shi, the Master Teacher Pavilion, and the populace and find the most suitable reason to appease all of them simultaneously, that was no easy feat at all. Zhang Xian's ability to think on his spot was truly frightening. Elder Su alternated his glances at Zhang Xian and Sun Chong, and he could not help but mutter beneath his breath, "Why do I feel like that man is our true benefactor instead?" The benefactor who had saved them had also displayed an exceptional ability to remain composed and think on the spot, coming up with the most rational solution to deal with the problem at hand. This was completely different from that fatty whom they had been locked up with for the past few days. That fatty Sun Chang seemed to know nothing but how to eat and sleep. There was really nothing praiseworthy about him at all. Perplexed, Elder Su was just about to test Sun Chang when that fat benefactor he was thinking about suddenly stepped forward. "Yao Shi, I am Sun Chang, one of the men who was to be executed under Song Shi's orders." Sun Chang placed his hands behind his back and lifted his head proudly. With a voice that sounded loudly across the entire square, he spoke. "I was reluctant to speak too much of this matter for fear that it would cause unease and pandemonium in Qingyuan City, but since our young master has already said so much, I'll admit to it. The reason young master Liu Yang and I set out to kill Chu Tianqing was due to our uncovering of his depraved ploy to nab the souls of the cultivators in Qingyuan City and nourish himself. I know that we are weak and insignificant, but if our insignificant lives could be traded for the lives of the entire city, we would still do it without any hesitation." After saying those words, Sun Chang walked up to the crowd with a straightened back, assuming the look of an unsung hero who, despite being misunderstood by many, would still stand up valiantly for the sake of mankind. "I see. They were all willing to sacrifice themselves to save us. It's laughable how we actually thought of them as rebels. I never would have thought that Chu Tianqing would actually kill all of us to nourish himself. This is unforgivable. If not for this matter, I never would have known how noble Sun Chang and those poison masters, no, it should be combat masters, are so noble. We have really wronged them." Hearing Zhang Xian's explanation and witnessing Sun Chang's selflessness, choosing to sacrifice himself rather than let the entire city fall into chaos, the crowd could not help but feel deeply moved. The master teachers of the Master Teacher Pavilion also revealed faces of embarrassment. Despite being master teachers themselves, they really came nowhere close to those noble men standing before them. Elder Su's lips twitched uncontrollably. Setting out to kill Chu Tianqing was due to our uncovering of his depraved ploy? His death was clearly an accident, all right? More important, you even whipped out a knife, wanting to castrate the other party. Rather than the other party, you are the one who looks more like a villain. More importantly, in the time of your captivity, you were either eating or sleeping. I have never seen the valiance and selflessness you spoke of in the time I have spent with you. Then again, this does seem to resemble our benefactor's way of doing things." Elder Su rubbed his glabella in frustration, unable to discern the truth. He had suspected that Zhang Xian was their true benefactor, but after hearing Sun Chang's words, which sounded like they could have come from their benefactor as well, he was confused once again. On the other hand, upon seeing Sun Chang rush out and behave in such a manner, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head. "That fellow only knows how to pose." Zhang Xian sighed. "If only he was half as humble as I am. No matter what he did, he always strove to avoid trouble and the spotlight wherever possible. On the other hand, his butler seemed to crave to stand under every single spotlight he could find. Really, from whom did he learn that bad habit from?" However, Sun Chang's interjection there was also good in a way. As long as they could generate sufficient buzz over this issue, the conflict would be resolved by itself. Even if Yao Shi found several anomalies with the story, in face of the will of the populace, she would have no choice but to agree to it as well. Most importantly of all, the betrayal of the emperor of a conferred empire was a huge blow to the Master Teacher Pavilion's credibility. If they went along with Zhang Xian's story, that would make it appear that the Master Teacher Pavilion had been on top of things from the start to the end, making preparations in advance to deal with Chu Tianqing. This way, not only would the reputation of the Master Teacher Pavilion not be impaired, it would even be brought to greater heights. Under such circumstances, as long as one was no fool, it was clear whom one should stand with. As expected, Yao Shi soon nodded and exclaimed gravely, "I didn't think that Chu Tianqing would be such a depraved individual. Since the truth has been unraveled, I will report this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and have them reward you handsomely for your contribution to mankind, as well as to make up for the injustice you have suffered." Yao Shi. Hearing Yao Shi's judgment, Song Shi's face paled. I think that there's still some suspicious details concerning the story that requires further investigation. If Yao Shi made such a ruling, it would effectively mean that he had dealt with this matter incompetently, ordering for the execution of meritorious subjects. Just that crime was sufficient to signal his doom. Enough. Yao Shi flung her sleeves lividly. Don't you think that you have embarrassed yourself enough today? As a quasi-8-star master teacher, instead of investigating the matter properly, you recklessly pass judgment upon others, nearly resulting in the deaths of meritorious subjects. The Master Teacher Pavilion trusted you enough to grant you great authority and power, but you have really been a huge disappointment on this occasion. Song Shi's body shook in despair. Yao Shi waved her hand impassively. There's no need to say any more. I'll report this matter as it is to the headquarters, so return to the Qinchong Empire and await for the verdict from the headquarters. Song Shi's face turned ghastly pale as he staggered backward weakly. Then, he suddenly halted. Slowly, he raised his head to glare at Zhang Xian with the utmost hostility. It's all your fault. If not for that young man, things would not have developed in such a manner. If he had settled this matter properly, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would surely have rewarded him handsomely for his efforts. With the reward, he would have been able to take the final step forward in his cultivation and overcome his bottleneck, successfully making a breakthrough to Saint Six Dan Grand Dominion realm. But it was a pity that it was all impossible now. More importantly, all of this had happened in public, and his manhood had been crippled as well. No words could begin to describe the sheer hatred he felt for Zhang Xian at this moment. Flicking his wrist, he took out his master teacher emblem and dripped a droplet of blood on it. Zhang Xian, you ordered the master teachers to make a move on me and humiliated me. On top of that, you even had your cauldron to cripple me. I, Song Xian, as a 7-star master teacher, hereby request the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters allow me to challenge Zhang Xian to a master teacher confrontation. Zhang Xian, do you dare accept my challenge? Following which, a brilliant light burst forth from the emblem, surging toward the sky. Song Xian, how dare you? Not expecting Song Shi to make this move at such a moment, Yao Shi's face turned livid. Whenever there was an irreconcilable conflict between two master teachers, they could choose to resolve it through a master-teacher confrontation. In order to initiate a master-teacher confrontation, a master teacher would first have to express their intention to the headquarters first, and the headquarters would gauge whether it was appropriate to allow both parties to face one another. This was the most effective way for two master teachers to resolve the conflict between them. Once both sides accepted the master-teacher confrontation, not even an 8-star master teacher like Yao Shi would be able to intervene in the matter anymore. Why would I not dare to? I agree, Zhang Xian replied impassively. He had forcefully snatched Sun Chong and the poison masters back from Song Shi's hands, cornered him verbally to the point that he puked blood, and even crippled his manhood. All of this was done before a huge crowd at that. He would have been surprised if Song Shi could take all that lying. Zhang Shi. Yao Shi anxiously tried to talk Zhang Xian out of it, but it was too late. Zhang Xian's agreement had already reached the headquarters. Boom! On the master-teacher tower not too far away, a surge of light burst forth, forming two massive words in the sky. Permission granted. While Song Xian was a quasi-8-star master teacher, he was still officially classified as a 7-star master teacher. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was an outstanding genius who had successfully crashed the Master Teacher Pavilion. Thus, the headquarters deemed it appropriate to have the both of them face one another. It's good that you have agreed. Seeing Zhang Xian agree to the Master Teacher confrontation without any hesitation, Song Xian was slightly taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Since I was the one who proposed the Master Teacher confrontation, I'll allow you to choose the type of duel." Since he was the one who had proposed the master-teacher confrontation, it would only be fair to have the other party decide on the type of duel. I can decide the type of duel? Very well then. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. I choose impartation of heaven's will. Zhang Xian's soul depth had already reached the level comparable to an 8-star master teacher, and he also possessed an innate advantage as a celestial master teacher. Putting aside a quasi-8-star master teacher like Song Shi, It was doubtful whether even real 8-star master teachers would be able to withstand his impartation of heaven's will or not. Since the other party was the one proposing the master-teacher confrontation, there was no need for him hesitate. Just crush the other party and get it over and done with. Impartation of heaven's will? Song Shi's eyebrows shot up. He had heard news about how Zhang Xian had managed to make all the master teachers of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion willingly acknowledge him as their teacher in the midst of his pavilion crashing. Just from that alone, it could be seen that the other party's soul depth was certainly not beneath his. If it was a duel of impartation of heaven's will, there was really a good chance that he would be utterly crushed. Even so, Song Shi did not think that victory was completely impossible. After all, he was a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivator who had been through 4 lightning tribulations, whereas the other party was just an embryonic Soul Realm pinnacle cultivator. As long as he set the rules of the duel properly, he would still have a considerable chance at victory. Alright then, I'll agree to it. However, I get to decide on the rules of the duel. There were many ways to conduct a duel of impartation of heaven's will. For the sake of fairness, it would be more reasonable for one side to decide on the type of duel and the other to decide on the rules of the duel. Of course, Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. Regardless of what the rules of the duel were, as long as the type of duel was impartation of heaven's will, he had nothing to fear. Good, Song Xian replied. After which, he turned to Yao Shi and clasped his fist. Yao Shi, may I borrow your brush of heavenly impartation? Brush of heavenly impartation? Yao Shi was taken aback for a moment before her face darkened. It can't be that you intend to challenge the most difficult duel of the impartation of heaven's will? Heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy? Chapter 1241, Heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy. That's right, Song Shi said with a cold glint in his eyes. Heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before slowly nodding. There were some details about the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy in the books of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, so he did have some understanding of it. Impartation of heaven's will was an ability that could be triggered through one's soul depth when one's words were aligned with the essence of the world. It served to place the students into a trance, allowing them to better absorb the knowledge that was being imparted. At the same time, it would also generate certain phenomena in the surroundings, such as drawing in spiritual energy, to further support the learning of the students. The more profound and aligned the content was to the essence of the world, the more effective the impartation of heaven's will would be. Heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy was similar to impartation of heaven's will in terms of the principles behind them, but the former was achieved through using an artifact known as the Brush of Heavenly Impartation as a medium. The Brush of Heaven's Impartation was not a Saint-tier artifact. Rather, it was a unique artifact that was infused with the will of master teachers, and it was capable of discerning the authenticity of the words spoken by other master teachers. If the words spoken were aligned with the essence of the world and offered a fresh perspective on the topic, the Brush of Heaven's Impartation would automatically move to pin down the essence of those words in the form of characters. The observation of those characters pinned down could generate an effect reminiscent of the impartation of heaven's will to the individual, thus hastening the latter's cultivation significantly. Of course, the characters pinned down by the Brush of Heavenly Impartation would not exist eternally. After one observation, the characters would disappear. There were 2 reasons the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy was considered the most difficult challenge of impartation of heaven's will. Firstly, the Brush of Heavenly Impartation was infused with the ideas and understanding of innumerable master teachers, so it had already seen its fair share of ordinary impartations of heaven's will. In order to prompt it into action, the content lectured had to be innovative compared to the other master teachers. Secondly, it was extremely taxing on one's soul depth, even more exhausting than conducting an entire lecture. On average, the writing of a single character could expend 1.0 soul depth of a master teacher. It was for these 2 reasons that it had left countless master teachers defeated. There were many 7-star pinnacle master teachers who were unable to invoke the movement of the Brush of Heavenly Impartation even after a long lecture, and even for quasi-8-star master teachers, the most characters anyone had evoked from the brush of heavenly will in a single sitting was 10. Nearly no one had been able to break that record. The heavenly importation of Minter's calligraphy is extremely damaging to one's soul depth. Are you sure you want to choose this for the duel? Yao Shi asked with a darkened complexion. To make the brush of heaven's importation right was extremely taxing on one's soul depth. If a master teacher accidentally pushed themselves too far, it could lead to their state of mind collapsing altogether, and their many years of cultivation would be ruined. As such, this duel would not only be difficult but dangerous as well. I am sure. Song Shi replied firmly. You. Yao Shi frowned at Song Shi for a moment before turning her gaze to Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, what's your view on this matter? If you don't wish to proceed with the duel, you can always turn it down. As she said those words to Zhang Xian, she also secretly sent him a telepathic message. Song Xian has specially studied heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, and he has achieved the outstanding record of having the brush of heavenly impartation pin down 8 characters. You have never used the brush of heavenly impartation, so it'll be extremely difficult for you to defeat him. Why don't you just turn down his proposal and choose another type of duel? Without prior experience with the brush of heavenly impartation, it was difficult to ascertain what kind of content excited it, making it nigh impossible for it to move. So far, there had nearly been no master teachers who had managed to get the brush of heavenly impartation to move on their first attempt. The reason Song Shi had proposed this challenge was because he possessed a brush of heavenly impartation, and he had even achieved an outstanding record of 8 characters. Given that 10 characters were the very limits of a quasi-8-star master teacher, his record of 8 characters would put him among the top in the field even in the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Indubitably, Song Xian had an overwhelming advantage in this challenge, making this duel unfair for Zhang Xian. It's fine, let's just go along with his rules. Knowing that Yao Shi was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian directed a nod along with a smile toward her to express his gratitude. It was just heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy. While he had never come into contact with it before, he did not think that it would be too difficult. All right then. Seeing how nonchalantly Zhang Xian accepted the duel, Yao Shi could not help but shake her head. With a flick of her wrist, a floating golden brush appeared before everyone's eyes. It was roughly a chi long, and there was no ink on its tip. When scanning it with one's spiritual perception, one could feel an aura unique to master teachers from it, inducing a slight pressure on one. With a tap, the brush quietly took its place between the duo. After which, Yao Shi looked at the duo and said, "This is the brush of heavenly impartation. Who will be going first?" Since Song Shi was the one who has proposed the rules of the duel, let's allow him to go first, Zhang Xian said humbly. While he had read the records concerning heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, he had never tried it himself before, so he was not too certain of the rules concerning it. By allowing the other party to go first, he would have a chance to examine how the brush of heavenly impartation should be used. Very well. Song Shi nodded. He took 2 steps toward the brush, and his lips began moving. There was no sound to be heard. He was communicating with the brush via zhenqi telepathy. Fearing that Zhang Xian would not understand, Yao Shi secretly informed him via zhenqi telepathy. Through using zhenqi telepathy, the effects of the impartation of heavens will are more directed, and that makes it easier to move the brush of heavenly impartation. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. Indeed, there was a vast difference between lecturing an individual and lecturing a group of people. Naturally, one-to-one guidance from a teacher would be more nurturing and effective as compared to a one-to-many guidance. Through using zhenqi telepathy, the effects of the impartation of heavens would be more directed, thus reducing unnecessary wastage of energy. Proceeding with his impartation, Song Shi's lips never stopped once, and it did not take long before sweat droplets began appearing on his forehead. However, the brush before him remained completely motionless, as if it had been fixed in place. Using his spiritual perception to assess the situation, Zhang Xian could clearly sense that Song Shi's soul depth was rapidly falling with time. After some time, the silent brush finally began moving. With swift strokes, a massive character soon appeared in the sky. Suspended imagery. The character written by the brush of heavenly importation was not of a language Zhang Xian was familiar with. It was not the language of a human, otherworldly demon, or the beast tribe. It was a character he had never ever seen before. But while he could not recognize the character, he found that he was vaguely able to understand the meaning and conception behind it. If a normal cultivator studied the character, their zhenqi might have been driven to cultivate according to the method depicted within it. By scanning the character with your spiritual perception, you will be able to learn the ideas infused within the character. However, the character will disappear after a single scan, Yao Shi explained to Zhang Xian. Heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy could be considered a form of impartation of heaven's will, being able to drive a cultivator's zhenqi through the profound knowledge harnessed within the written characters. As long as a cultivator scanned the characters with their spiritual perception, they would find their body cultivating the technique uncontrollably. However, the characters produced through heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy could only be used once. No matter how profound or mystical the cultivation technique infused within the character was, it could only be viewed by one person. In a sense, it could be said that the characters were storable impartation of heavens, while that master teachers could gift to those whom they viewed to be fated with them. In view of precious knowledge harnessed within these characters, they were extremely high in demand and valuable. However, due to the difficulty in heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, it was one of those commodities that could not be bought with just money. With the appearance of the first character, the droplets of sweat on Song Shi's head grew more and more numerous. The second character swiftly followed after the first, and then the third and fourth. As the number of characters increased, Song Shi's face grew paler and paler. It seemed like he had expended too much of his soul depth, and it was already about to be sapped dry. Quasi-8-star master teachers had a soul depth of 23 and above, but they could not afford to expend all of it in a single breath, or else it could lead to the breakdown of their state of mind, and that could potentially introduce countless inner demons in their minds. Typically speaking, a quasi-8-star master teacher would be in a dangerous position once their soul depth fell beneath 15. Activating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian observed Song Shi intently. As the number of characters written increased, the latter's body trembled with greater and greater intensity, and his primordial spirit was starting to show signs of breaking down. It was fortunate that his primordial spirit had been tempered by 4 lightning tribulations, or else it would have already succumbed. 6, 7, 8. 8 characters. That is his record so far. By the 10th minute, there were already 8 characters floating silently in the sky, emanating a brilliant glow. 8 words were Song Shi's record so far, as well as his limit. His body trembled nonstop, and it looked as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. His face was also as pale as a sheet of paper, and there was not the slightest trace of color to be seen. However, it appeared that Song Shi still had no intention of stopping, as he continued communicating with the brush of heavenly impartation through his zhenqi telepathy. Seeing this, Zhang Xian said with a frown, "If you continue pushing yourself, you will inflict irreparable harm to your body. Be it in cultivation or impartation of heaven's will, a cultivator should always take note of their own limits and strive not to overexert themselves. Otherwise, the overwhelming burden they had forced upon their body could very well cause it permanent impairment." As a 7-star pinnacle physician, he could tell that Song Shi had already reached his limits. Perhaps he would be able to achieve unprecedented results if he forced himself on, but he would also be inflicting permanent damage on his body and possibly his state of mind. It could cause his soul depth to stagnate permanently, and as a master teacher, that would mean that Song Shi would be doomed to remain a quasi-8-star master teacher for life, unable to ascend to greater heights. Who? Despite his poor condition, Song Shi still gritted his teeth and forced himself on. All of a sudden, a spurt of blood escaped from his mouth, and in just a mere instant, it seemed like he had grown much older. Voila! The brush in the air moved once more and wrote the 9th character. Pong! That single character seemed to have stolen every single last bit of strength Song Shi had. He fell weakly to the ground and fainted. Geez, is there any point going this far? Seeing how Song Shi had pushed himself to his limits for the sake of achieving victory, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head in disapproval. To throw away whatever future he had just to get even with him, that fellow sure was tenacious. Sighing deeply, he walked up to Song Shi and placed his finger on the latter's acupoints before sending a surge of zhenqi in. A moment later, Song Shi slowly opened his eyes. You. Gritting his teeth furiously, Song Shi struggled to his feet, and with a livid face, he spat. It's too late to show your goodwill. It won't change a thing. Zhang Xian shrugged. Whatever pleases you. He had only saved the other party out of his obligation as a master teacher. Whether the other party appreciated his favor or not, it did not matter to him. After regaining consciousness, Song Shi quickly took out a pill and ate it, and only then did his complexion finally improve slightly. Following that, he turned to Yao Shi and said, Yao Shi, I have completed my heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy. I hope that you can bear witness to my results. You have written a total of 9 characters. While it has not broken the highest record of 10 characters among quasi-8-star master teachers, you have indeed performed exceptionally, Yao Shi replied with a nod. The result of 9 characters was nothing much among 8-star master teachers, but indubitably, it was an exceptional result among quasi-8-star master teachers. Even the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion was unlikely to be able to rival this feat. Thank you for your compliment, Yao Shi. Seeing that Yao Shi had acknowledged his results, Song Shi glanced at Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. Zhang Shi, it's your turn now. Very well. Zhang Xian nodded. He had seen how the other party had carried out the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy previously, and that had given him a good idea of how he should go about doing it as well. He walked up to the floating brush of heavenly impartation, and with his hands behind his back, he began lecturing it telepathically. His mouth opened and closed swiftly, making it hard to discern what he was talking about. The brush was still fidgeting slightly in the air earlier, but upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, it suddenly froze completely, as if someone had nailed it in place. It has been nearly an hour now. So why is there no movement from the brush yet? It can't be that Zhang Shi cannot get a single character out of the brush of heavenly impartation, right? If that's really the case, it would really be terrible. After waiting for nearly an hour, the brush remained completely motionless in the air. At this point, the crowd had begun looking at one another, a little apprehensive at the current situation. Within the same period, Song Shi had made the brush of heavenly impartation write down 7 to 8 words. Why would there be no movement when it came to Zhang Shi? Could this mean that he had failed? 1 qi is approximately 0.33 centimeters. Chapter 1242, Why Are You Playing Dead? Zhang Shi has never tried the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy before, so it's inevitable that he's unfamiliar with the nature of the brush of heavenly impartation. No matter how high his soul depth is, it'll still be hard to bridge this disparity in experience between them. It's precisely in view of this that Song Shi intentionally challenged Zhang Shi to this duel. It seems like Zhang Shi's undefeated record is about to come to an end. Indeed, there are no ordinary quasi-8-star master teachers out there. He must have seen through Zhang Shi's flaws, so he intentionally proposed such rules to the duel. After waiting a while longer, the brush remained completely motionless. The crowd beneath the stage was already beginning to feel a little unnerved. Even though heavenly impartation of Minter calligraphy was considered another offshoot of impartation of heaven's will, its difficulty was far greater than the latter. There were many talented master teachers who possessed high soul depth and exceptional insight and cultivation, but failed to cause the brush of heavenly impartation to move on their first attempt as well, and this could have been the situation that Zhang Xian was facing. Benefactor, Zhang Shi. Elder Su looked at Sun Chong worriedly. It was to save them that the young master of their benefactor ended up being challenged by Song Shi. If the young man came to any harm as a result of this matter, they would never be able to rest in peace. Don't worry, our young master has never lost in this kind of challenge before. Sun Chong waved his hand nonchalantly. It had been nearly a year since he had met the young master, and they had seen innumerable conflicts and battles within this period of time. In comparison, this matter could not have seemed any more trivial, so how could the young master possibly lose? In this moment, the confident Sun Chang suddenly saw the young master on the execution platform stretching his back lazily, seemingly a little exhausted, before taking a few steps back. "All right, I'm done." After which, Zhang Xian stopped speaking and stood patiently by the side. Upon seeing this sight, the flabs on Sun Chang's cheeks began to twitch wildly. The brush had not even moved, and yet, the young master actually said that he was done. Wasn't the young master supposed to be invincible? Could it be that he was unable to push on anymore, so he intended to admit defeat? Upon seeing Zhang Xian's actions, Yao Shi's face also warped in astonishment. "Zhang Shi, there's no time limit to the heavenly importation of Minter's calligraphy. The victor is determined by the number of characters written." "I know." Zhang Xian waved his hand. "Given how much I have said, it should suffice for me to win." "Win?" That word made Yao Shi's eyes roll up, and she nearly choked on her own saliva. "From the moment you started speaking, the brush of heavenly importation has not even moved a single inch, as if it was sleeping its way through your lecture. Did you really think that you could win with this?" Song Shi was also stunned for a moment before sneering coldly. "You want to defeat me without having a single character written?" Given how the young man could get all of the higher-ranking master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to acknowledge him as their teacher, as well as his feat of successfully crashing the Master Teacher Pavilion, there was little doubt that the other party's soul depth was at least on par with his. As such, he had been worrying that the young man might just make a miracle here and break his current record. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been worrying in vain. If only he had known how weak his opponent was, he would not have forced himself to write the 9th character. What a waste. Song Shi stepped forward and clasped his fist. "Yao Shi, the results should be clear at this point. You were the one who brought the brush of heavenly importation here, so there's no way I could have cheated in the duel. I beseech you to declare the victor of the duel." This, Yao Shi hesitated. The master-teacher confrontation was only conducted when there was a conflict between two master teachers. The victorious individual would be able to do anything to the losing party without incurring any punishment, and this included murder. However, Zhang Xian had just killed the Qingtian emperor and saved the countless civilians from Qingyuan City. The contribution he had made to mankind was truly great, so if Song Shi dealt with him too harshly, it would be hard for her to explain this to the headquarters. "May I know what kind of punishment Song Shi intends to issue Zhang Shi upon your victory? Putting aside the fact that he's a genius who has succeeded in pavilion crashing, more importantly, he also just made a huge contribution to mankind." Instead of announcing the results, Yao Shi hesitated for a moment before turning to Song Shi to remind him of who his opponent was. Song Shi harumphed coldly. "Yao Shi, rest assured, I won't kill him. However, he has undermined my dignity and sullied my reputation, and for that, I cannot let him off easily. Firstly, I shall cripple him and make him just like me. After that, I will crush the spirit of the cauldron that injured me. Last but not least, I want him to publicly apologize to me." "You want to make him like you?" Yao Shi's lips began twitching uncontrollably. While she did not witness the sight with her own eyes, she could still tell the current state Song Shi was in. By saying that he wanted to make Zhang Xian like him, wasn't the other party effectively saying that he wanted to castrate Zhang Xian? But, even though Song Shi's intention to castrate Zhang Xian was a little gruesome, it was still possible for Zhang Xian to fully recover through the grand intermittence pill. The process would be humiliating and excruciating, but at the very least, it would not cause any physical impairment to the young man. As for destroying the spirit of the cauldron and making a public apology, those were at least acceptable conditions. Very well. After a moment of thought, Yao Shi turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Zhang Shi, there is no one in the world who can avoid loss their entire life, so you don't have to take this matter to heart. As long as you live to see another day, there will still be a chance for you to turn the tables." After saying those words, Yao Shi sighed deeply before turning to the crowd. With a resounding voice, she declared, "All right, I'm going to announce the results of the duel." But before Yao Shi could finish her words, Zhang Xian suddenly raised his hand and said, "Yao Shi, the duel is still ongoing. Why are you announcing the results now?" "The duel is still ongoing?" The brush of heavenly impartation has not written out a single character under your impartation of heaven's will, so I believe the results should already be clear for everyone to see. Stop stalling for time. Song Shi sneered coldly. With so many people present to testify for him, not to mention the fact that Yao Shi was presiding over the duel herself, it was impossible Zhang Xian to refute the results. Zhang Xian shook his head. Isn't there no time limit to the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy? The brush of heavenly impartation might not be moving at the moment, but that doesn't mean that it won't move later on. Later on? Are you joking with me? You should know very well that if the brush of heavenly impartation did not move during your lecture, there's no way that it will move after it. Despite being a 7-star master teacher, are you so gutless as to be unwilling to acknowledge your own defeat? Song Shi mocked. Seeing that Song Shi was unwilling to believe his words, Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to explain himself, Yao Shi suddenly sighed and interjected, Zhang Shi, the fact that the brush of heavenly impartation hasn't moved yet is enough to show that you have already lost. Lost? Hearing those words from Yao Shi, the look of disappointment in Zhang Xian's eyes deepened. Yao Shi, you are unable to discern it as well? Discern what? Yao Shi frowned. Since none of you can tell, I guess I have no choice. With a look of helplessness, Zhang Xian turned to the unmoving brush in the air and bellowed, Why are you still playing dead over there? Hurry up and write. I have already given you sufficient time to ponder over the lecture. It's about time you stop playing dead and get to work. Not expecting Zhang Xian to roar at the brush of heavenly impartation like that, everyone was stunned. Yao Shi even nearly collapsed to the ground from shock. The brush of heavenly impartation has been nourished by the wills of countless master teachers, so it carries the authority of the way of teacher. Bellowing at it like that will only make it even more reluctant to write. The brush of heavenly impartation was an extremely proud artifact, such that not even Pavilion Master He of their Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion would dare use such a harsh tone toward it. Yet, this fellow actually insulted it straight to its face. That was as good as completely offending the brush. Putting aside having it write anything for him, it would already be a blessing if it did not scribble on his face's vengeance. Grabbing her forehead out of frustration from the foolish action from the young man, Yao Shi suddenly heard a commotion beneath the execution platform. Countless piercing screams echoed in the air, as if something inconceivable had just happened. What's wrong? Frowning, Yao Shi raised her head to look at the brush of heavenly impartation once more, and what she saw left her frozen on the spot. The unmoving brush of heavenly impartation suddenly began shaking intensely as its golden exterior faded into paleness, and a warm glow emanated from within. Following that, the spiritual energy in an area of 200 li swiftly converged toward the brush, sapping the entire area dry within just a few moments. Jai. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the brush of heavenly impartation seemed to be undergoing an evolution, and a crisp sound reminiscent of a being breaking out of its cocoon echoed in the air. This is. Clenching her fists in agitation, a hint of disbelief surfaced on Yao Shi's elegant face. The brush of heavenly impartation is making a breakthrough? While the brush of heavenly impartation was not a Saint-tier artifact, there were still differing grades to it. This was similar to how brushes could be of different qualities. Without a doubt, a brush of heavenly impartation nourished by a 9-star master teacher would be vastly different to one nourished by an 8-star master teacher. The brush of heavenly impartation that Yao Shi owned could be said to be average. It would not have much trouble pinning down the quintessence of the teachings of an 8-star low-tier master teacher, but anything more profound than that would prove to be a challenge for it. Typically speaking, for a brush of heavenly impartation to make a breakthrough, it had to be nourished by the aura of a higher-ranked master teacher. So, why would it suddenly achieve a breakthrough after listening to a single lecture from Zhang Xian? Not to mention, the huge commotion that was happening at the moment was abnormal as well. Without a doubt, this was no ordinary breakthrough. Kacha. While everyone was still in a state of shock, the motionless brush finally began to move. An entire line of words appeared before the crowd in the blink of an eye. 1, 2, 387. It's moving too fast for me to count properly, shouted someone amid the crowd. Look, it's writing so fast that smoke is rising from its brush tip, another person shouted. Smoke? With a look of horror, Songshur quickly turned his gaze to the sky and saw that due to the astounding speed that the brush of heavenly impartation was writing at, a long stream of smoke was rising behind it. Back when he was conducting the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, the brush of heavenly impartation wrote every single stroke slowly, as if there was something restraining it. Yet, when it came to Zhang Shi, characters seemed to flow out like a flood. Did there really have to be such a huge disparity between the two of them? Unlike the flabbergasted crowd, Yao Shi gulped as she uttered with a quivering voice, "This is the beacon of heavenly impartation." Beacon of heavenly impartation? Songshur frowned. Despite being a quasi-8-star master teacher, he had never heard such a term before. Yao Shi clenched her fists tightly in agitation as she explained. The brush of heavenly impartation takes every word that it pins down solemnly, rarely making a move unless it hears something that inspires it. However, if it encounters a particularly profound impartation of heaven's will, it will rush to pin whatever it heard down, leaving behind a trail of smoke in its wake. We name this phenomenon beacon of heavenly impartation. When in this state, the brush of heavenly impartation will jot down the profoundness of the lecture down word for word. Word for word? How can that be possible? Songshur could hardly believe what he was hearing. No matter how concise a lecture is, there's bound to be conjunctions and connectors, and even though those words improve the flow of the lecture, they don't add value to the content, so the brush of heavenly impartation never jots them down. Even the most formidable of teachers could not possibly conduct a lecture where every single word was significant. It was inevitable that some unmeaningful words would be mixed into the lecture. This was also why the brush of heavenly impartation would only selectively pick out the crux of the impartation of heaven's will to record. It's indeed true that there are bound to be many meaningless words in an ordinary lecture, but have you forgotten about that? Yao Shi replied in a shaky tone. That? Songshur was stunned for a moment when a thought streaked across his mind. His body immediately stiffened as if a wooden stick as he asked weakly, is Yao Shi referring to the ability that only 9-star master teachers possess? Words of wisdom? Indeed, only words of wisdom can induce the beacon of heavenly impartation, Yao Shi replied. Unable to believe what he was hearing, Songshur exclaimed, but he's only a 7-star master teacher. He turned his gaze back to the brush in the air and saw the latter writing faster and faster. At this rate, it was already moving so swiftly that afterimages could be seen in its wake. At the same time, the lines of words ferociously swallowed the gathered spiritual energy, seemingly ready to break into the world themselves. This is too exaggerated. It can't stop at all. Feeling as if he had just received 10,000 points of damage, Songshur nearly burst into tears. Chapter 1243 The Noble Zhang Shi. Despite being fellow 7-star master teachers, why was there such a huge gap between the two of them? He had used all his might to squeeze out a few characters from the brush of heavenly impartation, and yet, when it came to the other party, the brush leaped from place to place swiftly as if a leopard, visibly getting more and more excited as it wrote, to the point where it could not even stop itself anymore. Was this really the ability that only 9-star master teachers were capable of? Words of wisdom? Rumor had it that every single sentence and every word of a 9-star master teacher carried profound wisdom behind it. Putting aside listening to an entire lecture, even a few words from them could benefit one greatly. Even though the young man before him was a talented individual, no matter what, he was still only a 7-star master teacher. So, how could he possibly possess the ability of a 9-star master teacher? But if that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain the brush of heavenly impartation's sudden breakthrough and outburst. Let's see what he has lectured on. Unable to believe his eyes, Songshur immediately began examining the characters written in the air. With just a single look, his body could not help but begin trembling. It would be impossible to comprehend the deepest significance harnessed within the lecture without scanning the characters with his spiritual perception, but nevertheless, as a quasi-8-star master teacher, he could still roughly fathom the meaning of those written characters. He could feel that those characters harnessed knowledge that was directed toward the very essence of cultivation itself, and with just a glance, he already found himself gradually growing more and more absorbed in them. No, I mustn't look. Otherwise, I might really just become his student. Biting his tongue to bring back his rationality, Songshi quickly closed his eyes. If he cultivated according to the method imparted by Zhang Xian, that would mean that he had accepted the other party's guidance, and that would effectively make the young man a half a teacher to him. He was there to challenge Zhang Xian to a master-teacher confrontation to right his reputation and regain his dignity, not to acknowledge a teacher. But, considering how profound this cultivation technique is, if I study it carefully, there's a good chance that it could become my impetus for a breakthrough to the Grand Dominion realm. Gritting his teeth tightly, the angel and the devil within Songshi's heart began clashing with one another. He did not want to become Zhang Xian's student, but this was a truly valuable opportunity for him to achieve a breakthrough. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and he had a feeling that he would regret it for life if he allowed this chance to slip through his fingers. Deeply conflicted, Songshi fell into an internal struggle. There are around 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Forget it. It's too much trouble to count. In any case, there are more than 9 words here. Brush, you don't have to write anymore. Not only was the crowd astonished by the sight before them, even Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. It had taken a while before he finally recovered. Knowing that he had already won the duel, he turned to Yao Shi and said, Yao Shi, this duel should be my victory, right? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Yao Shi's eyebrows shot up. Despite spurting blood and passing out, Songshi only managed to squeeze out 9 words. On the other hand, in the blink of an eye, you have already written 3,000 words. No. It has written another 2,000 words while I was speaking. 5,000 words. If this isn't sufficient to be considered a victory, what else can be considered a victory? Yao Shi hurriedly nodded. Of course, you are the victor. Thanks. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian raised his head and saw that the brush of heavenly impartation was still writing. At this point, there were already more than 8,000 words in the sky. I said that it's enough. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. What the heck is this? Since I told you to stop, you should stop obediently. To keep writing and writing, are you boasting about how fast you were able to write? Seeing that Zhang Xian had lost his temper, Yao Shi quickly explained with a bitter smile, Zhang Shi, under the effects of your words of wisdom, the brush of heavenly impartation will have to pin down the content of your entire lecture before it is able to rest. It was not that the brush did not want to stop, but it could not. Words of wisdom was a truly formidable ability. While it was a skill that only 9-star master teachers were capable of, it was not something that all 9-star master teachers were able to pull off. Is that so? I guess there's no helping it then. Scratching his head awkwardly, Zhang Xian sighed deeply before waiting patiently. Sometime later, the brush in the air finally came to a halt. Completely exhausted by the sheer amount of work it had done, its brush tip was split haggardly, and it looked as if it had done enough work for its entire lifetime. You are finally done. Zhang Xian sighed in exasperation. But right after he spoke those words, the brush struggled up into the air and wrote down a line of characters. They were the words that he had just spoken. Are you doing this on purpose? Zhang Xian's face darkened. The brush continued writing. Are you doing this on purpose? Zhang Xian was on the verge of clawing his hair away. Yao Shi, look. It's copying me. Brush moved again. Yao Shi, look. It's copying me. It might be because Zhang Shi said too much earlier, such that it has developed a habit of pinning down your every word. As a result, even when you aren't executing the impartation of heaven's will, it still moves to record your words, Yao Shi explained with a twitching mouth. This was also the first time she had seen a situation like this, so she was not too sure. If that's the case, I think it would be good for you to put your brush of heavenly impartation away now. Otherwise, I fear that it might end up scribbling all over Qingwen City, Zhang Xian remarked as he looked at the lines of 10,000 words in the air. Currently, those words had already covered around a half of the massive square. If the brush of heavenly importation was allowed to continue, it would not be long before the entire sky over Qingyuan City was dyed black. You're right. Seeing how the words that Zhang Xian had just said were being written down, Yao Shi shook her head helplessly. She immediately stepped forward to stow the brush of heavenly importation back into her storage ring. But the latter suddenly jolted wildly before abruptly plummeting from the sky and falling weakly to the ground. This is... Anxious, Yao Shi immediately rushed over to take a look. Upon closer examination, her face darkened. It has fainted from exhaustion. While the brush of heavenly importation was neither a saint-tier artifact nor a spirit-tier artifact, in order to be able to discern the impartation of heavens while spoken by a master teacher, it had to possess some degree of sentience. The abrupt overload of profound information from Zhang Xian, along with the physical exhaustion from writing so many words, had sapped its energy dry, resulting in it collapsing. Fainted from exhaustion? Such a thing is possible too. Hearing Yao Shi's words, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. All the master teachers had looks of shock on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. Usually, it was the master teachers who fainted during the brush of heavenly impartation out of exhaustion, from the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, and yet, Zhang Xian actually managed to make the brush of heavenly impartation faint from exhaustion instead. Was this really happening before them? They could not help but pinch themselves to check if they had imagined everything that had happened before them. Pooh! In this moment, a spurt of blood showered the sky. Unable to suppress his injuries any longer, Song Shi fainted as well. He had gone to the extent of expending every last bit of his soul depth in order to break his previous record, and yet, with just a seemingly leisurely lecture, Zhang Xian actually managed to break his record by more than 1,000-fold. More importantly, he even made the brush of heavenly impartation faint out of exhaustion? Could such an existence still be called a human? Not even real 9-star master teachers would be as outrageous as him. Zhang Shi, how do you intend to deal with these characters? Yao Shi swiftly packed the brush of heavenly impartation back into her storage ring before turning her gaze to Zhang Xian. Given that those characters had been written from Zhang Xian's heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy, naturally, he possessed ownership over them. Zhang Xian looked at the huge accumulation of characters in the sky, and he could not help but feel his head hurt. Those words were so densely packed together that it caused a huge shadow to loom over the square. They would be an eyesore if he left them there. Noticing the conflicted look on Zhang Xian's face, Yao Shi stepped forward and clasped her fist. From how you were able to induce the beacon of heavenly impartation, causing the brush of heavenly impartation to continue writing non-stop, there's no doubt that the knowledge harnessed within those words is deeply aligned with the essence of the world. If Zhang Shi doesn't mind, I'm willing to use 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts to purchase the characters from you. As an 8-star master teacher, she knew that those characters in the sky were incredibly valuable. It was no exaggeration to say that they were worth an entire city or even more. You wish to purchase them? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Those characters could actually be sold? That's right. Yao Shi nodded. Through a unique method, it's possible to store those characters within a book and study them whenever one wants to. Despite existing in a tangible form, those characters could be said to be no different from a physical embodiment of the impartation of heaven's will. As long as a cultivator scanned those words with his spiritual perception, they would be able to interpret the knowledge harnessed within it and benefit greatly from it. Despite being an 8-star master teacher herself, Yao Shi could sense that the knowledge harnessed within those characters could help her rise to greater heights. As such, putting aside 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts, she would not hesitate to up the stakes if needed to. Yao Shi is offering to buy those characters with 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts? Doesn't that mean that those characters are literally words of gold? Taking the discussion between the two in, the master teachers beneath the execution platform were utterly stunned. Saint Intermediate tier artifacts were incredibly valuable. There were no more than a couple of them within the entire Qingyuan Empire. Converted to high-tier spirit stones, they would be worth several 10,000. To actually offer that much money in exchange for those characters, granted that it was Zhang Shi's lecture, but it was still a really huge sum to pay for them. 2 Saint Intermediate Tier Artifact? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before eventually shaking his head, rejecting Yao Shi's offer. He usually relied on his strength and wits in order to defeat others. In comparison, his weapon seemed to play a smaller role. Not to mention, he already had the Golden Origin Cauldron, so any more Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts would be unnecessary. Seeing Zhang Xian reject her offer, Yao Shi quickly replied, "Zhang Shi, I am willing to negotiate the price with you if you find my offer inadequate. If 2 Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts aren't enough, what do you think of 3? It's not about your offer." Zhang Xian shook his head. He swept through the crowd with his gaze before speaking with a resounding voice. Chu Tianxing has committed many reprehensible deeds in his time, and he deserves the fate that befell him. Even though those deeds were orchestrated by the otherworldly demonic tribe, there's no doubt that our Master-Teacher Pavilion was somewhat responsible for this matter. Despite serving as the guardians of mankind, we allowed the otherworldly demons to infiltrate our ranks and cause harm to our brethren. It's fortunate that we managed to stop Chu Tianxing in time before he could conduct his depraved ritual, but it's still a fact that our lapse in duty endangered countless innocent lives in Qingyuan City. As such, in order to make up for our mistake, I would like to donate this heavenly importation of Minter's calligraphy to Qingyuan City as a show of repentance from our Master-Teacher Pavilion. We will write where we have erred and reflect on where we have failed. He's actually giving such valuable characters to us? That is worth 3 Saint Intermediate Tier artifact. To gift it to us just like that. Hearing Zhang Xian's decision, the eyes of the civilians of Qingyuan City reddened. To view money as if it was nothing more than dirt, giving them the characters that were easily worth 3 Saint Intermediate Tier artifacts without much hesitation, he was a true master teacher. Actually, the matter concerning Vice Pavilion Master Tian and Chu Tianxing has already left me a little doubtful about the competency of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. However, after hearing Zhang Shi's words, my trust in the Master-Teacher Pavilion has been restored. Indeed, without their protection, there's no way we could have lived in peace for so many years. Perhaps, we might even have fallen under the treacherous schemes of Chu Tianxing and lost our lives. While the crowd of Qingyuan City had not said anything, the problems that had surfaced one after another in recent days had really left them a little disappointed in the competency of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. After all, the betrayal of a Vice Pavilion Master and an Emperor of a conferred empire was no laughing matter. Yet, the Master-Teacher Pavilion had been oblivious to something as huge as this for such a long period of time. Inevitably, they had started to question the Master-Teacher Pavilion's leadership internally. However, the display of magnanimity from Zhang Xian reassured them that the Master-Teacher Pavilion was still devoted to its responsibilities and duties, and this had helped to restore public faith in them. Hearing the words from the crowd and the agitation on their faces, Yao Shi clasped her fist toward Zhang Xian and bowed. Zhang Shi's magnanimity is truly worthy of praise. I was being too narrow-minded. She had been thinking of how she should dispel the various adverse consequences of the matter and re-establish the prestige and authority of the Master-Teacher Pavilion among the populace. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like there was no need for her to do so anymore. As long as Zhang Xian was around, the unrest among the populace of Qingyuan City would be settled easily. In just 2 short hours, the young man had already effectively become the #1 figure of Qingyuan City, wielding authority incomparable by anyone else there. With just a few simple moves, he had already managed to reduce the adverse effects from this incident to the bare minimum. It seemed like the young man did not just possess superior talent. More importantly, his outlook toward matters was also far broader and deeper than others. Compared to him, she really had much to learn. All right, I shall announce the results of the Master-Teacher confrontation now. For the duel of heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy between Song Shi and Zhang Shi is the victor. Yao Shi declared loudly, her voice sounding across the entire capital. Wonderful. Great. I knew that Zhang Shi would win. Loud cheers broke out throughout the capital. Not expecting Zhang Xian to receive the admiration of so many people within such a short period of time, the awoken Song Shi's face paled. You all. After announcing the results, Yao Shi turned to Zhang Xian and asked, Zhang Shi, since you have achieved victory, may I know how you intend to deal with Song Shi? Chapter 1244 Zhang Shi is conducting a lecture. Upon hearing Yao Shi's questions, the crowd also swiftly sent curious gazes over. They had heard Song Shi's earlier words as well. Not only did he want to cripple Zhang Xian's manhood, he even wanted to kill the Golden Origin Cauldron and have Zhang Xian issue a public apology to him. Considering that the tables had turned, they could not help but want to know how Zhang Xian would deal with this situation. Given how callous Song Shi had been previously, any punishment that Zhang Xian enforced on him would not be considered overboard. At the same time, Song Shi also tightened his fists as he nervously awaited Zhang Xian's verdict. The losing party of the master-teacher confrontation had to comply with whatever request the victor demanded. This was the rule established by the master-teacher pavilion. Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, Song Shi attempted to kill Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the other meritorious subjects, but that was due to the compelling situation forcing him to do so. While I disagree with his actions, I can understand his rationale for doing so. Other than that, I do not have a personal grudge with him either, and if we look to the heart of the issue, my artifact was indeed at fault for going too far and injuring him. Thus, I won't enforce any punishment on him. In a sense, the assault from the Golden Origin Cauldron was already a sufficient for punishment against Song Shi. At this point, he was not interested in pursuing the matter any further. That would only make him appear narrow-minded and unforgiving. As expected of Zhang Shi, magnanimous and gracious. Indeed, they are both master-teachers from the master-teacher pavilion. So why is there such a huge disparity in their characters? Huge disparity? More like they aren't even on the same level. From today onward, Zhang Shi will be my idol. Anyone who wants to get to him must go through me. Hey, Zhang Shi doesn't belong to you alone. He's my idol too. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, a wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. Even Yao Shi could not help but nod in approval. It was no wonder Zhang Xian was able to rise to such heights at his young age. Putting aside his talent, what was more important was his heart. Despite Zhang Shi's magnanimity, there's no doubt that Song Shi has failed to carry out his mission as an envoy from the headquarters properly. He passed judgment upon Sun Chong and the other poison masters without investigating the issue properly, nearly inflicting grievous injustice upon meritorious subjects, Yao Shi said. No matter what, he still has to take responsibility for his actions. I'll report this matter to the headquarters and have them make a judgment. Zhang Xian sparing Song Shi of his punishment was only a result of his victory from the master-teacher confrontation. Putting that aside, there was still no doubt that Song Shi had committed a huge oversight in the handling of this incident, so he still had to be punished for his lapse in responsibility. This was the rule of the master-teacher pavilion, so it had to be upheld. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Thank you, Yao Shi. Hearing the judgment, Song Shi heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but glance at Zhang Xian with complex emotions in his eyes. Previously, when the young man crippled him with his artifact, he had been so angry that he could have murdered the other party. But now, seeing how the young man's every action was dedicated to fulfilling his responsibility as a master teacher, not forgetting his role regardless of the situation, he could not help but feel deep respect for the other party. Perhaps that was how a real master teacher should act. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Seeing that the matter was finally resolved, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief on the inside. Raising his gaze toward the sky once more, he raised his finger toward the many characters and tapped lightly. Hong Long. The first character abruptly burst apart, and concentrated spiritual energy diffused into the surroundings, shrouding the entire Qingyuan city. In the blink of an eye, every life form in Qingyuan city heard a word resounding in the depths of their souls. A single word it might have been, but the rich intent infused into it left them falling into a trance. Pa 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 pa. The characters popped one after another, and more words sounded. In the way of cultivation, the body as the world, and the spirit as yin-yang. Hearing those words, Yao Shi and Song Shi could not help but fall into a daze. From the moment they saw those characters, they knew that the knowledge they harnessed would be anything but ordinary. However, it was only when they heard it with their own ears that they realized just how profound it truly was. Compared to the content in those characters, the cultivation techniques that they cultivated were truly inefficient and slow, as if a crawling snail. Hardly worth a mention. Suppressing her urge to cultivation, Yao Shi's eyes widened in bewilderment. Zhang Shi is converting the characters of the heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy back to impartation of heaven's will. Taking a look at the square beneath her feet, all of the cultivators in her sight had already sat down cross-legged on the ground, driving their zhenqi according to the method depicted through those words. Palipala. Not too long later, as if an endless firecracker had been lit, the crisp echoes symbolizing breakthroughs in cultivation sounded amid the crowd. It was understandable that a cultivation technique as profound as the one lectured by Zhang Xian would cause the cultivators to swiftly achieve breakthroughs. But beyond the crowd, a group of wild chickens, flying birds, and many other animals were also swiftly growing stronger, and they were beginning to make breakthroughs as well. Am I really not dreaming? Astonished, Yao Shi extended her spiritual perception to scan the area, and she swiftly saw countless donkeys, horses, geese, chicks, and as if they had all started cultivating as well, their auras swiftly surged along with Zhang Xian's words. It isn't just those flying birds, even the domesticated animals are achieving breakthroughs as well. Shocked beyond words, she was just about to retract her spiritual perception when another sight she saw nearly caused her knees to cave in from sheer astonishment. Weren't those metal pipes bent earlier? Why did they suddenly straighten themselves? The bent metal pipes just a little in front of the execution platform had, at some point in time, become incredibly straight, as if valiant soldiers standing at attention, exuding a heroic aura. To actually be able to talk a metal pipe into becoming erect. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yao Shi took another glance at Zhang Xian, and she felt as if she was going insane. This had already far exceeded the ability of a normal impartation of heaven's will. It's heart of a teacher, Yao Shi thought as her eyes lit up in excitement. Only those who possessed the heart of a teacher would wield such capabilities. Who would have thought that the young man before her had actually comprehended this at such a young age? It was no wonder he would unreservedly gift those valuable characters to the crowd and consider the welfare of the master-teacher pavilion and mankind in everything he did. A thought emerged in Yao Shi's mind. If I could accept such a formidable genius as my student, there was no denying Zhang Xian's outstanding talent, but his potential was limited by his environment. The Qingyuan Empire, ranked last among the conferred empires, was simply too backward, and it was not big enough for him to fully spread his wings. If she could accept him as her student, bring him to the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, and accord him the best resources there, he would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation and improve swiftly. When he finally displayed his brilliance, as his teacher, her reputation would also spread far and wide. I should ask him later. Glancing at the slowly disappearing characters in the sky and the countless cultivators achieving a breakthrough around her, Yao Shi suppressed her urge for the moment and waited patiently for the impartation of heaven's will to come to an end. At the same time, in a smithy located at the suburbs of Qingyuan City, in a compact room, an old metalsmith was forging a metal ingot beneath his hammer. An elder walked up to the old metalsmith and smiled. Old Zhou, I am still lacking 18 metal pots. You must complete them for me by today. The old metalsmith was neither a blacksmith nor a celestial designer. He was just an ordinary metalsmith who forged basic necessities for a living. There's no need to rush me. Don't you have any confidence in me? I'll surely finish your order by today. The metalsmith replied with a smile. Like magic, just with a few strikes from the hammer in his hands, the metal ingot swiftly assumed the shape of a pot. I have known you for several decades now. Of course I have confidence in you, the elder said. With several decades of fellowship, they had long become close friends with one another. The pots, spoons, and other necessities forged by the old metalsmith were exceptionally exquisite and elegant. Whenever he placed the products of the old metalsmith on display, they would be swiftly sold out. Even the nobles of the country had placed orders for the old metalsmith's works with him, offering to pay a premium on them. It was for this reason that he would always frequent the smithy of the old metalsmith and acquire his goods. The metalsmith gestured to the chair by the side as he said, "Yes, wait there for me. I should be done soon, so let's have a cup of tea together later on." However, something happened at this moment that caused the metalsmith's hammer to freeze in place. Ding ding dang dang. The various pots and bowls he had hung on the walls suddenly began moving by themselves despite the absence of wind. They delightfully leaped to the ground before marching out of the smithy in a neat line. Unable to believe his eyes, the old metalsmith rubbed his eyes. Those pots and bowls were just ordinary goods, possessing no spirit at all. Why would they suddenly flee by themselves? Watching as a bunch of spoons make their way out of the room, the elder who had been speaking to the old metalsmith a moment ago was also dumbstruck. He quickly rushed up to the metalsmith and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know either." The metalsmith stared at the fantastical sight before him in a daze. Slowly, his dazed expression twisted into one of horror. Those were the goods that he had hammered with great effort. If they ran away, wouldn't his effort all have been in vain? Thus, he swiftly dashed to the door to block the marching of the various metalworks, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp ache in his palm, which caused his clenched hand to open. The metal hammer he was holding made use of this opportunity to leap to the ground and dash out of the room. Don't run. That hammer had been with him for several decades now, and he depended on it for a living. The old metalsmith immediately gave chase, but the following moment, the metal door to the smithy abruptly smashed into his head, knocking him back. Before he could even process what was going on, the entire house began shaking intensely before furiously running after the metal hammer. "Even my house is running away?" The metalsmith was crazed. It was one thing for his pots and bowls to run away, but for his house to escape as well. Where was he going to live from now on? Where was he going to smith his goods in the future? Panicked, the old metalsmith turned to his old friend and pleaded, "Old Liang, don't you have an aerial spirit beast? Help me check what's going on. I can't lose my wares and house just like that." "All right." The elder who had been speaking to him earlier nodded. With a loud whistle, an aerial spirit beast immediately flew to the ground. The elder stepped on the back of the aerial spirit beast and flew into the distance. Not long later, the elder returned with a pale face, as if he had just seen something supernatural happening before him. "What's wrong, old Liang? Is this the work of some kind of burglar?" The old metalsmith asked anxiously. He had heard rumors about formidable burglars being able to steal items even from a distance away. Could one of these burglars have cast some kind of sorcery over his possessions, causing them to run out of his control and flee? "It's not the doing of a burglar, but—" The elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but his voice still sounded extremely hoarse. "Zhang Shi is conducting a lecture. I would just like to point out that Chinese words do have connectors and conjunctions, but it's possible for sentences to still flow logically without meaningless connectors and conjunctions too. On the other hand, it's impossible to do so in English, so the words of wisdom effect where every single word has some kind of significance is pretty much impossible to bring out here." Chapter 1245 Honorary Elder. Zhang Shi is conducting a lecture? The old metalsmith was taken aback. Pricking up his ears and listening intently, there was indeed a faint voice to be heard a distance away. As it was too far away, the voice sounded indistinct. Nevertheless, just by catching traces of it, he could already feel the jinqi in his body leaping into action, moving along with the other party's words. "Is this impartation of heaven's will?" The metalsmith asked hoarsely as his eyes lit up in agitation. Even though he was only an ordinary metalsmith, he had still heard much about the master teachers. It was indeed troublesome that his pots and bowls had run away, but this was also a rare opportunity for him. There was a vast difference in the price of an ordinary pot and one that had been infused with a spirit. With his exquisite craftsmanship, he could sell his pots for 1,000 gold coins easily. However, if his pots were infused with spirit, he would have to think twice about selling them even if the buyer were to offer him a middle-tier spirit stone. Of course, before considering any of that, he had to capture his escaped pots and metalware back first. Not too long later, the old metalsmith finally managed to catch up to his pots and bowls, and his hammer was finally back in his hands as well. This time, though, he could feel a bloodline connection with his hammer, and it felt as if the hammer had no weight at all. With this, I won't need to rest in between my forging anymore. I can finish the 18 pots required well before afternoon. As long as I have this hammer in hand, I'll be able to lead a far better life than before, the old metalsmith thought as he clenched his fists in agitation. Gazing in the direction that the voice had come from, the old metalsmith kneeled onto the floor with reddened eyes. "Thank you, Zhang Shi." The same sight was happening throughout every street and alley of Qingyuan City. Zhang Xian's importation of Heaven's Will was not only able to raise one's cultivation, it was also highly effective toward one's proficiency in an occupation. There were some apothecaries who found themselves successfully forging pills that they had failed countless times before after listening to Zhang Xian's lecture. There were also saint beasts who were unable to reproduce due to their strong bloodlines, suddenly finding themselves carrying twins in their wombs after listening to the lecture. Pada. When the final character above the square dissipated, the cultivators in the square gradually roused from the trance they were in, and an ardent heat could be seen in their eyes. Ordinary heavenly impartation of Minter's calligraphy was only sufficient for the cultivation of an individual, but Zhang Xian's had been actually able to release a resounding voice reminiscent of an impartation of Heaven's Will. Within just a short period of time, they had found themselves benefiting greatly from his teachings. Everything felt so mystical that they could not help but feel a little dreamy within. "Teacher." One by one, they kneeled onto the ground and kowtowed in agitation. Having benefited from the Zhang Xian's guidance, he could be considered half a teacher to them. From that day onward, nearly all of the master teachers and cultivators in Qingyuan City would be Zhang Xian's students, granting him unparalleled authority and prestige in the city. Seeing the gazes of admiration around him, Yao Shi remarked in awe, to make countless submit to him through just words. This is a true master teacher. Despite being an 8-star master teacher, she knew that she was incapable of doing the same. The talent that the young man before her possessed far surpassed her imagination. Perhaps, he might even be on par with the offspring of the sage clans. Furthermore, despite having so many people acknowledging him as their teacher simultaneously, he showed no signs of excitement or complacency at all. Just by his state of mind alone, there was no doubt that he would eventually achieve great things in the future. I must accept him as my student. Yao Shi clenched her fists tightly in determination. As talented as Zhang Xian was, he still was not an 8-star master teacher yet, so she stood a chance in becoming the young man's teacher. As long as she groomed him well, it would not be long before she became one of the most respected figures in the master-teacher continent. With such thoughts in mind, Yao Shi could no longer hold herself back anymore. Turning to Zhang Xian, she asked, "Zhang Shi, are you interested in cultivating in the Empire Alliance?" Empire Alliance? That's right. The cultivation techniques and resources they have there are incomparable to those of the Qingyuan Empire. As long as you agree to become my student, I can take you there and vie for the best resources for you. With my guidance, I guarantee that you will become a real 8-star master teacher within the next 50 years. Yao Shi nodded. 50 years. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head. No thank you. If he needed 50 years to advance to an 8-star master teacher, he would already be lying in the dirt with tall grass above his grave. To others, to be able to become an 8-star master teacher before 70 was already a formidable achievement, but to him, that was a speed even slower than a snail's crawl. It could not generate the slightest enthusiasm in him. Despite Zhang Xian's rejection, Yao Shi did not show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, she began patiently explaining, "Zhang Shi, this is really a good opportunity. The Empire Alliance is filled with many different factions, and without someone to bring you around, you will face many obstacles there." Factions? The Empire Alliance is basically a power consisting of multiple organizations, namely the 8 conferred empires and several smaller sage clans. Due to the independent nature of these organizations, there are often conflicts of interest, resulting in the rise of several different factions in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Without any understanding of the various factions, it's very easy for one to get on the wrong side of the more powerful factions, which would make it hard for one to survive there, Yao Shi replied with a nod. I am not taking advantage of you by accepting you as my disciple. By coming under my protection, you will be able to better maneuver your way around the politics there and receive the recognition from the various powers. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult for you to rise through the ranks. After all, given how big the Empire Alliance is, one thing that they don't lack is talented individuals. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. He had read books concerning the Empire Alliance, so he had some understanding of how it operated. Just as Yao Shi said, the 8 conferred empires were only a portion of the Empire Alliance. Some of the weaker sage clans and sects were under them as well. As a power consisting of multiple individual organizations, it was inevitable that multiple factions would rise in the Empire Alliance so that these organizations would be able to protect their interests. There's no need to give me a response right now. You can give it some thought, Yao Shi said. Regarding that, I'm curious, why do the headquarters allow the master teachers of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion to engage in factional rivalry? Zhang Xian asked curiously. In the previous places he had been to, the master teachers from the same Master Teacher Pavilion would typically get along harmoniously with one another. While there was some rivalry and conflict, it was mostly between individuals rather than factions. So, why would the headquarters turn a blind eye to such chaos in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion? When Kong Shi first established the Master Teacher Pavilion, he once said that in order for mankind to grow swiftly, their true nature mustn't be restrained. There should always be some degree of competition and conflict internally, or else peace will slowly result in stagnation and decline, Yao Shi explained. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. This was similar to the rules of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Unless in the face of affairs that threatened the welfare of mankind, the management of the academy would usually stay out of the rivalry among students. Only with competition would there be a sense of urgency for improvement. If each independent power felt that their interest would be assured by a higher power, while it was true that this would allow the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion to become united in the short term, in the long run, these independent powers could grow complacent and lazy. It was also for this reason that the Regional Master Teacher Pavilion was entrusted with the full responsibility of dealing with whatever conflicts they faced on their land. Unless the problem surpassed their capability, the direct headquarters would not interfere in the matter. As long as the factional rivalry did not get out of hand, maintaining such a state in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion was not necessarily a bad decision. It was through such a system that talents rose one after another in the Master Teacher Pavilion, and despite dozens of millenniums passing, its position as the number one occupation still remained unwavering. This was survival of the fittest. Only through a cycle of continuous selection would the most capable master teachers be left within the organization. I really dislike dealing with such factional rivalries. Zhang Xian pinched his glabella in frustration. It was simply too tiring to engage in politics against others. I understand your point of view, but there's no way to avoid it. Unless you become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, you will eventually be dragged into the factional rivalry as well. Yao Shi replied with a sigh. Elder? The elders of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion have a vote in deciding major affairs, and just for that, every single organization lobbies them. It could be said that they possess a transcendental position in the Empire Alliance, and no one dares offend them. Yao Shi explained. How can one become an elder then? Zhang Xian was a little moved by that idea. By becoming an elder, he would be spared from the politics that he hated, and he would also be able to enjoy cultivation resources as a result of that position. 2 birds with 1 stone. You want to become an elder? Yao Shi was rendered speechless. That fellow sure knew how to dream. Even she, an 8-star low-tier master teacher, was not qualified to become an elder. Yet, a 7-star master teacher like him was actually already thinking about it. Aren't you being too ambitious? Suppressing her displeasure at the young man's conceit, Yao Shi explained patiently, In order to become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, you first have to become an 8-star Master Teacher, and your cultivation has to reach Saint 7 Dan. More importantly, you must receive Pavilion Master He's recognition and approval. Without any of that, it's impossible to become an elder. At this point, Yao Shi sighed deeply before continuing. My teacher is an 8-star high-tier Master Teacher, and he has been applying for the seat of an elder for 30 years now. Despite that, he still has not been approved. If only her teacher was an elder, she would have been in one of those blessed lands for cultivation at this moment instead of being dispatched here to the remote Qingyuan Empire to deal with this trouble. Since even her teacher was not qualified to be an elder, how could the young man before her possibly stand a chance? Even if he possessed astounding talent, he was still only a 7-star Master Teacher. One must know that the number of talented Master Teachers increased exponentially going up the ranks. Zhang Xian might have been an incredible genius, but which of the current 8-star Master Teachers were not astounding talents back in their time? Besides, one had to get past Pavilion Master, in order to become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. If it was that easy to earn Pavilion Master He's approval, there would not only have been 12 elders in the entire Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion over the course of the past few centuries. I see. It's indeed not easy to become an elder. Hearing that even Yao Shi's teacher, an 8-star high-tier Master Teacher and Saint 7 Dan expert, had not succeeded in becoming an elder yet, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that he might have been a little too impudent. Indeed. Yao Shi shook her head and sighed deeply once more. As such, it's impossible to avoid the factional rivalry in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Since that's the case, the only way to protect yourself is by choosing a side to stand with and coming under the faction's protection. Even though my teacher is not an elder, he still possesses one of the managerial roles there. If you become my student, you will automatically become a member of our faction, and you can be assured that my teacher and I will do our best to protect you. While Yao Shi was busy analyzing the situation for Zhang Xian in order to convince him to become her student, a furious gale suddenly sounded in the air, following which, a massive aerial saint beast came to a halt above the execution platform. Several figures leaped down from the aerial saint beast. Wu Shi, Hall Master Xing. Zhang Xian greeted the familiar faces with a smile. Wu Shi and the others had taken a short stop at the Northern Meadows City Master Teacher Pavilion in order to report the incident concerning the Qingtian Emperor to the headquarters before rushing back, thus causing them to return to Qingyuan City a few hours later than Zhang Xian. After trading some pleasantries, Wu Shi said with a smile, Zhang Shi, I have already reported the matter in detail to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, and Pavilion Master he has also prepared a reward for you. Following that, he abruptly raised the token in his hand, and a pillar of light rose from the nearby Master Teacher Pavilion. Boom! As if some kind of formation had been activated, a powerful aura began diffusing into the surroundings, shrouding the area. Realizing that a decree from the headquarters had arrived, all the Master Teachers and Combat Masters hurriedly turned their gazes over grimly. A powerful voice echoed in the surroundings. Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion's Zhang Xian has foiled the schemes of the otherworldly demonic tribe and annihilated the Qingtian Emperor and his 10 kings. For the immense contribution he has made to mankind, I hereby declare him an honorary elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Chapter 1246 Jiruochen, Hong Long. Right after those words were spoken, a peculiar power began shrouding Zhang Xian, and it gradually converged to form a unique token in his hands. On the front was an emblem representing the Empire Alliance, and on the back were the words Honorary Elder. The token was golden in color, and it carried an aura of authority. Honorary Elder? I became an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian was stupefied. It was just a moment ago that Yao Shi had been filling him in on how difficult it was to become an elder, advising him to drop the hopeless idea. But in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly bestowed with this identity? Too easy. Zhang Xian subconsciously shot a glance toward Yao Shi, only to see the latter's face completely red as her body trembled uncontrollably. It seemed like she was already on the verge of tears. Well, it was no wonder she would react in such a manner. Her teacher had spent so many years applying for the position of an elder time and time again, only to fail each time around. Yet, he, a 7-star master teacher who had never even been to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, had actually become its elder so easily. Not to mention, he had even received the title right after Yao Shi explained how difficult it was to obtain it. Thank you. Knowing that this was probably the result of Wu Shi and the others passing on the credit of the expedition to him, Zhang Xian quickly turned around to thank them. Other than bestowing Zhang Xian with the position as an honorary elder, Pavilion Master, he also announced Wu Shi's promotion as the new head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Yao Shi and Pavilion Master Wu, I'll be counting on you to deal with the affairs here. As the two clasped their fists, Pavilion Master He's voice gradually faded into silence. With this, the problem that Sun Chong and the others had caused had been resolved, so there was no longer any need for Zhang Xian to remain there. As for dealing with the post-crisis cleanup concerning the Qingyuan Empire and the Master Teacher Pavilion, Wu Shi and Yao Shi were clearly more competent than him in that area, so his interference in those matters would only be excessive. Thus, Zhang Xian bade farewell and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, however, Wu Shi suddenly stopped him and asked, Zhang Shi, wait a moment. Chu Tianqing's death has resulted in a power gap in the Qingyuan Empire. Who do you think will be a suitable candidate to become the next emperor? The Qingyuan Empire could not go on without an emperor. Since Chu Tianqing was dead, they had to ascertain a successor as soon as possible, or else it would not be long before internal strife broke out for the throne. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. Chu Tianqing has a son named Chu Xiang. I know him personally, and he does have the qualities suited for the crown. I think it's worth considering him. Sun Chong had revealed Chu Xiang's identity to him in the message that he had left for him in the Jade communication token. While that young man was indeed a little lustful, he was no profligate scion. Putting aside his superior talent in cultivation, the young man did have a keen eye for assessing the big picture, and in the interactions with him, Zhang Xian had realized that he harbored compassion for the populace. From those two aspects, he would make a much better emperor than Chu Tianqing. I understand. I'll take a look at Chu Xiang, Wu Shi replied. Zhang Xian nodded before leaping down from the execution platform. He walked up to Sun Chong and asked, Where is Lu Yang's letter? Let me take a look at it. Shortly after Chu Tianqing's death, Lu Yang had gone missing, leaving behind only a letter. Considering how Song Shi had mobilized the entire Master Teacher Pavilion to comb Qingyuan City and its surroundings, only to find no trace of him at all, there was a good chance that he had already left Qingyuan City. Sun Chong had expressed that he was unaware of the details concerning Lu Yang's departure as well, and the only clue that was left behind was the letter. Since the crisis was already over, it was time for him to deal with Lu Yang's issue. As the letter was addressed to young master, I didn't dare open it. Sun Chong explained as he passed it over to Zhang Xian. Taking the letter, Zhang Xian tore open the envelope, and lines of words immediately appeared before him. Teacher, I'm sorry for my abrupt departure. I have really caused you much trouble this time by killing Chu Tianqing, but that's only partly why I have chosen to take my leave. I know that with you will be able to absolve me from blame, but I really do not wish to remain a burden by your side. You have already done too much for me. The words were neat with distinctive strokes, and they carried an air of resolve to them. Soon, Zhang Xian finished reading through the letter, and he shook his head silently. In truth, he was able to understand the reason behind Lu Yang's abrupt departure. Lu Yang was one of the first few students he had accepted, and in that sense, he could be considered the senior of Zheng Yang, Lu Chong, Yuan Tao, and the others. But now, Zheng Yang had become the progeny of combat. Lu Chong had headed to the ancient domain of the Soul Oracles to inherit the heritage of the Soul Oracles, and Yuan Tao had returned to the Yuan clan. It was clear that all of them were destined for greatness. On the other hand, of Zhang Xian's 3 female students, one had gone to the Glacier Plain Court, one had taken root in the Poison Hall, and one had joined the Spirit Awakener Guild. In contrast, he appeared to be the only unaccomplished one, still silently following behind their teacher's back. The pressure he had been under was unimaginable. It was one thing for him to expend their teacher's cultivation resources, but he even fell for the enemy's ploy and was held hostage by them in order to threaten his teacher. The immense guilt that he felt nearly had suffocated him. He knew how much his teacher cared for them, and that only served to deepen the pressure on him. He realized that the only way he could stop being a burden to his teacher was to leave. This way, no one would be able to hold him hostage to threaten his teacher, and his teacher would not be put in a spot because of him. Thus, he hardened his resolve and departed without any hesitation. Geez, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. You are my precious student. I would never think of you as a burden. Even though Lu Yang could not be said to be particularly outstanding of the 7 direct disciples, he was still a student who had been with Zhang Xian since Tianqian Kingdom, and step by step, they had come this far together. Zhang Xian had long viewed the young man as his own child, so how could he possibly view the latter as a burden? Young master, what should we do about young master Lu Yang? At this point, Sun Chong had also finished reading the letter, and he could not help but ask. Zhang Xian shook his head. There's no need to look for him. Given his capability, it'll be impossible to track him down. We can only wait for him to think things through and find me of his own accord. As his direct disciple, what Zhang Xian had imparted to Lu Yang were not just cultivation and battle techniques but practical skills such as disguising and anti-tracking. If Lu Yang really wanted to hide himself, unless it was Zhang Xian himself, not even a 7-star master teacher would be able to identify him. I have really neglected his state of mind and sentiments. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Zhang Yang becoming the progeny of combat must have been a huge blow to Lu Yang. His peer had already become someone who could bring pride and honor to their teacher, whereas he was still living off their teacher. It was inevitable that he would feel dispirited. However, Zhang Xian had simply had too much on his hands than to pay any heed to Lu Yang's state of mind, or else he never would have allowed such a thing to happen. In grooming a student, a teacher mustn't just focus on developing their cultivation and capabilities. Zhang Xian sighed deeply once more. For the past year, he had been too focused on developing the capabilities of his students that he had neglected their feelings. His students did not just view one another as seniors and juniors, they also thought of the others as rivals whom they compared themselves with. However, it was already too late to do anything about it. He could only wait for Lu Yang to walk out of this matter by himself now. In the sky far away from Qingyuan City, a beautiful figure was seated on the back of an aerial saint beast with her eyes tightly closed. A surge of pure zhenqi flowed through her veins, resulting in a peculiar deep melody. Pacha. Sometime later, as if successfully breaking some kind of bottleneck, the young lady slowly opened her eyes. I have finally made a breakthrough. She had been cultivating diligently during this period of time, and her efforts had finally paid off. Even though she was still some distance away from reaching Saint Realm, it was no longer a distant target for her. Zhang Shi, just you wait. I'll look for you once more I catch up to you, the young lady declared with a determined gleam in her eyes. She really fancied the talented master teacher who dared treat her as his maid for a period of time, but she knew that blindly following behind the other party would only bring her greater and greater despair. Since that was the case, she would just have to focus all her effort into her cultivation, and hopefully, she would be able to get him to spare her an additional glance. She had thought over many matters in the 10 days that she had spent on top of the aerial saint beast, and she had come to understand a lot. Leaving did not mean that she was giving up or admitting defeat. Rather, it was to build the foundation for a sweeter reunion. Hopefully, when I meet you once more, I will have the courage and strength to speak on equal grounds with you. Chill. While the young lady's eyes were still wandering over the place, the piercing call of a beast sounded in her ears. Following which, she felt the aerial saint beast beneath her trembling non-stop, as if it had encountered an overwhelmingly powerful existence. She quickly raised her head and saw an emerald-colored saint beast slowly flying over from the horizon. Roughly 10 meters in length, the saint beast before her was indescribably beautiful. It had 9 tails that fluttered elegantly behind it, and its movements seemed to manipulate space itself, allowing it to soar freely in the sky. That is the Saint Nine, Dan Nine-tailed Empyrean Phoenix? The young lady gasped in disbelief. While it was only a short stay in Qingyuan City, she had not spent her time idling away. Through visiting the various guilds and reading the books they had on their shelves, she had managed to deepen her understanding in most of her supporting occupations, including beast tamer. Based on what she knew, the saint beast that was appearing before her was likely one of the rarest saint beasts in the master-teacher continent, the nine-tailed Empyrean phoenix. It would already be a blessing of a lifetime if an ordinary cultivator was able to catch a glimpse of it, so it felt too much of a coincidence for her to encounter it there in the middle of the vast, endless sky. As the young lady stiffened her body warily, a figure suddenly emerged on the back of the Empyrean phoenix. Her face was covered with a veil, making it impossible to discern her appearance or age. However, from the veiled lady's slender and elegant figure, the young lady could tell that the other party was likely a ravishing beauty. Just from the fact that the other party was standing upon the Saint Nine-tailed Empyrean phoenix, there was no doubt that the veiled lady was a formidable expert, an existence who stood at the very peak of the master-teacher continent. Not daring to hesitate in the least, the young lady immediately got to her feet and bowed respectfully. There was no way she could afford to offend such a powerful expert. Who? The nine-tailed Empyrean phoenix stopped at a distance not too far away from the young lady's aerial saint beast. With a pair of eyes that twinkled like the brilliant stars in the sky, the veiled lady looked at the young lady and said, "You are Euphayre." It was a crisp voice reminiscent of the jingle of bells. Rather than a question, it seemed like she was making a statement instead. Nevertheless, the young lady still hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, she was indeed Euphayre. My teacher wishes to accept you as her disciple. Despite her crisp voice, the veiled lady's tone was one of nonchalance. Euphayre's body stiffened. She could not believe what she had just heard. Considering how the veiled lady was riding a Saint Nine-tailed Empyrean phoenix, she was bound to be an incredible expert herself. So, just how powerful of a person would the teacher she spoke about be? May I know who your esteemed teacher is? Euphayre asked meekly. My teacher is a 9-star master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion main headquarters, Elder Ji Ruachin. The veiled lady replied calmly, 9-star master teacher? An elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion main headquarters? Euphayre's breathing hastened. In this moment, she found her head insufficient to process the astounding news she had just heard. But I am just an ordinary person from a Tier 1 empire, and I have never met Ji-Shur before. Why would Ji-Shur want to accept me as her disciple? Everything had happened so abruptly and quickly that she dared not believe that something as good as this could possibly happen to her. You will have to ask my teacher personally. My job is just to bring you to my teacher, the veiled lady replied impassively. So, what's your decision? If you are willing to become the disciple of my teacher, I'll take you with me. Otherwise, I'll convey your refusal to my teacher. I am willing. I'm willing. Euphayre quickly woke up from her daze and nodded vehemently. If she could become the disciple of a 9-star master teacher, her cultivation would surely grow by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, she might even be able to catch up with Zhang Xian. Without a doubt, this was much better than fumbling her way forward. This was a rare opportunity that countless dreamt of. She would have to have been a fool to let it slip through her fingers. Very well, follow me then. The veiled lady waved her hand, and Euphayre suddenly found the world blurring before her. Before she could understand what was going on, she realized that she was already standing on the back of the 9-tailed Empyrean phoenix. Boom! While she was still dazed, the Empyrean phoenix beneath her roared furiously before abruptly disappearing. As if teleportation, several thousand kilometers disappeared behind them in an instant. How fast? Seeing how fast the world was passing by her, Euphayre's face reddened in astonishment. Glancing back in the direction of Qingyuan City, she tightened her fists in agitation and made a vow. Zhang Shi, I'll definitely stand proudly before you once more and have you make your choice again. Chapter 1247 The Guide arrives. Zhang Shi, here is the gift that the headquarters have given us for the friendly spar with the other combat master halls. Zhang Xian brought Sun Chong and the others back to their accommodation in the combat master hall, and not too long after they returned, Hall Master Xing came over. There had recently been a friendly spar between the 4 lower-ranked Combat Master Hall in order to choose 20 Combat Masters to train at the Qianchong Empire's Sword Lagoon. Thanks to the training regime that Zhang Xian had specially created for their candidates, the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had managed to acquire all 20 of the slots, and the Combat Master Hall headquarters had specially relayed their compliments to them. Just a few days ago, the rewards for their spectacular performance this time around had arrived through a special delivery channel. The reward this time around is 120 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, 20 more than we initially expected. However, even as the Hall Master, I can only freely allocate half of them, so I can only give you 60. Hall Master Xing flicked his wrist and passed several jade containers over. 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stone? That is good enough. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It seems like the effort I put into training those lads wasn't in vain. The effort you put into training those lads? Hall Master Xing's eyebrows began twitching, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. You ran off to crash the Master-Teacher Pavilion right after coming up with the training regime, and you didn't even return to watch the friendly spar. If even that can be called effort, what can't be? Thanks. Zhang Xian was perplexed by Hall Master Xing's twitching eyebrows, but he decided not to pay any heed to it. He opened the jade containers, and upon feeling the dense spiritual energy flowing out of them, he nodded in satisfaction. With so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would be able to advance his cultivation considerably. While it was his obligation as a master teacher to raise the fighting prowess of the combat masters, it still did not hurt for him to earn some benefits in the midst of doing so. This is what we agreed on previously, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. All right, if there's nothing else, I won't hold you any longer. Knowing that Zhang Xian would surely have to cultivate after obtaining the concentrated high-tier spirit stones, Hall Master Xing bade farewell before taking his leave. As soon as he left, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly entered the myriad ant hive nest. He had already compiled the Saint Fordan Heaven's Path Divine Art, and all he had been lacking was ample concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Since he had finally obtained what he had been waiting for all this while, it was a given that he should quickly raise his cultivation. After all, it had already been more than 10 days since he had been stuck at St. Threedan Pinnacle. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough. In this world of cultivation, strength was the foundation to almost everything. Without sufficient strength, one would be too vulnerable. If he did not obtain strength soon enough, his girlfriend could very well be going into the embrace of another man. Zhang Xian swiftly conditioned his state to the peak, and once everything was in place, he took a seat and flicked his finger. A concentrated high-tier spirit stone flew out from the jade container. Under the effects of the formation, incredibly pure spiritual energy gushed out from the spirit stone and gathered around Zhang Xian, flowing into his body via his acupoints. This isn't enough. Knowing that he would require far more spiritual energy than an ordinary cultivator to achieve a breakthrough, he continued to draw more spirit stones out from the jade containers. So. The remaining 59 concentrated high-tier spirit stones flew out one after another, and they took position in a unique formation around Zhang Xian. Hong Long Long. The spirit-gathering formation drew out the spiritual energy from 6 of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy around Zhang Xian felt as viscous as water. If any other ordinary cultivator had been in his place instead, they would have found their breathing becoming erratic. Not only would they be unable to cultivate under such circumstances, it might even pose a threat to them. The difference in the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings and a cultivator's body would result in the spiritual energy relentlessly gushing into his body, and if the cultivator could not assimilate the spiritual energy fast enough, the energy could end up wrecking their body, resulting in an unfortunate death. However, such a situation would never occur to Zhang Xian. Having cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body, his body was already comparable to a saint intermediate tier artifact. On top of that, he had also cultivated his soul through the Heaven's Path soul art, making it far more resilient than the soul of any ordinary cultivator. As a result, it was nigh impossible that a situation would occur where his body was unable to withstand a massive influx of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy grew more and more concentrated, and when it finally reached a certain density, Zhang Xian opened his mouth wide and began absorbing it furiously. Boom! The concentrated spiritual energy surged into Zhang Xian's body through his acupoints and into his body before swiftly gathering in his dantian. In his dantian, the 10-meter-tall origin soul waved its hand excitedly upon seeing the influx of spiritual energy, and it swallowed it delightfully in huge mouthfuls. Slowly, it began to metamorphose. The key to achieving Saint Four Dan primordial spirit realm was to relentlessly feed one's origin soul with energy in order to nourish it, granting it sufficient energy to evolve into a primordial spirit. With ample spiritual energy and the Saint Four Dan Heaven's Path divine art, Zhang Xian's origin soul grew at a visible pace, and the aura it exuded was swiftly becoming stronger. Pacha, Pacha, Pacha. But along with the metamorphosis of the origin soul, the concentrated high-tier spirit stones lying all around were also beginning to shatter with crisp echoes as the spiritual energy within them was sapped dry. The rate at which the concentrated high-tier spirit stones are being consumed is really frightening. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched wildly. He had thought that 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stones would be sufficient for him to cultivate from embryonic soul realm pinnacle to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. However, from the looks of it, he had once again underestimated the frightening consumption rate of cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art. The further he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, the greater the requirement for the purity and quantity of spiritual energy he would need. At this point, even the purity of concentrated high-tier spirit stones seemed to be slightly lacking. Zhang Xian sighed. Of the 4 necessary elements to cultivation, wealth, peers, method, and environment, wealth is indeed ranked at the very top. Without sufficient resources, no amount of talent can allow one to climb to the top. He had been thinking that he would try to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Seven Dan as soon as possible, so that he would be on equal footing with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. But he now realized that the road ahead was truly arduous. Putting everything else aside, just the lack of spirit stones could already leave him with a splitting headache. Pacha, Pacha, Pacha. Finally, when 32 concentrated high-tier spirit stones had been expended, he struck the bottleneck of embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Honglong. His aura abruptly transformed, granting him a more imposing presence. Saint Four Dan primordial spirit realm reached. Upon the breakthrough in his cultivation, Zhang Xian instantaneously felt his thoughts become clearer and faster. At the same time, his physical body and soul had also undergone massive changes, becoming far more resilient and powerful than before. On top of that, his reflexes had also grown significantly. In the past, when he clashed with leaving Aperture Realm experts, while he had been able to match them with his sheer strength and speed, his slightly slower reflexes had placed him at a critical disadvantage. He had needed to depend on his eye of insight in order to predict the opponent's move in advance in order to stand against them on equal footing. Otherwise, he might not have even been a match for the copper-masked clone of the Qingtian Emperor. But with his current enhanced reflexes, he would be able to easily carry out maneuvers faster than the copper-masked clone's reflexes, allowing him to subdue the latter in a single blow. Continue. Seeing that he still had some spirit stones remaining, Zhang Xian calmed his state of mind before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. An hour and a half later, all the remaining 28 concentrated high-tier spirit stones had shattered in powdery dust, and his cultivation had also advanced to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. He raised his hand and grasped the area before him lightly. In an instant, the surrounding air turned viscous, making it tangible to one's touch. Incredible! Feeling that his grasp over space had advanced another notch, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I encountered the real Qingtian Emperor again, I would be able to subdue him easily even without the assistance of my clone. From the embryonic soul realm to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, he had only achieved a breakthrough of 3 cultivation stages, but his fighting prowess had risen by twofold at the very minimum. With his enhanced strength and grasp over space, even in the Qingtian Emperor's cloned form, without relying on his clone or any ploys, he would be able to overpower the latter with brute force. In other words, the current Zhang Xian already wielded strength comparable to leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage experts, or perhaps he might even stand a chance against ordinary leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle experts. In the leaving Aperture Realm, every single advancement in one's cultivation stage would bring a lightning tribulation, and the tempering from the lightning tribulation resulted in a vast difference in strength between each cultivation stage. If it were to be known that Zhang Xian was able to match a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator before he had even made a breakthrough to the leaving Aperture Realm, it would surely scare many to death. Of course, considering that he cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path battle techniques, as well as the advantage from the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, he would really be useless if he could not do this much. It's a pity that I only received 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stones from Hall Master Xing. If I had obtained all 120, I might have been able to make a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle directly. Zhang Xian shook his head. If only he could have raised his cultivation to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, he was confident that he would have been able to down just about any leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert. Even without the Golden Origin Cauldron, he would be able to defeat cultivators of Song Shi's caliber with ease. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. I guess it can't be helped. No matter what, Hall Master Xing is the head of the Combat Master Hall. He will surely have to leave some concentrated high-tier spirit stones for himself to groom his own combat masters, so I can't possibly take all of them from him. To be honest, Hall Master Xing was already being generous by giving him half of the rewards given to them by the Combat Master Hall headquarters. He would only be greedy if he attempted to acquire any more from them. After taking a while to adapt to his newfound strength, Zhang Xian left the myriad ant hive nest. As soon as Zhang Xian walked out of the room, Sun Chang walked up to him. Young Master, Pavilion Master Wu has requested that you drop by the Master Teacher Pavilion for a moment after you are done cultivating. Wu Shi wants me to drop by the Master Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian frowned. It had not been long since he returned. Why would Wu Shi suddenly ask him to drop by the Master Teacher Pavilion? Sun Chang pondered for a moment before replying. Pavilion Master Wu said that the guide to the Sanctum of Sages has just arrived, so he wishes to invite you over to participate in the selection of sages. The guide has arrived? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, Mu Shi had told him that it was very likely that Luo Ruoxin was at the Sanctum of Sages, and if he wanted to find her, he would have to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages himself. However, as the highest academy of the Master Teacher continent, it was not a place that just anyone could enter. The slots for it were severely limited. When Zhang Xian had asked about it back then, the response he had received was that the guide would be arriving around 20 days later. Taking a look at the time, it was around 20 days since he had parted from Mu Shi, and it was indeed about time for the guide to arrive. I'll head over to take a look. Since it was a matter concerning Luo Ruoxin, there was no need for Zhang Xian to hesitate at all. He quickly made his way over to the Master Teacher Pavilion. Not too long later, he arrived at his destination. Zhang Shi. Now that Zhang Xian was the teacher of all Master Teachers, there was no one who did not recognize him. As soon as he entered the Master Teacher Pavilion, all the Master Teachers who saw him immediately clasped their fists and bowed. He is Zhang Shi? How dashing! I am his loyal fan. Do you think that he'll allow me to bear his babies? Scram to the side. You are a man. How do you intend to give birth? A commotion swiftly broke out in the surroundings. After the incident with the heavenly importation of Minter's calligraphy, Zhang Xian had already taken over Zhang Juxiao's position as the idol of all young men in the Qingyuan Empire. Thus, upon his appearance, all the young men who were currently studying in the Master Teacher Pavilion could not help but fall into a state of agitation, unable to control themselves. Seeing the crazed crowd around him, a feeling of deep helplessness rose within Zhang Xian. This is really not the type of life I want. Why do things never go the way I want them to? All he sought was a humble life, cultivating peacefully, advancing his cultivation peacefully, and remaining the inconspicuous handsome lad he was. It really was not his wish to have so many people idolize him frenziedly. Scanning the surroundings, Zhang Xian saw the millstone-bottom lady who had been deeply infatuated with Zhang Juxiao back then standing amid the crowd as well. Upon noticing his gaze, the latter began shrieking in excitement, and from the looks of it, it seemed like she might even dash straight forward to knock him onto the ground. Alarmed, he hastened his footsteps. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Forget it. It's about time for me to leave Qingyuan City anyway. He had been in Qingyuan City for roughly 20 days now, quite a long time indeed. It was about time for him to move on. No matter what, I must clinch the slot for the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. This is actually a Taoism concept in real life. At the primary stage of enlightenment, it's inevitable that one would have to devote his time to cultivating himself, so it's necessary that he has the wealth to sustain himself. In other words, those who don't have money won't be able to cultivate themselves. Following that as peers, those who don't interact with others will only remain as a frog in a well. Method: those who are already heading in the wrong direction from the start will never achieve enlightenment, no matter how much time and effort they devote to it. Environment: different land have different feng shui. Chapter 1248. The two listening-in students, led by a master teacher, Zhang Xian, soon arrived at a majestic hall. Within the hall were Wu Shi, Yao Shi, and the others. On the guest seat was a silk-robed middle-aged man, and two young men stood behind him. Taking a quick peek over, Zhang Xian found that the aura of the middle-aged man was deeply concealed within his body, like lightning shrouded by ominous storm clouds, rendering him incapable of gauging the latter's strength. On the other hand, the young men had powerful primordial spirits lying dormant within their bodies, ready to bring forth devastating damage at any moment. Primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivators. Judging from their physiques, Zhang Xian gauged them to be beneath 30 this year. To wield such strength at their young age, they were indeed nothing short of the word frightening. They would not pale even in comparison to the highly talented Zhang Jiuxiao. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Wu Shi immediately stood up and introduced with a smile. Seated over here is the guide to the Sanctum of Sages, Zhao Xingma. Zhao Shi, this is Zhang Xian, whom I spoke much about earlier. He possesses unparalleled talent, not only in our Qingyuan Empire, but possibly across all 8 conferred empires. Zhao Xingma took a look at Zhang Xian before giving a slight, nonchalant nod. It was as if he had heard so many of such introductions that they could not faze him anymore. On the other hand, Zhang Xian began swiftly scanning the room. Other than the few of them, Zhang Jiuxiao and 10 or so of the more outstanding young geniuses from the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were also in the room. A moment later, when 2 more men finally arrived, Zhao Xingma said with an impatient frown, "Since everyone is already gathered here, let's begin." Nodding, Pavilion Master Wu took a sweeping gaze at the surroundings before announcing, "Master Teachers, I believe that all of you should know of Zhao Shi, so I won't waste your time introducing him to you once more. For the selection of sages this time around, the guide shall be conducting the test himself. Without further ado, let us invite him to announce the rules for the test, as well as what you will have to prepare." The crowd quickly turned their gazes over to Zhao Xingma. "There's no need for any preparation. First and foremost, I shall announce the requirements for the selection. Those who fail to meet the requirement need not waste any more of their time here," Zhao Xingma announced impassively. "I'll assume those who are gathered here should have some understanding of the Sanctum of Sages. There are several strict requirements for one to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages. One must become a 7-star Master Teacher and achieve a cultivation of Saint 3 Dan embryonic soul realm before 30. I can see that most of you here have already met the requirements, but, in my view, it would be best for one to have as high a cultivation as possible. So far, only 2 of you have reached Saint 4 Dan. Therefore, other than those 2, the rest of you can leave right now." That's all to the selection? Isn't this taking the selection of sages a little too lightly? Not expecting Zhao Xingma to reduce the number of candidates to 2 just on the basis of their cultivation, everyone could not help but look at one another in astonishment. The Sanctum of Sages isn't like the Master Teacher Academies that you know of. It won't accept any Master Teacher just because they have met the prerequisites. You all should know that it's the highest academy in the Master Teacher continent, and it's a place to nurture future sages. Those whose strength pales in comparison to their peers really shouldn't be wasting their time. Zhao Xingma uttered coldly. I don't have that much time to waste with the rest of you. Pavilion Master Wu did not think that Zhao Xingma would actually be so direct. However, considering that the futures of a dozen young, talented master teachers of his Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were at stake, he interjected. Zhao Shi, isn't it a little too reckless to choose the candidates solely on the grounds of their cultivation? Why don't you take another look at them? Even if their cultivation is lacking, they might be able to make up for it through other aspects. There's no need for that. To be honest with you, I am only in charge of the preliminary selections. There will be another round of selections when we arrive at the Qinchong Empire and a final examination when we enter the City of Sages. Those whose cultivation has yet to reach primordial spirit realm won't even be able to clear the selections at Qinchong Empire, so it would only be a waste of time to bring them along. Zhao Xingma waved his hands casually. I see. Since Zhao Xingma had already said such words, there was nothing else Pavilion Master Wu could do. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned to the dozen or so eliminated master teachers and said, There's no need to be too disheartened by this setback. As long as you set your mind to it, you will be able to advance to great heights no matter where you are. The Sanctum of Sages isn't the only place for you to spread your wings and soar. All right then. Knowing that there was nothing they could do about the situation either, the dozen young geniuses could only shake their heads and leave. In truth, they also knew that it was unlikely that they would have been chosen. Their cultivation and talent weren't too weak either, but compared to Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhuxiao, they knew that they were still sorely lacking. With those two competing for the slot in the Qingyuan Empire as well, there was no way that they would be picked. Soon, Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhuxiao were the only candidates left in the room. Zhao Xingma turned his gaze over and said, Only the elites of mankind are allowed into the Sanctum of Sages, and these are the people who will eventually lead mankind to greater heights. But in order to have others submit to you, the most important thing one must possess is strength. As such, for this preliminary selection, I shall be taking strength to be the main assessment criterion. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. He could relate deeply to that sentiment. Schemes and disguises could bring others over to one side in the short term, but what would compel others submit to one was overwhelming strength. Take the current Zhang Xian, for example. Possessing unsurpassed might in the Qingyuan Empire, he no longer had to fear anyone or anything there. If he wished to, he would be able to exert his dominance over the populace, and no one would be able to oppose him. As for disguises, they would ultimately be exposed in a matter of time, so they were not a reliable measure. It was for this reason that most powerhouses relied not on schemes but the might of their fists to establish their dominance. Unwilling to submit? He would just have to crush the dissenters until they finally gave in. The same went for the Master Teacher Pavilion as well. Of course, its values and impartiality did allow it to win the heart of the others, but without sufficient strength at its foundation, it would only have been a matter of time before their leadership was questioned and overthrown. There were two occupations in history who had challenged the Master Teacher Pavilion's leadership, the Soul Oracles and the Poison Masters. The Soul Oracles had been completely eradicated, such that their heritage had been completely terminated, and there was barely any trace of them to be found in the current times. As for the Poison Masters, they had been exiled to the darkest corners of the world, not daring to show their faces in public. Unquestionably, strength played a crucial role in building one's authority. Similarly, the reason sage clans were so widely feared by others was not because of their ties to disciples of Kong Shi, but because they had a strong foundation and overwhelming might that left others with no choice but to take them seriously. Only the strong were qualified to show compassion to others. Without sufficient strength, all words spoken were nothing but empty. Zhang Zhuxiao also nodded in agreement. Even though he was only from the side family, if his cultivation had already reached Saint 6 Dan or Saint 7 Dan, he would have been highly regarded by his clan. He would not have fallen into this position, where he needed to go through so much trouble to vie for a slot to the Sanctum of Sages in a mere conferred empire. Seeing that the duo understood his intention, Zhao Xingma gestured to the two young men behind him and said, These two are listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages. Even though they are not outstanding cultivators, their individual strength is still not too bad. On top of that, they are also able to complement one another through a collaborative formation. If one of you is able to withstand 3 moves against their collaboration, I'll take it as a pass. Voila! As Zhao Xingma said those words, the 2 young men stepped forward and exerted their auras. In an instant, the entire hall suddenly seemed to have turned freezing cold, leaving those present feeling deeply pressured. They aren't too bad. Just from their disposition alone, Zhang Xian could tell that even though those 2 only possessed a cultivation of primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, they wielded fighting prowess that could match any ordinary primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert. If the 2 of them were to collaborate perfectly with one another, it was likely that they would be able to match even a leaving aperture realm primary stage expert. In other words, even Pavilion Master Wu could be placed in a dangerous position when faced against them. And yet, they were only listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages? If that was the case, just how powerful were the real students of the Sanctum of Sages? After making introductions, Zhao Xingma looked at the 2 examinees and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Zhang Jiuxiao took a look at the duo before him, and after evaluating them, he shook his head with a bitter smile and sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. "Zhang Shi, I didn't know that you were intending to head to the Sanctum of Sages as well. Since that's the case, I think I'll just forfeit here." Forfeit? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He did not expect a person as proud as Zhang Jiuxiao to admit defeat so easily. Indeed, rather than embarrass myself, I think it would be better if I just forfeit right here, Zhang Jiuxiao said helplessly. Since he had traveled down to Qingyuan City from his home to vie for the only slot here, there was no doubt that he harbored great hopes for the Sanctum of Sages. He had thought that he would be able to succeed this time around, but who knew that Zhang Xian would suddenly appear at this moment? Regardless from which aspect he was looking at, he had no confidence that he would be able to match Zhang Shi. Previously, he had thought that given his talent, he might still be able to put up a fight. However, after finding out that Zhang Xian was a celestial master teacher, he dared not harbor such thoughts anymore. Figures like Zhang Xian were destined to make their mark in history. There was no way someone like him could possibly stand against Zhang Xian. Furthermore, he had just made a swift calculation, and he realized that with his current strength, it was very unlikely that he would be able to survive 3 moves against the duo. Seeing through Zhang Jiuxiao's thoughts, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before turning to Zhao Xingma. "Zhao Shi, you said earlier that anyone who is able to survive 3 moves against their collaboration will clear the test, correct?" "That's right," Zhao Xingma replied affirmatively. "Then, if both of us withstand 3 moves, would this mean that we will both be received the slots for the Sanctum of Sages?" "Both of you?" Zhao Xingma shot a glance at Zhang Xian before replying nonchalantly. "From the looks of it, it seems more likely that both of you will fail the test." "That's not necessarily so," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He had harbored some prejudice toward the Zhang clan due to the issue between Luo Ruoxin and that young prodigy of the Zhang clan, but after spending some time with Zhang Jiuxiao, he realized that the latter was just a little too proud. Other than that, Zhang Jiuxiao was not as bad as he had initially thought. Zhang Jiuxiao had left his home to reside in Qingyuan City for several years, all in the hope of attaining the Qingyuan Empire's slot to the Sanctum of Sages. If Zhang Xian had not cut in abruptly, it was likely that he would have been the one to have obtained the slot. If the 2 of them could head to the Sanctum of Sages together, that would really be for the best. If both of you can survive 3 moves from those 2, I'll consider the matter. However, just a word of advice, don't overestimate yourself. Seeing the confident smile on Zhang Xian's face, Zhao Xingma warned, "Since I set the test in such a manner, you should also know that it won't be easy to survive 3 moves from those 2. He earnestly did not believe that the master teachers from a humble conferred empire would be able to survive 3 moves from these 2 listening-in students from the Sanctum of Sages. It'll suffice as long as you are willing to consider the matter. All right then, I guess we will have to try our best to survive those 3 moves, Zhang Xian replied. It's good to see that you are confident. Let's hope that it isn't arrogance, Zhao Xingma replied with a frown. All right, who is going first? Allow me. Zhang Xian stepped forward. He released his aura as well, primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. In contrast to the 2 young men before him, the might that he released seemed insignificant. Those are big words. Let's see what kind of strength you possess. The young men sneered coldly as they flitted forward, flanking Zhang Xian on both sides. They had positioned themselves perfectly to seal all plausible escape routes that anyone trapped in between them could possibly take, leaving him feeling as if he was locked within a cage. To exert psychological pressure ahead of the battle to make their opponent panic. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. As expected of experts from the Sanctum of Sages, they really paid careful attention to every single aspect of battle in order to ascertain their victory. Through their psychological pressure, those who possessed a weaker state of mind would be more prone to falling into a state of panic, especially if they found themselves cornered in the midst of the battle. Once a seed of doubt was planted in their minds, it could possibly change the tides of the battle entirely. Your battle plan isn't too bad, but to compete with me in a battle of wills, the both of you are still lacking. Raising his chin, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and stepped forward. Listening in means that they are allowed to listen to lectures, but they wouldn't receive the guidance from any teacher or resources from the academy. Chapter 1249. I shall assess him personally. The opponents were attempting to heap pressure on him, aiming to launch the decisive blow when he finally exposed an opening in his defenses. Such a move might have worked against Zhang Jiuxiao, but against him? A piece of cake. Putting aside the fact that his soul depth had already achieved a level equivalent to 8-star high-tier master teachers, even if it was beneath the other parties, there was no way such simple tricks would work on him. Hong Long. That single step forward may appear to be nothing much, but to those young men, they felt as if a towering mountain was crushing down on them, placing them in a fluster. Following which, the pressure that they had exerted on Zhang Xian was immediately returned to them, causing their minds to spin wildly. Terpsichorean art? Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up. Even though Zhang Xian's hands remained firmly behind his back, Zhao Xingma had sensed a soul offense belonging to that of a terpsichore for a split instant. Not only did it wipe away the pressure from the wills of the two young men cleanly, it even struck terror into their hearts. To be able to see through the psychological attack and even return the favor in an instant, causing the two listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages to suffer a setback, that fellow was not bad. Begin, Zhao Xingma declared impassively. Boom. To an outsider, it would not seem as if there was anything peculiar to his voice. However, to the two young men, it sounded just like a bolt of lightning, jolting them awake from their daze. Damn it! Realizing that they had fallen from Zhang Xian's counterattack, their faces reddened in fury as their eyes narrowed menacingly. They had come here to teach the young man a lesson, but before they could accomplish anything, they had ended up falling for the young man's counterattack and lost themselves. The intense frustration they felt from this failure left them with a blazing inferno raging inside their bodies. Voila! Driving their zhenqi furiously, they sealed the space around Zhang Xian. After which, the two of them dashed forward simultaneously, and two palms struck down on Zhang Xian simultaneously, one from the front and one from the back. Their assault was perfectly coordinated with one another, such that even if their opponent succeeded in avoiding one of the attacks, they would never be able to avoid the other. Even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert would have found it hard to escape from their collaborative offense. However, it was a pity that even though Zhang Xian was no leaving Aperture Realm expert, he wielded fighting prowess comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator, far beyond the likes of them. A glint flashed across his eyes as he began moving his lips. It seems like both of you are attacking the wrong target. His words carried a unique melody reminiscent of the whisperings of a lover, causing the faces of the duo to redden upon hearing it. In an instant, the palms that were heading for Zhang Xian's body abruptly changed their trajectory to strike the other instead. Pong, pong. Two deep moans sounded, and the two young men were sent flying. They had intended to assault Zhang Xian together, but somehow, it turned into a battle between themselves instead. Demonic tune? Zhao Xingma was startled for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. Is he trying to warn me? Previously, when the two listening-in students had fallen for Zhang Xian's terpsichorean art, he used his voice to jolt them back from their trance. While he had done it very discreetly, It seemed like the other party had still noticed it, and he was using the same method to turn them against one another. The provocation behind his intention was clear. Demonic tunes? I know some, too. It was a clear warning toward him against interfering with the duel. What an interesting fellow. This realization did not anger Zhao Xingma. Instead, it only served to deepen his interest in Zhang Xian. Those who were qualified to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages were either the offspring of the sage clans or unparalleled geniuses of the master-teacher continent. In either case, they were destined to become the leaders of humanity, taking charge of a region to guard mankind from other threats. If they dared not speak up in the face of injustice, it would really be doubtful if they had the necessary qualities to become one of the powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. In a sense, Zhao Xingma's previous action was an intentional attempt to goad a response from Zhang Xian. He wanted to see how the young man who had been so highly complimented by Pavilion Master Wu would react. But who would have thought that the young man would actually return the favor straight to him, not allowing anyone to wrong him at all? With such a mentality, if he could set his mind to furthering the prosperity of mankind, he would surely become a valuable asset to the world. However, those who are able to become the listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages don't make easy opponents either. Given that he has already revealed his cards as a terpsichore and demonic tunist, it'll be hard for him to survive the remaining 2 blows, Zhao Xingma analyzed with a smile. Just to become a listening-in student of the Sanctum of Sages, one would still have to clear several rigorous examinations. If Zhang Xian thought that he would be able to defeat those 2 young men just by relying on his prowess in demonic tunes and terpsichorean arts, he would really be looking down on his opponents. As expected, even while they were retreating, they had already shaken themselves out from their trance, and killing intent flickered within their eyes. They had gone there to invigilate the candidates, not to be toyed around with. Yet, they had actually been humiliated time and time again by a mere fellow from the remote countryside. This had left them feeling deeply embarrassed. Fortify your soul. He specializes in soul attacks, bellowed the young man on the left. At the same time, he thrust his palm slightly behind him and successfully halted his retreating figure. Following which, he clenched his fists together, and the space before him froze. Despite being only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, he was actually able to execute spatial seal, a technique that only leaving aperture realm cultivators should have been able to wield. Rest assured, the young man on the right had also noticed this much by now, and he furiously drove his zhenqi and clenched his fist. The spatial seals cast by the 2 of them immediately compounded upon one another, causing the entire area to feel like an invisible marshland. Any attempt to move was met with overwhelming resistance, making it an arduous task to even take a single step forward or backward. Impressive. Zhang Xian nodded slightly in approval. Under normal circumstances, if 2 cultivators were to attempt to overlap their spatial seals, it was likely that their spatial seals would conflict with one another and cause destructive interference instead of constructive interference. As a result, the spatial seal would be weakened instead of fortified. It was for this reason that leaving aperture realm experts did not fare that well in group fights. But astoundingly, the 2 young men were actually able to harmonize their spatial seals together with one another perfectly. This was a sight to behold, even for Zhang Xian. As expected of students from the Sanctum of Sages, their grasp over their techniques was indeed far superior to ordinary cultivators. While there was no doubt that the compounded spatial seals was powerful, and no ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivator would ever be able to escape from it, to Zhang Xian, breaking out of the compounded spatial seals was really a walk in the park. He took 2 steps forward and tapped on the area in front of him. Selah. As if an invisible balloon had been popped, air currents began leaking out furiously into the surroundings. Pong, pong. The 2 young men had not thought that Zhang Xian would be able to overcome their spatial seals so easily, and they suffered an energy backlash as a result of it. The both of them simultaneously took 2 steps back as their faces turned ghastly pale. It has been 2 moves. It should be about time for me to make a move now, Zhang Xian said with a smile. As long as he could withstand 3 moves from them, it would be considered his victory. He had allowed the 2 young men to attack him as they pleased for the previous 2 moves, so the least he could do was return the favor for the last move. Come. The eyebrows of the duo shot up. They swiftly got into a unique formation, and an indomitable aura began drifting between them. In their current form, even a leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage expert would have to fall back temporarily against them. At this point, they had also realized that the young man before them was no ordinary cultivator, and they dared not let their guards down anymore. Despite facing such an overwhelming aura, Zhang Xian calmly clasped his fist and said, "Allow me to apologize in advance for any injuries that you might sustain later on." Injuries? You are courting death. The two young men nearly exploded on the spot. The other party had not even made his move, but he was already apologizing to them. He was clearly looking down on them. Why don't you brag after you have achieved victory? Fueled by their rage, all their strength poured out unreservedly, whipping up deadly air currents that threatened to tear the entire hall down. A shockwave rippled into the surroundings, leaving a searing sensation on the skin of those standing in the area. They are really strong. Zhang Juxiao's face paled. In this moment, he finally realized why Zhao Xingma was so confident that they would not be able to withstand 3 moves from the two young men. Putting everything else aside, just the sheer might of this move would be able to tear apart every single secret art he had learned in the past. Worried for Zhang Xian, he quickly turned his gaze over, only to see the latter calmly standing his ground, not bothering to dodge at all. Without using any battle techniques or complicated maneuvers, he simply raised his hand and struck at them as an ordinary human would strike down a fly. "Let's end this." Pada, pada. As these leisurely sounded words echoed in the air, the furious outburst of Zhenqi around the two young men abruptly vanished, as if it had never appeared before at all. In the next moment, the two men were knocked flying as if ping-pong balls. They were smacked right into the wall, and buckets of blood spewed from their mouths. Despite gathering all their might together, those two listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages could not even withstand a single slap from Zhang Xian. After knocking the duo flying, Zhang Xian calmly raised his gaze to look at Zhao Xingma. The perfect nonchalance on his face made it seem as if he had only done something insignificant, unworthy of mention. "Does this mean that I have passed?" Zhao Xingma was also startled for a moment before nodding slowly. "You have overcome their collaboration with a single strike, and it's clear that you haven't even used your full strength. You have passed." At the same time, Zhao Xingma could not help but feel a little perplexed. In the first 2 moves, it was apparent that Zhang Xian had gone easy on them. Or else, given that the two young men had their guards down, he would have been able to knock them out easily given his proficiency in Terpsichorean arts and demonic arts. Since that was the case, why did he suddenly go overboard in the last move? It might have seemed like a trivial detail, but Zhao Xingma felt like there might have been more to it. Could it have been that even Zhang Xian was pressured before the combined might of the duo, so he did not want to take any risks? Zhang Xian turned around and said, "Thank you. Zhou Xiao, it's your turn. You should be able to survive 3 moves from them." "My turn? Now?" Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. The two young men were currently still pressed into the wall, severely wounded. Surely it would not be good for him to attack them at that moment. There are 2 of them, and there are 2 of us here. Thus, even though I have just fought with them, surely it will be fair for you to face them right after," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Ah, I see. All right." Hearing those words, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately understood Zhang Xian's intentions. The latter was trying to help him clear the selection of sages. He had intentionally executed a heavy blow for the final move so as to injure them and grant him an advantage in the battle. This way, he would stand a chance at surviving 3 moves from them. It might have been a little despicable, but considering that a slot for the Sanctum of Sages was at stake, he swiftly vanquished all of the hesitation in his mind and stepped forward. Clasping his fist at the duo pressed against the wall, he said, "I'll be in your care. You two. Damn it." Hearing the conversation between the two and seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao shamelessly stepped forward to challenge them in their injured state, the 2 young men felt so indignant that they could have exploded on the spot. How can there be such shameless people in the world? We are already injured to this state, and even standing up would be difficult for us. How can we possibly fight you like that? Zhao Shi has said that as long as we can withstand 3 moves from the 2 of you, he will consider adding another slot to our Qingyuan Empire. If the 2 of you think that you aren't up to the fight, I suggest that you surrender, Zhang Xian said. You want us to surrender and let you win so easily? Dream on. Even if we have to put our lives on the line, we will make sure that you don't survive 3 moves from us. Gritting their teeth, the 2 young men forced themselves out of the wall and began preparing themselves for a second round. Enough. Stand down, both of you. Zhao Xingmao waved his hand. But Zhao Shi, the young men panicked. They knew that they had failed their responsibilities this time around. They were supposed to invigilate all qualified candidates, but they ended up being nearly incapacitated after the first battle. Zhao Shi must have been really mad at them at the moment. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. This was all part of Zhang Shi's plan. Zhao Xingmao waved his hand to allay the worries of the 2 young men before standing up himself. I'll assess Zhang Jiuxiao personally. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.